pressure don't face me, I'm cool and I'm steady. I rise to the top.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Do you think you're a good liar in general?
I think when I want to be, I can be, but I try not. It's not going how I thought it was going to go. What's going on? What are we doing here?
We're gonna ask you some questions today. We're gonna put a lie detector on you.
Okay, I'm raising my arms.
Do you think you're a pretty good liar?
We're about to find out, I suppose. I haven't even done anything, and this is intimidating. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you sitting in a chair right now?
Yes.
네, 진실입니다.
Do you promise to be truthful?
Yes.
진실입니다.
All right. Do you believe that one of the previous Pacific Masters winners will win Champions Paris?
Yes.
Turns out you're lying.
This machine, I'm gonna recalibrate this thing. I think maybe a better question would be that I think a team from Pacific is going to win Champions. Maybe it's not necessarily one of those three that you listed. Maybe that's the anomaly here.
Your favorite team is known to be DRX. Do you believe that DRX are making it to Champions this year?
Yes.
Not true. Do you have doubts?
Yeah, there's always doubts, but I would have thought that the reason why the first question was false was because my true belief would be that DRX could win Champions. I think they're just a team that needed a little bit more time. And now that they've had this full cycle with Master Toronto happening, then waiting for stage 2, I think they've had a lot more time to prepare, and I really trust in the coaching staff to be able to get it done.
On Plat Chat episode 223, when asked about Zeta, you said,
You think I have memories of this? Like,
do you think Zeta is memorable? It's a yes or no.
yes.
Not be truthful. So you don't think they're memorable?
I hate this. I have to go to Tokyo in like a month. And that's a loaded question, I want to say. It was more so to do with Tenten's recent addition to the team because they'd only played one event where they played one series with him, with Depp in the roster as well. There wasn't much to pull from. But I think that Tenten is a really strong addition to the team with some more time figuring out the roles, and maybe if they stick with having Depp get more comfortable playing things like Viper and Cypher in that Sentinel role, then I think that Zeta does have a strong future, because ultimately Zeta was this close to being able to make the playoffs, and I was really rooting for them to be able to do so.
Zeta Vision, they get the 2-0 victory over Paper Rex.
All right, let's move on to the next question. Do you actually believe that Team Secret can't win a match, or is it just for the content?
Yes. Don't like that sound.
Read normally.
I feel like I am. I feel like I'm doing everything right here. They're not a team that I hate. They're a team that frustrates me, because every single time I think that they're going to do well and I think that they're going to be strong and going to climb the rankings in Pacific, they just lose to all of the teams that I think that they should be able to beat. But I think that with the changes to the roster, it's a bit of a soft reset. Obviously, there's still some core there. Envy, I mean, he has been their best player for a very long time. I'm glad to see that he's still going to be competing for them. But I'm hoping that there's going to be some further stability found and some more consistency in their performances. So I'm willing to reassess my opinion of Team Secret.
Do you believe that Talon is a top team in Pacific?
No.
True. First true.
Sorry, Frost. So I think that they have a lot of growing to do. I think there's still these young rookies who are in Tier 1 for the first time, and they're finding their footing on stage and they're finding their comfort. And I'm hoping that going into Stage 2, Talon does kind of become that team, because the talent is there. The players are cracked. They absolutely have the ability to be one of the best teams and to be going over to the international events.
Special question just got added.
Okay.
Do you think Paper Thin is stupid?
Yes.
It's false.
No, he's a smart guy. I gotta give him credit. He's got a degree, I don't. He's a man of science.
But it's safety first. You don't need that. Oh, okay.
Last but not least, do you think you're the best talent in Pacific?
Yes.
True.
I mean, it's nothing against anybody else. You know, I'm about to be 14 years deep into my career. Just been doing this for a while, and if I don't feel comfortable and I don't feel confident in myself, then what am I really doing? It's always great working with the teams that we have out here. You know, we keep them tight-knit. I think that allows for everybody to just get along and vibe and build a rapport with one another very quickly. And to my co-caster Paper Thin, this machine is broken. I do think you are
smart.
That was an experience, you know? It's one of those things where you always think like, yeah, I could beat a polygraph. You know, you have that kind of thought. I think that I was a little bit nervous at the start. I think that maybe offset some of my early answers, but it felt like it was starting to get into sync by the end there.
Do you think you're a good liar in general?
I think when I want to be, I can be, but I try not to do that too often.
Thank you for coming today. I guess we'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you. This was an experience. I appreciate you not asking about the murders. That's great.
Wait, what?
Hi, I'm Yuki. New song, Shinpai Muyo, is on YouTube and Spotify. Shinpai Muyo is just don't worry, and then just do it. Please listen and watch it. Peace. Yuki. 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 全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように別に何が起きても大丈夫どう転んでも起きて喜ぶそりゃ 走り回ってりゃたまに転ぶこけるのは怖くない先を急ぐビビって何もしないなんて損だしまずは動くそっちの方が得我慢とか溜め込むのは猛毒この気持ちに素直な俺強欲不可抗力どうにもなんないリスクを取りがち取れない安牌リスクある方がうまくいく案外いつまでも平気一生安泰全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにいつかはなくなるこの世の全部だから今しかできない経験するいい飯食ってEEX 毎回本番してない練習地元で集まるいつものメンツ心配すんなってよく言っているアトランタで友達持つみんなが厳重平和な連中自信がないとなる心配性俺自身のこと疑ったことはない一回も絶対いけるいちいち考えない失敗を全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように
The hit. Berserk's, however, going to be noted quite far forward. It's Paranoia going to be sent. Berserk's, however, still present, still looking to try to keep his team in this one. Spams him down to 33. Nothing left here in the regen shield. Spots him, finds the headshot. It's now Sugar Zero. All alone. Swinging right into it, and Berserk's.
It's a pretty good read, old Munchkin.
RB's lurks have been having a little bit of a rough go. Cuts back across, looks to try to take the fight here versus Ash, wins that. Dashes out into the open, grabs the spike, refracts back over in Foxy9 watching the angle here for the moment. Loses it. Swing on the corner. Ace v Ace! He's got him flown and Dumpy collects it!
Drone, excuse me.
Well, Counter Hunter's Fury, though, start to come on in, start to clear the angles over towards the side of A, but it's...
Play around the site. They've heard Monyet slipping in, but still with the movement.
Blast pack forward, 10-10 needing to try to find this kill, but Berserk's managed to draw out the weapon fast enough to clean him up. By 3, the Odin just spraying away frantically through the smoke. Damage has been found. Clues dead. XDL with no real time to try to make a go of it. But he does not. Will get shut down. Yurutan. Nice little jiggle peek out of the wall. Yurutan. Very nice snappy shot. Does get rid of Mako.
What?
Flashback. The guided missile's looking to strike. One shot to find the kill. He's dialed in and he has it.
I told you guys, don't cry, okay? Don't cry. Don't cry.
좋았다, 현철아. 좋아요. 따라 마이크 체크. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요, 투. 안녕하세요, 쓰리.
안녕하세요.
가와이 다케데 다메 데스까?
야, 요men 형님.
왜?
떼지라는데? Like I said, bro, they are Gen.G, not your father. Don't be scared, okay?
That last round is scary and easy.
Jam ini. Woi, woi, mau saya fire sih, woi.
Pengen gue berdiriin. Tapi kita belum.
Jangan. Jangan.
You know what I said? I want to stand up, bro.
Remember your place.
얘들아 분위기야 분위기. 울프도 3등 했는데 마스터즈에서.
딱이네.
아 나 오늘 일어난다 안 되겠다.
들어가자! C 레이즈포 형 C 포악포 바이퍼 있을 거야 아마. 원웨이 걸게. 걸었고. D 나오는 거 내가 볼게 형들. 나 최대한 많이 들어가 볼게. Going in.
Let's go B. Let's go A.
Going in. I'll make some here. 오픈설. 나 아치 보고 문 열게 이거. 문 깼고 얘네. 나 메인 안 볼 거야. 얘들아 상대 블라인드 없다.
확인.
Still here, Still aim in, guys.
Watch inside.
Out more heaven, guys. Wait. Go. Walking. One side. I saw one side. 메인 온다 이거. 사이드 들어왔어.
확인.
Heaven down.
More, backside. I gotta take 3, can we swing 3? 레이즈 40 일단. Upper. I gotta defuse, guys. I defuse. All trust, guys. 세차는 좀 반을 셌다 아마.
Oh, 까비.
Almost died, bro. I even jump.
What the hell?
Gue boleh langsung flank C gak nih? Pas dia one way gue langsung terobos.
Ya, when he open door key, you just.
biasanya Omen sama Viper ki.
Viper loh.
리브라라. 이만 이걸 까지 들어.
Ceiling Viper. Cancel and go see. Only one hero.
I got one way.
C berat pakai. Saya Girin na iyo. Pilar.
Can we fight him?
Yeah, fight city. DP. Nice.
CT 잘 들어. 됐어요?
Mama. Mate. 내가 이래요 CT.
Gue 쓸까요, 이만 사이트. Nice. One more.
CT sama waterfall.
Nice. Dia nge-pick outloader. Viper taruh Seki. Shinji Tami.
Nice.
Có biết đâu sao một tiền rồi, nãy giờ xưa rồi. Rồi khổ. Sao một tiền mà, được mấy tao. Sao một tiền được.
아, 얘 캐시언 막. 확인. C 먹었다.
들어가서. Phải lo pit đâu à?
원에이 스모크. 나 지난 거 못 봐. 아, 보고 있어. 둘 다. 뺄게. 영마 봐도 채울게. 채워.
Openกับ Viper อยู่นี่น่าจะ3อ่ะอันนี้พูดจริงน่าจะได้ A สุดเลยเฮ้ยเฮียเจ็บก็ได้
둘 다. 블락할게요. 블락하고 연막 칠게. 기다려. 살아.
แต่พี่เคป
턴 먹었어.
오케이. 앞에.
ยังไม่เจอโยรู้ป่ะโยรู้ว่าเฟดยังไม่เจอเฮ้ยมันโดดไปเช็คเอลิง
야, A 있나 본데 이런. 앞에 있는 듯. 시간 10초인데 얘들아. B일 때 거의 얘들아.
비비
방어.
สวย
ทัน
야, 짝방이 오퍼야. 아, 진짜. 백사이트 하나. 짝방이 오퍼야.
ได้กับ
헤븐.
아, 기어. 헬렌 기어.
보였다. 총고 보였어.
สวยเกมพี่ทีม
ก็มันเอาไปกู
สวย
쇼시랑 훅함 많이 오는 거 조심하자.
내가 이거 트럭 뒤로 오는 거 콜 해줘야 된다.
A 쪽 조용해 일단. 못 가는 거 없다. 삐롱 하나 있다.
삐롱 하나.
삐롱 둘 이상이다 얘들아. 삐롱 먼저 먹고 시작하나 보다.
잠만 가능.
브라라 테도 가래. 브라라 테도.
I'm I TP.
I can cap. I hold my cap, guys.
Nothing shower.
I'm just smoke.
샤워 계속 없어. B 조심.
요르겠고.
오케이. 나 호카에 들어가 있을게.
잠만 꺼진다 얘들아. 잠만 오실 건다. I think the vice play A. Can you make noise B and then a bit volley shot?
오케이. I bet the volley shot. 샤워 조용해 계속 얘들아. 45초.
형 나오면 폭 갈게. 폭 들어 있을게.
슬슬 나 뒤에서 갈게. 뒤에서 막을게.
The smoke is fading soon.
No smoke.
Bring me right side.
내도가.
I flash out.
이거 올려고 하야 얘들아.
온다.
TP
하나.
TP 하나.
샤워 올라나. 샤워로치 같아 얘들아.
오케이.
나 쇼타나.
오케이.
쇼뺑 돼.
The wall is shot.
아, but that's wait.
레와랍. I will smoke.
10 seconds guys, we need to go.
Kabi.
Go kill Kabi guys.
Check one up there.
설 뻗었어. 야, 설 뻗었어. 살아. Hey, what? Oh. 나이스.
절 끝내버려.
그래, もう一回 B メイン狙うね。
まあ A3 ミスだから今度聞きます。I'm scanning. Chill, build guys.
Wait, nothing A. Guys, it's trap B or mid. It's trap B or mid, guys.
ミッドスモーク。またトップスモーク。目音ない。
ビット多いかもね。ビメイン任してる今。
Mark in one, picking.
Can you do any flash? I flash later.
I'm throwing towards left.
ドローン 取り返し。Okay. A フォーカスしよう。
Wait guys, I'm gonna fight it.
Maybe they push mid, okay?
I go the outside guys. You wanna go?
I smoke left side.
Nothing side. Elbow! エショ入ってる。多分。
入ってる。
見たエショ。
ナイス。One ailing sniper.
Gonna take CT space, boys. Spike.
セージプラント。サイト2。そばだけわかんない。サイト2からエルバカイが。
I'm marking.
Elbow.
One bullet.
야 얘네 알로 나온다. 조심해라. 2자로 나와. 3자로 나온다. 3자로. B캠. 나 B 쪽 붙어 있어 볼게. 떼면 바로 조치해줄게 그냥 이거.
야, 비메 컨택했다.
야 이거 포탑 이거 터렛 깔았어 얘들아. 터렛.
나 오른쪽만 볼게.
미드 괜찮지?
안 보여, 미드 안 보여. 미드 괜찮아. 너희들 BTP 안 돼? B 셋이서 막아야 돼.
나 삐 없어. 아예 삐 없어. 삐 밀어볼게.
나이 갈게. 나 CT 가는 중.
나 그냥 쭉 맬게.
나 엘보로 갈게, 태호 형.
아예 없어. 야, 얘만 봐. 정체로 땡겨. 내가 볼게.
나이스.
포박 깔았어. 들었다. 나 개피.
나 이제 먹으러 갈게.
나 이제 형 추익 까줄 기다려봐. 추익기 깎고 왼쪽 하나.
사도.
나이스! 스펙터 개사기네.
맞긴 해.
In the story of VCT Pacific 2025, kickoff, that was just the introduction. We got to know all the characters. Stage 1, the opening chapters. The stumbles, your close calls, they don't define you anymore. And if you were on top, you'd better stay sharp. What you did back then won't mean a thing if you blow it now. Because stage 2 is where we find out whose story this is. 12 teams, and everyone thinks that they're the main character. Honing their strategies, their aim, their toughness, and plotting their revenge. Anything they can to gain an edge, but there can only be one. Everything before this, that was just prologue. Now, you're playing for the big trophy. Win here and your name is forever written in the history of VCT Pacific. Everyone else is just along for the ride.
Take no breaks. Every game I'm never going in my A. Putting numbers on the board when I play. Lift the trophy in the air, I can't wait. This time I'm all in. Yeah, I'm all in. This time I'm all in. Yeah, I'm all in. This time I'm all in. Y'all walk with the big thing, been had the big face, shine with the big screen, been had the juice. Body gon' fill up the group, black 10 low without the roof, might send out the truth. They're like Mac, make love, over Shaq, going crazy, no whipping my all they got hoops. Watch how I snapping they neck, they so I don't need to respect, move, I act the fool. It's ludicrous, watch how I'm coming to your hate league team in the months. See, you got shooters, big time rolling up, bodies can't hit a new rack, John got it, they got my shoes. All stay, get some insurance, running with a OG, get endurance, better control your breathing. Trash style, running up a wax, got a pack in the back full of matches, I'm hot as a fever. Already veteran, I don't gotta ask, they gon' let us in, get on my leg. Spinning like a tank on E, hopping out, running down, no feet, baptizing the streets. Yeah, but the tight of them streets, I get it solo, dolo, YOLO, mic in the speaker. I've been killing on my own, I'm serious, going off the dome, I don't need a feature. Bump that, it's a
check if I pull it, so cut that. If they come at me crazy, I up that. Spirit got on my feet, can't trust that. I got gold on my soul and a mind full of diamonds, so civil and living can't touch that. Can they come with a hammer, might bust back. But when I go in, they trust that, so they up that. Hold up, I can't take no breaks.
Welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 2, and we are starting through playoffs. We had a great day yesterday, and I'm Victoria, joined by a very special guest. We got Elevated and Big Time here, so we basically have two, very highly regarded coaches here in Pacific. At this point, how did you guys finish with your teams at Global Esports, respectively, placement-wise?
Yeah, so really happy to be here on the desk. What a great welcome. Talent pipeline is alive and well.
It's fine. I mean, we've upgraded from Pilski. That's what I care about the most.
Okay,
so.
Okay. So we're not going to talk about work.
What was the question?
Yeah, I don't want to bring that up, I think.
Oh, really? Okay, well, we both know you guys both came really close to playoffs. I feel like, I almost felt like, Global went further this year than previous years, but it might actually be about the same.
I think it's close technically. I mean, you guys were very close to playoffs. I think there was times where we were very close to playoffs. But ultimately, it's not what you want to be. It's always...
You want to be in playoffs, right?
Of course. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride for Global Esports.
We should actually somehow get those teams and play against each other.
Oh,
and then we can actually
some kind of like legacy show match?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, that would sell out.
That would actually be amazing. Can you list your old roster again for those of you who don't remember the history of Global
2023
Esports?
Was Texture, Monyet, Bazzi, Aaron.
Keep going. There was like 5
more.
more.
Ronsky was in there. SK Rossi.
Yeah.
Lightning Fast. I think that's it. I think there were 7 players.
Yeah.
At the peak.
Yeah.
2024. Who was? Oh my! You're really testing me. Hovey, Blaze King, Benkai, Russ.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
You went through a lot.
Who's the last player?
Honestly,
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's too much.
It's okay. But the global
I've tried to move on.
But Global Esports of 2025 has gone through a couple iterations too.
Yeah.
So so many changes actually for all 3 years. And Elevate, I want to ask you, how are you feeling now that it's completed?
Well, my one stipulation was to not talk about my feelings. It is what it is. It was definitely a disappointing year. But lots of learning to be done. First time living in Korea, first time coaching a VCT team. I definitely got a lot of experience, and there were things to be proud of. Obviously, we had some issues and stuff like that, but...
What were these your proudest moments, actually, or the learnings that you are really going to, you're going to carry into the next season?
So, I mean, we had a bunch of good maps, right? There was never a good series. There were, we won a couple, but I really liked it when we were able to take the Icebox against Gen.G, for example, right?
Yeah, that was a great map.
It was something that we had done very well in practice, but we'd never shown, and we kind of hit it for a while, and then we pulled it out against Gen.G, and it worked. So stuff like that was very cool, and then also just the moments where our whole team would click together because they were kind of rare to some extent.
Yeah.
And you could actually see the potential, Poppy's clutching, Udaton's getting tons of frags, Crystal's calling is very good, and everything was flowing. It's if we could just harness that for a full series, I feel like it would be pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like that is relatable to an extent for a lot of the teams here. A lot of the Pacific teams are incredibly strong this year, and as we go through playoffs, I think a lot of us are unsure, especially today's matches, who might end up coming out on top. And a lot of it is really just, all the role shuffles. Some of them are player swaps, and like you said, harnessing the energy, making sure everyone's on the same page. And this applies even to Gen.G, who's, been to the very top already. But before we get into any of that, we got some fun stuff to talk to you guys for the people who actually play Valorant, especially. We got the Splash X bundle. Are you a skin user? Do you use skins in game?
Yeah, but I kind of favor the edgy skins personally. So
what's an edgy skin?
I like the Reaver.
The Reaver and
okay.
the Xeno Fang or whatever it's called. The stuff that makes me feel like a space marine. Something like that.
I like that.
I do like the other vibe though. There's nothing worse than getting Odin by the nerf Odin, and so the Splash X is kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Did any of your players ever put themselves on skin punishment where they go, the Vandal's not hitting, I'm playing default till I figure this out?
That's
a good one.
Bad.
I've seen that before. I've seen that before where they go, I don't deserve skins right now, I'm taking them off.
Wow.
I have to earn back those
That's
skins.
kind of next level. We would always have the thing where like you leave your Valorant open and then somebody would come in and switch all their skins to like Battle Pass skins and stuff like that. And you go into a scrim and they're like, why is my knife not doing anything cool?
Yeah, you're playing with the ghost that looks like a car interior, that one. That's the only realized mid-scrim.
That's a great way to mess with someone's mental. That would ruin me going into the game. And for those of you who like getting cool stuff in real life, we got really cool merch ready for you guys who are coming to Tokyo. We got special Pacific merch.
Do we get this merch? If not, I need to get myself down to the shop. This is actually good.
Buy it before it sells out. And these prices are pretty awesome. What would you get?
I want one of everything. I mean, it's all commemorative. We're here in VCT Pacific. I want everything they have.
The designs are really cool. There's a towel, there's a bucket hat. I like the tote. I'm definitely going to get the tote. And a poster. So this is all going to be in sale. For those of you who have not gotten your Tokyo tickets yet, get them. It's a huge stadium. It rivals the Masters Tokyo venue in the past. So I think this is going to be definitely, out of all the regions grand finals, I think we got it pretty locked
100%.
down.
Easily. I mean, we don't lose the other
teams,
regions.
Best teams, best grand finals, best casters, best talent.
Thank you.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Best players.
We need to have him on board.
I know.
I like this.
I like this. Yeah, Pilsey's going to permanently just stay over there on the casting desk. He's waving hello. That's really nice of you. So Tokyo is going to be happening in 2 weeks for the grand finals. Top 3 teams will be performing there, and it's going to be really exciting. All of us have to pack our bags and get ready for that. But we still need to get through playoffs. This is a super week. We are on day 3 right now, and it's the first day of eliminations with the lower round 1. We got Nongshim and DFM to start the day. We got RRQ and Gen.G. Now, what I find really fascinating is that all 4 Korean teams are here in playoffs, but all of them are in lowers.
Oh, it's scary times. We'll be saying goodbye to 2 teams today. Like you say, all the Korean teams in the lower bracket, so falling down there is so dangerous. We know how good the Korean teams are. Up at that top bracket, we're going to see Talon versus Paper X in that upper finals. I feel like every single matchup is stacked in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you see, like, Gen.G down in the lowers to start, you're just like, please let me stay in the upper bracket. I do not want to go down there.
I feel so bad for RRQ.
Yeah,
it's
rough.
a rough lower draw. We will be seeing that matchup later on today, and I am so hyped for that one.
Actually, if you guys remember last year, Gen.G got sent down to lowers by Paper X at the very start of kickoff. And we're like, all right, that's it for Gen.G. But then they just kept surviving every single lower bracket match, and they end up winning it all.
Yeah, there's lots of teams like that enjoy that lower bracket. They need that little bit of pressure. It really adds to it, and they know how to make that work. Gen.G are for sure one of those teams. But if we even look in the first game of today, Nongshim DFM, they need to go on monster runs if they want to make it all the way through to Paris.
Oh, absolutely. This is actually huge between Nongshim and DFM. There are so many implications depending on who wins today. And of course, this is elimination day, but Nongshim has Ascension on the line. And of course, both of these teams have to do it all to even think about champions.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get top 2 because neither one of them has nearly enough points to make it just off of that. So both teams, like you said, the Ascension on the line is extra pressure. I feel like Nongshim have kind of been tested a little bit by that pressure before, just having one Ascension. DFM is kind of like, you're in open water now. There's just sharks down here, so be very careful.
This is the first time we're seeing DFM in the playoffs, but so many people are hyped about this roster. Paper Thin over on the casting desk. I mean, he's hard rooting for these guys, has them all the way through to Paris, and that would be a historical run for this DFM team. I mean, what a storyline that would be.
And there's some implications for Boom.
Yeah, massive.
On this match too,
so
right?
If you're a Boom fan, you need DFM to lose. You're hard rooting for Nongshim today.
Yeah.
If DFM gets a top 4, Boom will be heading straight back down to challengers, which is of course not what they want to be.
Oh, absolutely not. So again, a lot of implications in today's matches. So this is a very, very important day. And Nongshim, again, one of the 2 teams playing today. This is our Ascended team who have been on, a really strange start here in Pacific, not looking their best. They found RB, added him to the roster, and then they put Francis recently back on that IGL role. And and I think we've seen a lot more success since then.
Yeah, I mean, bringing in RB seemed like a really good move just on paper because the one thing that they really lacked was like VCT level experience. So bringing him back over from China seemed to kind of immediately plug that hole. The IGL situation was always a little bit bizarre because for the longest time, I'm not gonna lie, I thought Persia was the IGL. You usually just think like the oldest person is gonna.
Yeah, for sure.
Very true.
But I mean, Francis has been looking insane. Like he specifically seems to frag pretty well when he's calling, and you know, RB's always been like that Swiss Army knife where you can just kind of slot him into whatever role and he seems to at least do passably well. So I think he's kind of providing them with what they need, which is like, all right, you need me to IGL, I'll do it for a bit, I'll teach you a little bit, and then you need me to lurk, okay, cool. You need me to play recon, cool. Whatever it is.
Yeah, to me, I think it's almost perfect how they've done this. I think, like you say, bringing RB in for that level of experience is just massive, but now giving Francis the reins back on that IGL, I feel like it's unleashing that old school style that we do just love to see. It was a little bit of a rocky start for them in playoffs, though, against Talon. Not really how they would have wanted that game to go at all.
I actually want to follow up on what you were saying, Elevated, about Francis and being able to frag really well. Why do you think, you know, this is not usually the case. Once you start the calls, frags drop, but that's not the case for Francis.
Yeah, I mean, some people just feel comfortable like talking a lot while they're playing the game, and he may be one of those people. Also, sometimes the IGLs tend to call a little bit around themselves to like set themselves up, which is not necessarily always a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
And especially when you're playing like the Vipers and the KOs and stuff like that, which is what he was initially, and he plays a bunch of stuff also. He puts himself into situations where he can kind of like manipulate the fights to be in his favor a lot of the time based on how he's calling around himself. And it kind of helps when you have players like Danby who can just say, okay, go do this, and then, you know, things happen, and then you can kind of do something else with what you want to do on the game.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point because we've seen how well Danby has been set up, and they are facing against DFM. This team has been doing so much better. There was a time when this team won literally 0 games an entire season, but it's very different now. Throughout Stage 2, they have an 80% match win rate. This roster hasn't changed too much. Of course, Art's still there hanging out, and May definitely leading the charge with this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's so exciting to see this team here in playoffs. I mean, they've had their ups and downs throughout the past, but finally we're seeing a DFM that is ready to compete at the top. It's a tough run for them. They have to run the gauntlet all the way through the lower bracket. I think it's something like 4 wins in a row they need to make it to Champions Paris. So it's not going to be easy, but this is the best shot they've had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hats off to this team for kind of like sticking with it, because even at the beginning of the year, it was kind of sketchy for them. And so they've been able to just kind of slowly develop the talent that they have. I feel like Akame and GN have really kind of come along from where they were at the beginning of the year. Jinbung has always been pretty solid for them. And then obviously May really stands out. I mean, also shout out to Cess for stepping in for like their best performance before and then coming back in now and kind of like leading them into playoffs. So definitely a cool roster with like interesting storylines. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how the pressure gets to them, or maybe they can just kind of handle it and go on a run.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think also they'll be quite happy about this draw. I think them starting off with Nongshim is a match that they should feel good about. I think they have everything they need. They got to watch Nongshim play against Talon. I do think it's slightly leaning in their favor today, but it's the lower bracket. It's elimination Valorant, and I mean, anything can happen in Pacific.
Oh, yeah, anything really can happen here. But like you said, they did have a little bit of prep time. We were talking about Gen.G earlier, and they're a team that works in momentum, but I think DFM and Nongshim are a little bit different. Now, we're kind of looking at some of the data comparison here through Group 2. Elevate, how would you say these two match up, especially in terms of play style and the way that they're playing now?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're kind of polar opposites, actually. Obviously, when RB was calling for Nongshim, they played a little bit more defaulty, kind of almost like old Vision Strikers or like DRX control style. But now that they're back to just sending it, they're like basically the exact opposite of DFM. And I think the most interesting matchup for me is actually May versus Danby as the two duelists, because May plays Duelist on every single map, but he actually takes the least amount of first duels of any duelist in Pacific that plays primary Duelist. And Danby is like, I think second from the top. I think 10-10 is a little bit above him, but he's basically right up there. And it's like a 10% difference in terms of how many first duels they're taking for their team. So DFM likes to kind of insert May and then kind of let him do his thing and maybe call the team back. He almost becomes like a lurk half the time. And then obviously Danby's the exact opposite. He's the homing missile, he's the Udaton, and he's just like going in and making space, and sometimes they just kind of abandon him and go do something else with the space that he makes.
Do you personally have a style that you would gravitate towards if you were their coach?
I think the biggest thing is really just catering to what your players want to do.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you have a player who is fearless, send them in. And if you have a player who's a little bit more cerebral and wants to kind of like feel out the game and has like the insane skill that May obviously does have, then setting him up to maybe not throw his life away as often is actually a very good way to utilize him. So I think it really is both coaches and both like teams have figured out who they are, and then they're kind of like playing to those strengths.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You couldn't like force those two guys to swap teams.
Yeah.
It wouldn't work at all. You know, you're trying to insert Danby. That's not what he wants to do. He wants to find those fights. And May, you don't want to just throw him in to die because that's not where he's going to be at his best. But these are for sure the players we need to be watching. Danby has seen a real return to form. He's back on the Neon. I mean, he's so scary on this agent. I mean, how have you found playing against him all year?
I mean, it's a nightmare. I don't know if we've ever killed him when he uses his ult. Like, legitimately, there's almost no times that I can think of in scrims where he pops ult and we're just like, yeah, one shot and he's dead. It's always like he gets 3 and then maybe we take him down with some chip damage.
Yeah.
Honestly, we had sort of like a Danby strat when we were scrimming them a bunch, because in like kickoff, I think we scrimmed them maybe more than any other team. Yeah. And it was always like, all right, well, it's a gun round, but if we don't have at least one judge and maybe 2, then we're trolling because he's coming in, he's coming in close range. He has a judge, and if we don't have one, we're gonna get owned. So that was how we antied them.
Well, contrast that to May, and May, he is an absolute superstar on Jet. Every time, or the 2 times he played Jet, they have won those matches, but he's been playing a lot of Yoru lately.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this kid can kind of do it all. He's been a real pleasure to watch. And I mean, I feel like he can do no wrong at this point. He's leading DFM. I mean, he's leading in almost every statistical metric that we have. And he's doing that in the most competitive league in the world with some of the top duelists. So this is no small feat.
Well, yeah, I was sort of to elevate its point, though, in terms of how they decide to utilize their duelists, and that might be a contributing factor.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you look at DFM's like first duels, again, going back to that point, it's very spread out across their whole team. Like, everybody's taking them, so sometimes you're losing your Sentinel early, sometimes you're losing your smokes. But the counter to that is that, or the value that you're getting is that May is, you know, maybe dropping 3 kills per round, and that's why his stats are so insane.
Yeah. I mean, I just love watching May play, to be honest. I mean, I feel like he's just got that X factor. He's got that source. You'll know as a coach, sometimes you watch those players play and there's just this undefinable star quality that they have. And I think May is just dripping in it.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes you're just like, well, that play was bad, but it worked and it keeps working. So I'm not going to criticize it anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we use the word aura a lot in Valorant, but I think when it comes to May, that aura is definitely there. Now, the map pool hasn't changed very much ever since Nongshim has gone back with Francis on the IGL, but there have been a lot of role swaps for their team. But Elevated, you had some comments about their Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, so again, going back to sort of like scrim experience against them, I thought that they were one of the teams that really kind of understood the deadlock really well. And so when they went away from that on their Lotus comp, back to the Breach, who I think is just one of the weakest agents in the game. He keeps getting nerfed. He got nerfed because Teo was good, not because he was good. And getting rid of the deadlock, and they had kind of an interesting spin on Lotus with like the Neon deadlock that I found very difficult to play against. And then you go back to like the Breach plus, I mean, Waylay is a bit of an interesting agent to play solo. I think it can be good sometimes, but it's definitely better in like double duelist comps. So trying to just put all of the weight on Danby's shoulders on Waylay, where he's not nearly as comfortable on Neon, is a little bit of a risky move, let's put it that way.
I mean, I think also, I feel like part of going back to that Breach must be to help enable Danby that little bit more.
Yeah.
You pair that Neon with the Breach, you have a lot more kind of setup. But again, it's playing for Danby to kind of be the one to go in and get those kills, when I don't necessarily think that's when they're at their best. I think Danby should be okay dying for that space. So I have to agree. I mean, we saw their Lotus against Talon in the opening round of the playoffs, and it did not go well for them.
Yeah, I do think that the Talon match was a little bit of one of those inexperienced moments for Nongshim, because the thing about VCT is that you have to show up on the day consistently, and it kind of felt like they just didn't show up for that map, because Corrode was close, and I think that if they hadn't basically just like been asleep for half of Lotus, the series might have been a lot closer, because I really do think that they're like pretty close to Talon in terms of their skill, but when you give away a map for free, it's very hard to win a series.
Yeah, one thing's for sure is Talon's kind of, been really good with their map vetoes lately. And speaking of map vetoes, let's see what these two teams have decided to go for. What are your expectations? What are you hoping to see?
I mean, I'm very curious what DFM are going to pick. I mean, I do think I kind of wouldn't be surprised if we see them go for Lotus just because it did look so weak for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think we'll probably end up seeing a Sunset at some point. I would really like to see Corrode, just because it's the new map, and I still like to see how the meta is developing there. The Lotus call, I mean, makes sense.
I think it makes so much sense. I mean, this is clearly looking at Nongshim's weakness. But Nongshim come back and pick Ascent. We did see them beat Gen.G on Ascent, so they really do have some potential here. Running that Neon with a Viper, I do believe. So very interesting, different take on the meta there, but it has been successful for them.
Yeah, so back in the day, DFM's only good map, like when you would play them in scrims and like before, was Ascent, and that was like the Art Odin days.
Oh yeah,
it's like you don't want to play this team on Ascent, but every other map is fine.
Yeah.
But now they've evolved as a team, right?
Yeah.
And giving them sort of the curveball of the Viper Ascent, which Nongshim plays very well, could be kind of an interesting pick to take advantage of DFM maybe being locked into like a standard comp kind of mindset.
Maybe that wall, that change on Ascent was good for them. It forced them to just explore other maps that didn't require.
I would love to. I would love to have seen Odd's face when he read that.
It's like, no, what do I do now?
The McDonald's application name.
Poor guy.
We are going to end it with Corrode, which I am very curious to see, and I think there's a high chance we will end up seeing a Corrode today. We're going to see all three maps again. This is lower, so this is high stakes. Lotus, you guys, you were breaking this down a bit earlier, Elevated, with some of the holes in Nongshim's agent comp primarily here. Do you think there are going to be any changes then? I feel like they have to.
Yeah, I mean, they are a tough team to prep for just because they are not afraid to switch comps with like 2 days of time.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised to see a different comp than the one that they ran against Talon. I don't know what it will be. It might still have a breach. I can't make any like promises that it will be better, but at the same time, I would not be surprised to see the Deadlock come back because I really do think that they have one of the best understandings of how this agent works.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. For me, I'm very curious about what RB is going to play. We saw him play the Cypher before. Last match swapped to the Viper, and he was bullied by Talon. They ran at him. They found his site again and again, and he really struggled to hold C. So I want to see what he's going to be coming out with because I think a lot of this onus, especially on their defending side, is going to be on him to put a stop to that aggression of the double duelist that we will almost certainly see from DFM.
And before we go into predictions and all that, we got to do our game, Build Diff. Welcome to the Build Diff game, Elevated, where the winner of this gets Intel Acer Predator Intel laptop, and it's pretty sick. I won the last one, and I'm looking to win it again, and that's why
you got to shut that down.
Yeah, the analysts hate me.
I've heard about this all year. It doesn't stop.
Yeah, I'm in second place right now, so.
It's close. We're close.
Yeah. So you're welcome to this game. Let's look at Mika's team first. She has Mei, Francis, Foxy Nix, Pharaoh, Akame. I think this is pretty solid. The fact that she put 2 DFM members here, though, I think
a lot of confidence.
A lot of confidence in,
Mika.
in this.
Yeah, I mean, Mika notoriously not good at this game, unfortunately. But this is one of the least troll teams I've seen from.
No, yesterday's was her least troll team. I mean, putting the thing is, if they play a duelist, it's -5 points, so that's tough. Some risky play. So maybe she has a lot of faith in him. Akame, Mei is actually a huge fan of Akame. He's said that in interviews before, so maybe she's believing in him. And I think I agree. How can I not put Mei? I was debating to put him in the flex role actually because he gets so many kills, and then I was like, that's a little troll. I won't do that. Decided to go with Munchkin Man today. We got Xpharaoh. Again, RRQ was a little bit hard to choose. I almost picked Cushy today, because maybe he could have popped off when they beat Gen.G. That's usually when Cushy is playing really well, but I didn't. Going with Persia and Karan. This was really hard. I had like 5 iterations for today, and this is the one I ended up landing on. Pilski, I believe, copied my homework again.
This is 2 days in a row now. I mean, you can't overtake him if you have the same team.
I know, and we clearly have the same kind of approach to this game, which is why we're always in the top 2 for stage 1 and now stage 2. Big time. Let's go through yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my team is actually unfortunately similar to Mika's, which scares me. So if you can put my name up on there, and the only real difference that I have is if you take off Arcame, put Foxy9 as the flex.
Oh, that's good.
And Caron is my smokes player.
Ah, this is a very good roster. I think this is really solid. I mean, who knows? Maybe Akame is going to do something crazy today, but this is also really solid. I think it's only going to be like 1 or 2 points difference today, and
we're all on a similar wavelength.
Yeah.
But we did get you to choose a team as well for the day, Elevator, to compete against us and try and limit our points for the day. So talk us through your team.
Yes.
I believe these are your players that are different to
what
ours.
What an interesting... Okay, I already saw the first one.
I have been known to overcook at times.
Okay, okay.
Preface that.
Okay.
However, I think that Jemkin is being massively underrated. May, very basic pick, I'm not going to lie. This guy is an absolute demon with the operator, and Gen.G is one of the slowest playing teams in the league, which gives a lot of opportunities to find those picks. So I think that he's sort of like a sneaky play. Let's see.
Who was your initiator? Was it Francis?
Yes, I picked Francis for my initiator.
I think you've just taken that off the board, Nick.
It's okay.
Oh, I did, sorry.
No, we've got it, it's fine.
Found another one. Like I was saying earlier on, I think Francis has been playing super, super well.
Yeah.
I think his KO is really, really good. And just in general, he is one of those players that will like find moments to pop off for his team, and calling around himself potentially. Get those stats up, my boy. Okay, smokes. I think I had
smokes.
I had Karen, because Caron, as I like to say, is he's just like one of the scariest players to play against. His sheriff is insane. His double TPs are nasty. He finds so many good timings, and he's like the rock that Gen.G kind of relies on. I mean, they have a lot of rock, let's be honest. But
okay, so he's your smokes.
Karen is my smokes. My sentinel is Jinboon, because I needed a DFM player.
Yeah.
But he's had some...
He went up massive last time.
Honestly,
he helped me win once.
My whole theory here is that Nongshim is going to win, but when Jinboon pucks off, they usually are losing because May's stats are not very good. And Jinboon
that's
he's
clever.
vacuuming up all those stats. And then my last player, yes, I'm taking the minus points because I'm a Nongshim believer today.
Oh, this is crazy.
We're
This
putting
was
Danby in there.
This was my roster except with May at the bottom here.
Again,
but
basic. We're going all in on Nongshim today.
That is left field. I gotta say I respect it. I mean, I'm still angry at Jinboon because he cost me a win because he went crazy on that Haven.
I love him for it.
And that upset me. Fundamentally, but I mean, I think we've all on a similar wavelength apart from you today, Elevated. But I like the way you're thinking.
I really like it. This was basically the big two ways I was thinking, because you got to outstrat everyone. You got to do something a little bit different to win this, right? And you have two duelists like that. Dammy was a choice, though. You went for Dammy instead of May, who you just explained really farms those stats. So why did you pick? Oh, because you think Nongshim's gonna win.
I think Nongshim's gonna win,
okay.
and I think that Dammy's going to be a big part of that. They're going to put him on Neon. They're going to set him up. And the thing is, the way that Nongshim plays, if they are running you over, May is not going to get very many opportunities to like get stats, right? Whereas if Danby is running in and killing 3 people to start every single round, you're good to go.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting. This is going to be a really exciting build diff day.
Gamble.
It is.
Respect it.
It is definitely a gamble here, and we get extra points, of course, if we end up beating here. But let's talk about our prediction. So you said Nongshim's going to end up winning today. This is the minority. I think I'm totally on the fence for both matches, to be frank. I'm kind of like 50-50 on this. I think DFM has had more time to prep, and that's why I ended up leaning this way. Morgan, why did you go for DFM?
Yeah, I like that prep advantage, and also I was very underwhelmed by Nongshim against Talon. Like you say, I think it was a bit of an off-map. Corrode was closer, but I think you can't afford to be having those big lapses when we're here in the playoffs, because I think DFM have the tools that they need to take advantage of you. If you start as slow as you did against Talon, May will be there. He will be able to stop you because they are competent enough in the server. So I think that's it for me. I was a little bit too underwhelmed by Nongshim.
Okay, and do you want to fully state why you are picking, how confident are you with a Nongshim win today?
I would probably say like 65-70%.
Okay.
I just genuinely think that Nongshim is a very good team. Like, I felt them in the server, and it didn't feel good to play against them. Whereas I've scrimmed against DFM a decent amount of times, and like they're good, but I think Nongshim has like the X factor that we were talking about with the Duelists, where if they are on, like you are not beating them. And I've never felt that or seen that from DFM.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, that is so interesting. I think on paper, I agree with you. I don't know if that's true, but I agree with you on that here. But I think DFM has a slight edge. Also, Tokyo is like where the finals are. I think there's a little bit of, you know, national pride buff coming into play. A lot of the intangibles, but who really knows? With this, we're going to send it down to the stage. Before that, thank you so much, Elevated, for joining us here at the desk. And we're going to start the day with DFM facing off against Nongshim in this elimination playoffs match.
Let's fly.
Nongshim Red Force.
It's VCT Pacific playoffs, and it's day one of eliminations. We got Nongshim here looking more promising than ever, especially with Francis back on that IGL role, and RB joining the roster a couple weeks ago and being a huge asset to the coaching staff.
Yeah, first time in the playoffs here for Nongshim. They've got some of those playoff nerves out of the way, up against Talon in the upper bracket, played them very close on at least one map, and they want to keep the dream alive. They want to make a heroic run all the way to the end of the bracket and try to keep themselves in Pacific here.
And they will be facing off against DFM, this Japanese team. This is their very first time in playoffs, and Akame is definitely going to enjoy every moment of it. Now, this team, if you guys remember, in 2023, they had 0 match wins, a total of 0. And now they are 80% match win rate here in stage 2.
Yeah, the DFM boat has left the harbor, looking to go wave by wave all the way to Paris. But it's going to be a long road, starting here in the lower bracket. No mistakes allowed from this team, but I think they're feeling more confident than ever.
Oh yeah, they are absolutely vibing on the stage, and you need to be relaxed when you are on an elimination game, because you know what? It's a do or die.
Oh, absolutely. They want to try to make sure they're able to make the run, not only to Paris, but to Tokyo.
Yeah,
they want to
Tokyo's
get
massive.
some home crowd advantages going. Whoa, we get a tie.
All right.
Sorry, guys, there's no ties here. We cannot go, 2-2 today. One of you will win.
It's going to be a long day. I'm feeling an overtime or something like that here. And now we have our map, Veto. Pilsky, thanks for joining us back on the desk. What do you think of this map, Veto, so far?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I think DFM are backing themselves with that double Duelist on Lotus. They want to try to take on this Waylay comp that Nongshim's been running lately. For Nongshim, they picked a set. It's a map that they used to try to avoid, but I got to give them the benefit of the doubt. I thought they had an extremely questionable veto against Gen.G as well, and they really proved me wrong. They were able to dismantle Gen.G on Lotus and Ascent back-to-back. If they could do it against Gen.G, you're damn sure they could do it against DFM here.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest, I would be so hyped for a Corrode map 3 as well. I hope we get there. I love the DFM comp when they're playing the Waylay there. I think it's so good, and I would love to see more of it.
At the same time, Nongshim played Talon very close, and for me, Talon might be the best team here. Outside of Paper X, Talon is looking very good, so if you're able to push, a team of Talon's caliber that close on Corrode, then I'm feeling very confident for Nongshim overall well, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. You're one of the 2 people who picked for Nongshim today. So I think that's a fair take. There were some question marks about the use of the Waylay here, so I wonder if this is something they're going to keep using, but surely.
I don't see much of a reason to change it, really. They just beat Gen.G with it, but they are going to change it up. They're going to go back to their old comp. Francis on the fade in it. You're going to have, you know, Danby, Neon. It's a day that ends in Y. RB staying on the Viper, though. I agree with your sentiment. He was a little isolated and picked off by Talon there, but the big thing is the deadlock is back in for Ivy. It's his comfort agent.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Elevator talk about just how good they were with that deadlock, so it's great to see them go back to that. No changes on the side of DFM, sticking with that double duelist of Mei and Akame on the Yoru and the Raze. They've been so good here in the past, so let's see how it plays out today.
All right, well, this is going to be a spicy one between DFM and Nongshim, so I'm really excited to start with Lotus. Seems like changes are already afoot, so we're going to get brand new VALORANT happening today. We got our 2 casters who are going to take us through the very first elimination day. We got Achilles and Corrode.
That's right, a spicy day of Valorant, but I particularly love spicy food. So I am ready for all the spice, all the action here in this series. But as Victoria just said, Corrode, unfortunately, it is time to send some teams home. It is time to shatter dreams and bring some 2025 seasons to an end.
Which is really sad as well, because Nongshim, you know, they're one of our Ascension teams here, and they are fighting for their life, essentially. If they can do a lower bracket run here and get in towards top 1 and 2 to chance, they actually do stay in Pacific instead of going back down in towards Ascension. But on the flip side, for a team like DFM, we heard it from Vic as well. 0 wins 2023, this time outstanding performances, first playoffs occurrence, and if they are able to do a run, it's actually going to be Boom Esports that may get knocked out of Ascension. So there is actually a hell of a lot that is going in this series.
That there is. And for Boom, praying for the downfall here of DFM. The DFM looking to go where they have never gone before. Every step forward is new territory for this organization. We'll see just how far this ship can make it. The waters, they've been choppy, and so far they're still staying afloat.
Just got to see if they can dodge a couple of the whirlpools, that's for sure. Sunken ship or some burnt noodles. For the results of today. Quick one, of course, for Nongshim, out towards rubble already, and Debbie!
Well, he's just going to be dealt with there, but Jan quickly going to be traded back as Persia is able to find the opening there into tree. Look to rotate over is Mei, but doesn't have access to the site quite just yet. Is waiting for all of these players from DFM to continue to get clustered up. Prowler checks around the back of rubble. They're making sure that A lobby is going to be empty, not wanting to have to deal with any late flanks coming through. So now they're going to be feeling pretty confident and comfortable that all of Nongshim are playing forward on the site. As RB now going to be spotted, swinging out. Does get a good amount of damage in, but cannot find any kills. Ends up along the wayside here is Persia holding it back at drop. The other 2 players here at backside. Smoke going to be cycled forward. Mei take it down. Akame quick to trade it, but Persia now striking, finding himself another multi-frag round. Persia continues to deliver. And that's going to be Nongshim finding the opening pistol.
Well, you want to talk about shaking off some nerves coming into an elimination series like this one. Nongshim, a team that in the past, you know, haven't really felt a lot of losses throughout their Ascension run in towards Pacific. New learning curves, new growths. They got a bit of slapping happening in towards the playoffs and just beforehand. So you come in towards this series, you hope to have a good start on a map that you kind of got exploited on a previous agent composition as well by Talon. I'm thinking to myself, DFM running double duelist, they might look to play that sort of trickery as well. But getting a quick, fast pistol like that from Nongshim is going to go quite the distance for them, you'd assume.
This is something that I'm very much going to have my eyes trained on throughout the remainder of this map in particular. RB was very much getting shut down with regularity versus Talon, was trying to go on those lurks and constantly getting picked off, whether it was A lobby or outside of C, both from the attacking and defending standpoint. Need to have a very strong performance from him if they want to have any hope of closing this one out. But it's a good start with that pistol. And he's been able to join in with the rest of the squad. Once again, Taking Point does just have that ghost. So if he's the one that goes down, if he's going to be the sacrificial lamb for the squad, they're more than happy with that.
I'll just see what damage DFM can do in this pistol, really.
A little bit of added presence here from Persia, trying to back this up, but the door is just going to do a full rotation. A tap again here from Mei, but no real opportunity to try to push out of this position. Swinging, couple shots gonna go flying. He finds a little smattering of damage out there as Persia looks for a little bit more. Will be able to find a second. Weapon drops down, RB looking forward, needing to win this one, does not. It could be the Vandal scooped up, but says we'll just go down to the spike alongside May as Nongshim start things off to 0. One gun gonna be lost.
Yeah, I think seeing the iterations through Nongshim as well with RB joining into this roster, we've seen, you know, him taking IGL duties back towards Francis, and we've seen a little bit more propelling from Nongshim. So I think that's a bit of a bonus for them, and coming in towards this map as well here. The fact that we're seeing comfort roles for the team, right? Danby back on this Neon, Ivy back on this Deadlock. I think having them be in a very comfortable situation, just agent-wise, is gonna be a massive thing for them as well. Like, don't get me wrong, Danby on the Waylay, that ace v ace was amazing, but the team still felt just a bit disconnected.
It certainly had its issues there. Quick little exit out. Particularly worth mentioning, the Vandal was the weapon loss, so they lost the most expensive gun they had, but RP gonna find some value. Danby across the map is able to do just that, but May trying to hold the door is only gonna be good for one. And that does give a player advantage here to the side of Nongshim as they look to try to get this bonus converted. Jinbong trying to spam through, trying to see if he can just get a stray pick here, but now the push comes in from Francis. With some damage exchange between the two as the regen shield kicks in.
Zest is going to have to set up the paranoia and smoke here, you'd assume, to try and get Jinbong in. Get some sort of crossfire and clearance in towards the site, but you've just got to contend with all this post-plant Deadlock utility. Difficult.
And they know that they've got you bottled in because of the barrier mesh, so it's really only going to be one possible avenue of approach without the door being tapped. So Haunt reveal on the 2. That sets up Assess to be taken down. Jinbong is going to try to backpedal out of here. Will be able to find a kill on a Persia, but now needs to head for the hills. As the chase will come through, Ivy going to see if he can try to get some line of sight here. And as he's bounding through the spawn, just about makes it around the corner, down in towards stairs. Seems like he has successfully escaped. So we'll be able to hold on to this weapon, but that is still going to be a 3-0 start here for Nongshim. Is just a hair off.
No, that's a really good place round for Nongshim, to be honest with you. Great lurk from RB, playing the A lobby, extreme, nice and good. I think the biggest highlight for me is actually that Nongshim are in, coordinated, getting the trades. All of those battles around the C side of things were essentially very well traded for Nongshim. And I talk about the agents as well. If you're getting this Deadlock still alive in a post-plan scenario, it is going to be so difficult for DFM to get in. If you're not playing on the back of a May potential dimensional drift or a Kame with a showstopper and the team backing them up, those rounds are going to come a little bit later on because this one's just that hero rifle that a Kame has.
RB wise to this potential pinch in from behind. Akame does have the Phantom in hand, but it's not going to be able to find too much of anything there. There's a barrier mesh now down on stairs. Still GN holding within the site itself. You do have all of DFM widely clustered up in position to try to counteract this. How much can they get done with these classics is going to be the question. It's the counter swing out. May able to find one with the Sheriff. Danby going to be taken down. GN recovers that weapon. Does manage to find Francis. Timing on the clone. Persia flash has to tuck back around the corner. And GN goes crazy out of the smoke. Ivy now in a 1v2. He does have the Annihilation, and maybe if he gets that shot on the May, he tries for it, but it's going to be a thrifty for DFM to go ahead and jumpstart the engine.
That's a bit rough for Nongshim, but for DFM to start off the affair with a thrifty round 2, not really even a Kame with that rifle. He was out of the picture. It's the pistols setting up a couple of crossfires. Sheer strength in numbers, angling around the dark cover, angling around some great angles from GN. Again, another player, when we talk about rookies stepping up this year, this stage, we're seeing a lot of them just be really comfortable in this tier 1 space.
You know, across the stage, we started seeing, you know, the GN that was promised, basically.
Yeah.
He comes out of solo queue and had high expectations, wasn't really able to hit that stride for quite some time. Quick little exit here from Akame, not wanting to overstay to try to get that orb. Wisely gives up the space.
Speaking about high expectations as well, a lot of a premium put on May's shoulders, you'd think too. He needs that massive performance, you feel like, for some really good strengths of DFM to be continuing. He was essentially with the team last series and was a bit shaky, which is crazy.
Expect somebody to hit that peak the entire time. Annihilation's going to be there, and not much damage is going to be found. And now, because of that barrier match, they cannot try to bail him out. Danby just sliding forward here onto the B side, is able to find the hero of the previous round. So GN dead, and May here with this operator.
Spike planted.
And pretty aggressively is stuck back and avoid that seize. The 3v5, not too much damage dealt. Call to save may have already been made here.
That would be a pretty rough one for DFM as well. May will hold the operator, but not able to do too much with it here. Hoping for a good line of sight in the next round as there's a slight little hunt on. See if you can remove any of these guns. So you know DFM are saving around A. RB just looking for any little stragglers. A flawless round for Nongshim here is actually going to protect their economy as well, which is going to give them a couple of better chances going forward, considering that the first round that they do drop was that 50. You're joking me.
Let's just move on.
Wipe it off.
Yeah,
it's all good. Laugh it off.
At least a little chuckle about it, but you know what? Let's just, yeah.
You just came into a little, you know, tidal wave effect, way off yonder. You know, nothing too serious at the moment.
One man overboard. That's okay. There's plenty more on the boat.
You can throw some life rafts over to him.
Anyone feeling
Lots of light shields going into this round for DFM, but my eyes are going to be on towards that operator of May and the stacking of players towards this A site for the standard util combos. RB on lurk duties again, but it's looking like another fast one for Nongshim to be. Held out by the util for now.
Okay, that's on that one, and a quick pump of the brakes here from the side of Nongshim. Coming now alone behind Rubble. Little bit of damage on the jiggle there. Giving over to Francis. He's going to try to still hold this, and oh man, what a quick little micro readjust to find that headshot. Francis does trade it back, so still going to be a 1-for-1.
You do have this long line again with the operator. How do you get out behind this wall? It's Francis! Oh, that timing.
Would have been a monstrous kill to be found there, but Gen found asleep at the wheel. RB now reopening this B site. Smoke on towards upper. That cuts off May. Finding value with the off. Going to prove to be difficult, but Jinbung does try to hold the door, but as he re-swings, he's going to be taken down. And Cess attempting this little pinch in from that C connector side. He's only able to find damage, not a kill.
Jinbung also got the Nightfall off that kill, so if he was able to disconnect for a little bit and reset, he would have been able to find it. Purge gets Cess.
And May is gone, so that's the operator now on the floor. 5-1, Nongshim looking fantastic here on this attack, and DFM got to be considering a timeout, and we see the timer paused.
Yep, time to go to the captain's quarters and have a little chit-chat. Got to scrub the deck a little bit better here. DFM, the operator, not a lot of value. A couple of individual duels in this one as well from the guys over at DFM. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Nongshim together as a unit, behind Darby, getting in towards the site, getting the trades where required. I think RB is getting away with a little bit more in this series as well on the attacking side with his lurks and his added information as opposed to that Talon game specifically as well. So kind of the best start that you want for Nongshim Red Force in this series so far. You know, you've got the map pick of DFM to consider this Lotus.
And this is, yeah, pretty brutal spot to be in, even with starting on this defending side. Just the form that Nongshim appears to be in by comparison, that's the big concerning factor here. So DFM, after a timeout call, they're going to be able to find that second round win. Still plenty of opportunities, plenty of time to try to rescue this half. We haven't really been seeing that spark. Really allows you to allot the faith towards that comeback coming through.
And for DFM as well, a team that if they're getting 6 to 6 in the half or something like that, they're going to be competitive. But if they are quite trailing at the half, we've not really seen monstrous things come back and resuscitate them.
Trying to go for a crunch play here into lobby. Kamei just lobbing that into the corner. It's going to find an immense amount of damage. He's at 1 HP. And they might just think that it's empty, given that he didn't get a kill.
Didn't even reveal himself. No shots fired or anything like that.
Well, obviously, Sky out of the meta. No heals, no Sage here on this map. But also no spot on the Boombot. May now getting the bad news, has to go ahead and gate crash out, and that sends him a world away back across towards the C site. A little bit slower to scale up as Nongshim, but find themselves here at Switch. Just get tapped. May looking for that jump, that little moment, trying to get the catch there on the Persia. He cannot do so, and in fact loses his life. Ivy pushing forward, that last member scaling past Rubble. Able to find value. Now the spike is going to be planted.
You got to consider it has to be a proper retake here for DFM. Haunt and Nightfall to go in, but it's the counter one from Nongshim.
Just catches on the 2. Jinbong maybe just waiting this out. Giving it a consideration here. Waiting for the timing. Now sending it, but already a decent amount of time has gone by. Don't have their audio. Turn to the flash. Not getting the spot there, but it's a good amount of counter spam. Is Jinbong going to be taken down over a drop? The spot on the Mei. He just cannot find it. Somehow it's a flawless with RB living through the round with 1 HP. In response to the timeout, that is just brutality. No mercy being shown here by Nongshim at all.
That's crazy. Akame and Jinbong on the back of that toxic screen as well, getting a lot of information, especially when you got that gate crash away. Darby with the relay bolt pushing Mei to the other side of the map. I'm kind of thinking to myself, Nongshim, you're walking into a position where there's a couple of members that can start to spray you through the wall, but there's no spray attempts from DFM in towards the A site, and it's a massive hold. Another flawless round to come through from Nongshim.
Bounding forward, I mean, Gen's just going to be run down.
And that's the C site. Straight open.
Needed the peel back way faster than that. Overstays on the angle, and the Stinger at that range is not able to get much of anything done. Good headshot. We'll find Dambi. May looking for a little bit more. Puts a couple players low. Potentially be finished off here. That paint shell, well placed. Should be able to just about find a kill. Seizes in, but gets far enough away to be able to survive.
Love this from RB.
Oh, and it's well, now going red. Now very much known. Yeah, great little register there from Jinbong. Finds that. It's going to be a weapon collected. Spike still not yet planted, so still with an opportunity to try to play this one out.
Ivy has already set up all this util on the C side as well, so you know Nongshim wanted to stay here regardless.
Paranoia at the ready. Persia very much has one of his own. Haunt over the top, gets the reveal on Akame, and he takes so much damage and will be finished off. As Persia's instantaneous to deal with Jinbong, and Dambi will go ahead and seal the deal with a 3-piece. So 7-1 the scoreline. Nongshim already favored at the half. And it could be by a pretty monumental amount.
Oh, you can just see how comfortable Nongshim are in this at the moment. RB very, very comfortable in going for a lot of these flanks on this attacking side. The team very well coordinated with Darby finding the space and the team just setting up in these post plants, setting up with the trades together as a team. Good post plant utility, good timing. And again, crosshair placement as well is actually looking pretty impeccable. They're able to shoot in this series as opposed to the early starts that they had against Talon and the shakiness that came out in the beginning of that one. But now my eyes go to DFM. A must-win round. Mei has Dimensional Drift. It's the first time he's been able to get it online in Death last round. Are they going to be able to try and maximize things here for a best 7-5 scoreline? Or will Nongshim just run away with this?
At the moment, given what we've been seeing, it feels like it's almost certainly the latter. Spam from Akame not connecting. He's able to pull back away, but Dambi again on these entries is just so deadly. Tested taken down, and now the overdrive is up.
Bit of a scare tactic at the moment in a deficit retake for DFM.
These barrier meshes continue to be a thorn on their side. Cleared out. Bush getting ready to come through stairs. Persia still holding very far back over by Rubble. And he doesn't really even need to get that involved. He does peek to find one. Mei quickly exiting back over towards stairs, but he's got no way out from here. They have read this like a book. It's going to be another flawless, another round win. Nongshim looking to make very quick work of DFM.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I'm kind of looking at this series right now on this map, and I'm comparing it in my head to what DRX's occurrence was against Nongshim in that 13-11 that DRX won, right? Slight little role shifts in that series earlier on in week number 1 that one was played out, where it was actually RB on the Fade and Francis on the Viper who had a massive carry performance. They've switched agents here, which I think is a little bit more comfortable for Francis, and still allowing RB to go for a lot of these lurks. And they're just showing that again.
Damage tucking back behind the rock. Good amount of damage out there from the paint shell, and the kill found on to Francis. Best start for DFM.
But can they close? That's the thing, right? when they had so many opening frags against T1, 11 compared to 8, and they're losing that map 13-6. That did not bode well in those 5 versus 4 conversions.
DFM is very much trying to keep them contained here on this side of the map. So the pit does go up. Oh, okay. Akame decided to come alive. Finds himself a third. Downbeat will be able to just go ahead and break the wrist there. Finds the kill, that leaves RB all alone. Decayed down, seized in position. Haunt cleared. May on the peak will be able to find it. So fairly clean round for DFM. It's the best that they can hope for from here. It's going to be that 8-4. Even then, it would feel like a massive reprieve.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, kind of necessary in my mind right now, unless we are going to see a lot of strengths from them on the flip, on the attack, and be able to maximize this double duelist. I mean, you look at this round, there's a lot of just vision blocking that Akame is able to find a couple of great shots in there, and then you've got the helpful handing of just having numbers around that A site as well for a couple of crossfires, a couple of shots available at the ready. An adjustment for Nongshim immediately to the C site where there is the trap set up from DFM.
Sees Nate out, Haunt cleared, Paranoia's been expended. And now May, yes, sliding in straight out of B main, able to find one. Once again, they're gonna have a very strong suspicion that they have these players boxed in. DFM starting to look a bit more like themselves as Downbeat will be able to find one back, but falls to 30 HP and RB's been noted on that flank.
One enemy remaining.
Final spot, final kill, Gen with the 2. Again, just Akame on the floor. It's another round win here for the side of DFM.
And it's not isolated this time as well. Doubling down, definitely looking to triple at the tail end of this half. But the massive effort that Nongshim have already presented in this half still gives them another bye coming into this last round. We are finally seeing a bit more commanding play come through from DFM though. An idea of the C mound control, a bit of a push up through pillars as well to get out of dodge after the frag and cordoning off RB on the lurk. So a little bit more coordinated for DFM in that round. But it's not enough to push Nongshim in for a timeout or anything to discuss things before this last round of the half.
Ooh,
Francis just whisks the bullet on by.
No, they're still feeling very confident in their position here for the moment, but seeing that confidence very much brimming and building here for DFM. Showstopper does get invested here, not going to be able to find the kill. That goes the way of May. Still going to be happy with that as Clone will just go ahead and eat the shot for him.
A bit of a bright side as well. Baiting out the clone means that you're not going to be cocooning that.
Hello.
If that would come into fruition. But yeah, Francis on the dry line. Just walks into the crosshair of GN.
Swings back around the other side of Mound as well, trying to just shift up the angles here. It looks like Nongshim not wanting to try to play into that operator. Showing some respect to Jin's ability. There's Haunt reveal onto Downbeat. And that likely means Jin, but ooh! I was going to say stays put, but no, peeks out for a little bit more.
Yeah, the way DFM lose this round is by faltering and giving up heads to Nongshim.
While falling, Dumbbell spotted, May able to collect one more. Paranoia going to be sent out just for Persia to try to buy himself a little bit of space. Downbeat does maybe have an opportunity to try to get the jump on them here. TP into the B site. Downbeat here, ready, waiting, striking May. Now dead. Gen going to be noted. Oh, no, he's trying to go for a little bit of a Lakia there, but time is starting to get away from him. And Persia just cannot do it all. Akame is the last one standing this time. Will be able to get DFM up to a 4th round win.
Yeah, a bit of a recovery, and in a lot of people's minds, I would say a necessary one, given just the steamrolling that we've seen and the confidence brimming over on Nongshim's side. But it's those aggressives that are coming out from DFM that is really successive for those tail ends. It's that operator as well, actually allowed to kind of sit on the right lines and point and click. So that is a bit better for DFM, but now that's going to switch things up on the exchange of the half, so they're going to have to reset themselves in the way they're going to be tackling things, because that double duelist on the defense for them is played slightly different on the attacking side. I'm looking to see what they're going to be able to pivot with this Yoru over towards the A site, where, you know, Paper X, for example, and what we saw Talon start to understand with the Yoru comp on this map is what space you can gather and bait over at A rubble before ultimately ending in a C, these sort of things.
Off to see. It feels like DFM starting to wake up, starting to remember the caliber of players that they absolutely can be and have been on this stage.
I mean, main number 1, he's been so consistent week after week after week. Neon is
abstaining.
Abstaining?
Well, I mean, they seem to be abstaining. I think they're trying to get the vote.
Yeah.
But They're just more than happy to just be like, no, I like Dambi.
Throw him on anything.
Met or Melee? Well,
Melee sounds better.
well, yeah, one of these has just like a much better name. Because if you go with Met, that makes you think of like the Mets, the baseball team in America. They're horrible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. From New York.
You don't like that?
No.
Find you.
Well, it's the change-up. DFM on the attacking side. Let's see if they are going to be able to sail themselves on their own map pick here to success, or if not, you know, patch some holes in that hull.
I was curious how many nautical references we're going to get injected into this one.
I could throw many in. Roll out of side of rubble, but you've got the 4 stack for Nongshim over at the A site.
4 stack plus the util here. They're going to be able to clear these out. Relay bolt set from down to try to delay, and May going to be taken down. That's a big haunt reveal. Spots out 3 from that stair side.
They can reset though. May is gone.
I mean, they could go for a pivot. They could just try to crunch their way into the B site, but they haven't explored that side of the map at all. So now they're going to look to try to do so.
Got Ivy, who's currently on the link side of things towards C as well, but it is territory gained for DFM over on this B site. They can start to set up their plant. The Nongshim want to go quick or not?
May going to be taken down, trying to take point down on Ivy, collecting 2. Jinbong able to fight back for 1, still full HP. Sess trying to push forward here in towards upper, and eventually just managed to find that right-click kill, but now he is all alone. The spike not planted for him. Smoke over to the side, but Francis just disrespects that, swings out in front. That's going to be both pistols going the way of Nongshim. Now up 9-4.
Does it incentivize you to force up here for DFM and cut a couple of corners to go into this next round? You did get the plant. You are trailing a lot. Or do you feel a little bit more comfortable just to take a bit of an L coming into this anti-eco, see what damage you can do, maybe come away with another thrifty? Otherwise, just to the norm, Nongshim would get double digits, and then you got to hope to just win that anti-bonus, not drop it like you did last time. I mean, it is a lot of back foot plays now that DFM have to consider. It is just going to be the investment of the Sheriff for a car, mate. See what he can do. As they are locked out of A by the util for now. Orb gathered as well for Nongshim.
A little bit of a cut of the noise here. Some footsteps made from Nongshim, though, as they go shifting around. Quick little jump spot from May. Identifies them, but the swing is getting ready to come through the side. Dambi, quick little reposition, and Francis is just spamming, spraying and praying with the good old Spectre that continues to rise in popularity here. In the end, just the 1 casualty. This time, plenty of weapons going to be saved over, as it's another clean anti-eco.
2 Bulldogs, 2 Spectres, and whatever Dambi wants to go. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Bucky or something like that with his performances, especially on this map as well. Do remember a C site endeavor for him with the Bucky going on in and then sprays coming through snake bites and poison clouds and such. It's always exciting in frantic duels. France is collecting on 3 there, is going to get ever so closer to a nightfall as well. I do believe it was him prioritized on the orb gathering, but now the rifle's out for DFM. A quicker battle at A.
Oh, the hunt reveals. Oh! On both sides are absolutely monstrous. Akame's only able to find the one now. It's both Duelists dead. Just able to find one. Jinbong trying to hold his footing here as Francis, dancing around rubble, is still able to find more value as Jian ends up getting dinged down to 10. RB, a very workable clutch here for him.
Early.
Just get here very early, but it looks like Sess may be catching a glimpse there. He just banks a bite around the corner. That would be Jian dead. Instead, Jian will just hand it to him, but Sess tucking back and manages to win out this anti-bonus round, but barely so.
That is mighty close. Imagine if the roles were reversed and it wasn't Jian that went into that dark cover, but Sess, and he loses his life, and then it's Francis getting the dink earlier on that could just get him finished. That has got to be a breath and a sigh of relief for DFM in that anti-bonus round. You'd assume the haunts are gorgeous, as you say, from both of the teams. And I'm just surprised that Francis was able to do as much damage around the rubble as he actually did. DFM, though, they will take the rounds to contest against a proper buy round now. A bit of more commanding space and control over at Mound for Nongshim. The pivot to B.
They're able to make a go of this round. DFM, their economy could balloon up. Triple face out into main, and it's a 3K for RP! instantly just melted him down, and May is only going to be good for one. And well, any hope of getting that economy rolling, that has been silenced.
And they know he's here from the door.
Yep, this is a bearish market at the moment here for the side of DFM. As Gen is well and truly locked into a prison here. Even just getting spammed through the wall. Whittled away at, and there you go. Ivy will put him down nice and easy. 11-5. Nongshim not skipping a beat. And RB, I want to see this back from his perspective because that was masterful.
I mean, I've always been impressed with RB's macro ability, right, when it comes to the game of Valorant from Pacific and from CN.
See actual 1-2.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Francis, of course, calling. With some involvement from RB too. Just want to see massive confidence. I mean, if we've got confidence from everyone in the server and we're seeing a couple more of those bits from DFM, it'll be very electric here. Now you're putting your focal point on May with this rifle.
Well, no, May does have that rifle for a reason. Puts him down, but Dami now in around the back. Quickly collects two. Francis able to find Jinbook at the same time. The overdrive is going to be popped. Akame here around the box. Able to go ahead and finish the job. Brings it now into a 2v2. The showstopper also going to be online here for DFM. Ivy, however, in position. And is instantaneous with the shot. Gen's made all the noise in the world. Yep, that's just going to be a grab on the net. And this allows for Persia to just get closer to stack up on this angle.
Yep, double up. You've got Persia with the dark covers as well. Would be very difficult for Gen here with a sting up. Would love a bit of an upgrade, but they're all down towards pillars. And you don't really get in there where the spike is because that's an expected position to come in towards. He's just got to try and find some timing here, you'd assume, with the Nongshim lads looking the wrong way. And it's not a comfortable gun to be saving into a potential last round of the map either, so you just have to bloody give this a go.
Will. Now noted. Sliding down, scaling forward here as cleanly as one possibly can, but
left.
I mean, you've got 180 crossfire set up.
Gravnet's back as well if you want to.
20 seconds remaining.
Locked out for another 12.
And another smoke cycled forward. 13 seconds. Has to kill him. Can't find the first. Persia will be able to find the headshot there. It's 12-5. Nongshim looking to bring this Lotus to as swift of a conclusion as they suffered versus Talon.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of bait from RB, if you even want to call it that. It was a distraction to allow Dambi just to get the high gear on around C. No presence, no flank watch to come through from DFM in that round. They're wanting to do a bit of a faster B pop, and it just gets pulled out from under them. Not allowed. 7 map points now for Nongshim on DFM's choice of Lotus, but DFM, a lot of ults available in this one.
Showstopper in towards B, but nothing there. Just a trap around the corner. So, well, they know exactly where the showstopper is. Rocket lobbed in, finding nothing. Gen holding here within the smoke. Doesn't get either. Just gets taken down and out. Jinbong, they know exactly where he's at. Trying to sprint away.
Spike planted.
Little slide back there from Dambi as the Nightfall will go around the back. Connect on to 2. TP passed it there from Persia, able to dodge it. So does have the audio to try to relay for his teammates. Ivy looking for the entry into upper. Does get shut down. Akame with a nice shot. Puts him on the floor. Sees towards the connector. Things starting to get chaotic. The fast lane going to be popped. Francis trying to go up and over the top. The dimensional drift is there, and May might just find himself as the last one standing, so he tries to go for the exit out of that one. Akame is able to find one more, finds his second, but cannot do anything else. But May will bail them out when they need him the most. The quick 2K on the back end and narrowly survive. Stops that defuse with not even a second to spare.
Oh, he went into the drift, and I thought the kills being collected from Nongshim, that was going to be done. Pops out of the drift and is just isolated from the dark cover smoke over towards main. But he just comes out with some, I don't even know if I want to call it expected May aim, because we've not really seen it too much in this map yet. But if that's going to be the decisive blow that he needed to awaken in towards this series, then it has to start there. Given a lifeline, that's 1 round out of 7 that they need to gather here, so it's 12-6. And DFM going to have to reset themselves with their second timeout here too. They need to try and maximize everything they possibly can to keep afloat.
They're going to run this back from here. It's going to be a tilter, you would think, for Nongshim.
I mean, we've seen it before as well, right? The massive comebacks do throw your head in a little bit of a mindset. The 12-3, most notable so far here in Pacific, I think, this stage, this realm around.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, that was a doozy. So DFM gonna look to see if they can echo the same here. 12-5, obviously, slightly more workable than a 12-3, but in the same ilk.
And for Nongshim, looking to play this out as friends, not as mates.
Be gentle.
We'll see if they can go ahead and bring this to a conclusion. 6 chances to do so. Bucky in hand.
Just got to 100% this one, DFM. Need to balance your economy as well as gathering these rounds.
Oh, GN. You are on an island and you
Not even
are
one.
dead. The island is sunk into the ocean.
Well, you do have the sea site at least as a bit of territory that you gain, I'd like to say.
Still some damage going to be suffered. RB tagged here, just lingering within the smoke.
How is he
Sees
alive?
on Persia, holds him back. I mean, he's playing this patiently. That means that he can catch them off guard. He's able to find one. Persia, another. Dombi just slides forward with the Guardian in hand, and that will bring this one to its conclusion. 6 chances, more than plenty. They will go ahead and bring this one to its end. 13-6, as that is DFM's map pick going the way of Nongshim.
That was very convincing from them on the attacker side. A clear game plan that was working a treat. No real retaliations coming through from DFM. No real Mei performances. GN's not really being able to activate. A lot of moments where you just have more confidence in Nongshim playing together as a team, coordinating the trades, looking very good in the post plants as well. You know, we see a lot of teams in Pacific be very happy to go in for post plant scenarios. A team like RRQ, for example, extremely happy to do that. Great success rates as well. But for right now, not really working favorably for DFM, which makes things a bit awkward because there's some Ascent enjoyers in this lobby, and that's Nongshim.
No, very much so. I mean, DFM have had their moments. I mean, if you kind of roll the clock back to last year, their first series victory over T1, their Ascent, the read that they had on that map was incredible, but it's also a bit of a different looking squad, and playing against a very different opponent here. Nothing is going to come for free. Both teams really wanting that position in the top 2, wanting to go to champions. For Nongshim, maybe looking to also do a solid for their Ascension brothers and boom, and lock them in for that tournament in Bangkok later this year. DFM still with an opportunity to try to play spoiler, but we need to see that return to form. We saw glimpses of it here on Lotus, but it was not consistent enough to make a solid run here on Lotus. So Ascent has to be the staging ground. I know the desk wants to see Corrode. I know we all want to see that map. So we'll see if we can get the map 3, but for now, we'll send it back to the desk to break down this action from Lotus.
Absolutely right. We want to get to map 3. But first, Lotus, Nongshim. If we had any doubt about Nongshim and their Lotus, all those doubts are now squashed.
Yeah, just comp swap straight back to old reliable. It's so easy for them to pivot straight back into this Neon deadlock with Francis on the init. You know why, guys? They've been playing exactly like this for more than 2 years now. You know, all that whole Challengers career run straight into Ascension, straight into Pacific. This is their quintessential style, and it worked an absolute treat.
To be honest, this game from DFM reminded me a lot of Nongshim's game against Talon.
Yes.
You're just not
playing 6 first kills for Danby. These are all the success factors that you want to see. You've got the players that are very comfortable coming in the clutch, in the post plants, Persia, Ivy. This is just their Ascension play style executed very well in Tier 1.
This is when they're at their scariest. We even saw Danby sliding in, getting those kills. This is what they do so well. So I'm so happy to see them go back to this. But where were DFM? Like, you gotta know this is coming, man. I get it. They changed the comp, right? That is surprising. But the style is the same that you've seen from them for so long. So where's the preparation?
But that's the thing. That's another reason why I didn't pick DFM. Is I don't think DFM is one of these teams that has a crazy coaching staff, that has these in-depth calls, has incredible calling structure, is going to hard anti-strat people. It's a team that plays very simply, executes a very solid style. They have good ideas overall, like stylistically, that fit their players, but they're not going to reinvent the wheel and win with some crazy anti-strat strat. And that's why, even though they're in the lower bracket and they've gotten to see Nongshim play once already, I don't think that's actually a huge advantage for this team.
Yeah, I guess not after all. In fact, we have some highlights about Ivy, who had some great util here for his team.
He's back on the deadlock. This is where he's at his very best. We all know this, and this is exactly how you should play if you want to throw off that prep advantage from DFM. We know that DFM got to watch Nongshim play, so they go right back to what they're good at, and they just let Ivy play this deadlock. Shout out Elevated. He said they know how to play this deadlock better than anybody, and we saw it today.
I mean, he called it. He asked for the comp swap, and it worked out an absolute treat. Like, he really was saying, like, I don't rate Breach at the moment. I'm not liking what I'm seeing from Nongshim on this map. I want to see them swap back to what worked for them. It's exactly what Nongshim did, and it worked out very well. So it turns out, not a fraudulent coach, Elevator. Congratulations. You do know ball. Well done, mate.
Very true, yeah. I mean, just when you take a look at these replays, Ivy was frying, and just look at the value his util was getting. He is so good on this deadlock. He's been playing it for the longest time, so I'm so happy to see them go back to this.
I mean, it's just it's a nightmare to complete those retakes on that defending side up against Nongshim. Danby has slided in, he's taken out your site anchor, the round's getting messier in an XVX, you're retaking into a barrier mesh, 2 sonic sensors, Persia's holding a paranoia or playing some weird off angle and just destroying you. It's a nightmare to try to retake into Nongshim when they play this style.
And our MVP is going to be Danby. Elevated also called this as well. Thought he was a little crazy putting Danby on his build diff flex role here, but he ended up with 20 kills on it, and he was just full sending it. The rest of his team fully supporting him. They were talking about Francis and those calls and how those are a big part of this.
Yeah, they threw him in. This is what they do. You say, go, Danby, go, and go he did. Fantastic job from him, playing with that pace that he's so well known for on his signature agent of the Neon. I mean, I just love watching this Nongshim when they play like this.
Yeah.
It's so fun. It's so exciting to watch.
Yeah, I feel like for Nongshim, it's like who let the dogs out, because you got Francis's dog, the little prowler that goes in first, and then you got Danby going right behind it, you know? Like, that's what I imagine when I watch Nongshim play.
I hope we hear that exact words on the team comms.
Clip that.
So I think one other thing that Elevated was saying is I guess he's just a really smart guy. He knows what he's doing as a
Okay,
coach.
let's relax a little bit, okay? There's enough glazing for one desk.
He did say Nongshim were absolutely the scariest team. They were Global Esports was scrimming throughout this season, and I believe that. I've heard that from multiple coaches as well. We knew that since last year when we saw the performance in Ascension, in Challengers even that you were referencing to, that they looked absolutely terrifying when they were playing in that kind of form. They just got this really good combination of speed, aggression, tactics here. So I think as we go into Ascent, this is going to be really interesting to see how DFM is going to try to counter it.
For Nongshim, I mean, this is a map that historically they've tried to avoid, and I'm very surprised that they've started to pick it up, but they beat Team Secret, who, let's not forget, they had an insane comeback against RRQ the other day. They have a very good defensive half on this map, so that's a good win. And Gen.G, one of the better teams and a very successful team on Ascent. So I think Nongshim have actually won me over with their Ascent, and we haven't seen DFM play it since they used to play that triple init in the Teo meta.
Yeah, DFM is the massive question mark right now. What are they going to play on Ascent? How are you going to set up May? But things have to turn around right now. They're one map away from pure elimination. There's no chance for them on championship points. They have to run the bracket if they want to make it to Tokyo, if they want to make it to Paris. But you cannot play like you did in that first map.
100%. And also, like, I think it's going to be quite hard to read Nongshim, because if we remember the games we saw from Nongshim against Gen.G, they're starting out on defense first. Which side of the map are they going to crunch? Are they going to be B? They're going to reverse crunch into A? Are they just going to play standard? Are you going to be attacking into a Viper wall and a one-way orb on the top of B main while Danby's sliding out market? Like, this is a bloody nightmare.
It is a bloody. I was waiting for a counter, like, well, maybe DFM could do this. And I'm like, I think Nongshim.
No, they're cooked.
I think that the only thing for DFM is they have been historically good on this map. That's another thing Elevator said. You should give them credit for their ascent in the past. So I am curious what they're going to be picking into this. I want to see Mayo on the Jet for sure. That's going to be massive. But honestly, they have to counter this aggression, and they're playing it as standard and as simple as you can get. Old school, classic composition from DFM.
You know why this kind of works though? Akame was previously on the KO and he played it quite well. These are a lot of the same role overlaps, but I actually always questioned Jinbung on the fade, and he had a bit of a shocker on the fade last map.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to see him on the Killjoy, and once again, we're going to see Nongshim play that same weird Neon Viper style that they like on this map, but it's been quite successful lately, and it's going to be hard to tackle for DFM.
Okay, they haven't swapped their comp from last time, so DFM coaching stuff, where is the counter now? They surprised you on Lotus, they can't surprise you here.
And worth noting as well, both Mei on the Jet and Jinbung on the Killjoy, 100% win rate when they play these two agents, so maybe they can continue on here at Ascent. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilles and Komodo.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Ascent is what stands between Nongshim and moving forward in this bracket, sending DFM home, denying them an appearance potentially at Tokyo. Obviously, more games to be played, but giving them an early elimination here in the Stage 2 playoffs, as well as bailing out Boom.
Yeah, if you want to talk about getting back into a comfort form, Nongshim did it on Lotus. For DFM, they have to do that now in this map. We've got the Met back for them as well in this standard Agent Comp of 5 that we've known for time and time again, and it is just looking to be straight into B, but held at bay from a bit of this util.
Well, Mei up and over the top, able to go ahead and just get on top of RB there with that frenzy in hand, and ooh, Jinbung with a hell of a shot before Ivy can drop down into the site. Mei is continuing to press forward. Man's just playing into alley, will finally be taken down here by Dambi, but playing an immense amount of value with that frenzy in hand. Dambi now all alone, sending out the relay bolt, but all of DFM, the remaining 4 players, able to just safely tuck back around this corner.
How does a frenzy do that at that distance?
Feeling like a classic frenzy.
Mm.
Hasn't been able to do that in quite some time. Well, with that, DFM, they will find their first pistol of this series. Start things off very nicely, this time on Nongshim's map pick.
Yeah, just got to see if they're going to be able to double down, though, really. We need to see just a convincing start here from them on this attacking side, get the lion's share of the rounds that they possibly can before switching things up, because we're going to talk about a lot of shenanigans that Nongshim are going to throw at you. A lot of questionable plays. You're going to have to be very coordinated in your space holding, your informational gathering. I mean, it is, you know, the standard agent department for DFM. It's the true meta for a reason, I guess one could argue.
Well, that's a good amount of information off a 0 point. 3 players noted outside of A. As Recon goes in towards Market, nothing going to be spotted there. Ivy could late fill the position, but it's going to be shifting back over here towards Stairs. Quick checks coming through. Mei up and over the top to swing out. Ivy able to find a little lick of damage, but can't find much more than that. Now, Persia, however, 1 apiece as Francis does manage to get another. It's going to be decent damage dealt as Persia now has a Vandal in hand. Still sitting here on the site. Do they try to just pivot this? I mean, they have time, but they're widely going to be boxed in. And okay, they do well to avoid getting isolated. GN with a 4K. Go ahead and get DFM that second round victory.
Yeah, see a world in which they peak individually and Persia can remove the head from their shoulders. Guardians versus Vandal, if he's quick on it, but just a bit too much of an overcommitment on the swing. Some damage delivered by the free guns, though, essentially, from Nongshim here. So going into the bonus round, it may look to be okay for them. I'm more kind of angling this on the form that we just want to see a good start to DFM here to bounce back from the slapping they had over on the previous map.
Oh, for sure.
Now we see with the rifles in hand for Nongshim, the wall going to be controlled over towards A with both of the smoking agents.
Deep in the corner, fragment to Market. Smoke there out in front. Mei once again trying to see if he can catch somebody off guard, but as they get that ping reveal, the Recon doing wonders. Mei is able to find Dambi at the end of it all. Persia trying to hold here on Cat, will be able to take down Akame, finds that kill, gets the spot out onto Jet's head, but can't take it off quite just yet. Swings in, spots 2, Paranoia should be good. With RB there's the second layer. They are able to save them off for now. Look at the same time, though, able to find Francis. The site's been opened up, and it's really on Mei to try to survive, but he cannot. So now a 2v3 as RB just able to drag that Vandal across.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate for Mei. There was no lurk positioned or anything from DFM there that could successfully bail him out and get involved in a bit of a battle. Lost these boys over towards short in the duel there, but well coordinated at least for Nongshim to be able to answer on back. We've seen a bit of weakness from Nongshim at the moment too, surrounding this market area on these B executes that DFM are going in with. So if they're able to rein them in a little bit, they look to answer back on this defensive side a little bit and be ahead of the information and the expectation plays instead of trying to be a little bit more reactive.
Slower start this time. 0 point going to be held. Forward position from Dambi with the judge in hand. Just playing inside a B lobby, but looks like no one looking to try to push into that. In fact, you have that very disconnected turret just in case there is an aggressive push from the side of Nongshim.
And that 0 point did hit RB here, so he's got to be careful that he doesn't get popped on. That is a team flash that is a problem.
Going forward, RB trying to find him, but May able to get on top of him a little bit faster, react a little bit quicker, a little bit cleaner. Finds his second as Francis will fall. Persia's still trying to hold his own here on the site. May continuing to wreak havoc, finds Dambi at the same time. As he tucks in down towards Hell, Spike on the floor, Ivy here at Heaven. It seems like they are worried about this potential rotation coming through. So Switch going to be hit, Recon over the top. Ivy will clear that. He's playing the angle to try to watch for it.
Spike planted.
Ivy's going to reposition. Rotate over, at least break the door. Try to shake them up, but Judge now in hand from May. Swinging the court, finds a great timing as the Nano gets tossed. And that is a 4K from May to keep DFM in the lead.
Yeah, I think we've been kind of wondering what does DFM even look like come towards Ascent, and what is the expectation on the actual agents that they might be coming in with as well, right? Because last time they played this, it was Teo meta. They're running that in combination with an Astra instead. It's just a very different looking state for DFM in the early stages of stage 1 for that. Off to the races here on this map with May getting very confident and getting set up by the team. Disregard a little bit of the self-flashing and stuff. They still reassess the situation and get those battles in towards the A site behind May. It's reset situation now for Nongshim too, just the Bucky for Dambi. In B main, of course.
Standing ahead.
Recon just going to be cleared. Could have tucked away from that one, but have to go ahead and get rid of it. RB now holding close here alongside his own Viper wall. We'll look to just back away, but DFM more than happy to play this out patiently as Fragment goes down in towards Wine, checking that that lurk isn't in.
Yeah, just clear a couple of corners that you need to and not get undermined by these pistols.
The drone, he might try to make a play off the back of this one. Has not spotted him. May now going for the entry. There's the first shot, looking for the second, nails it. That's going to be taken down. GN is able to reply. That is a great little player advantage established here for Nongshim as they look to try to pull off a thrifty. You still have that Bucky in hand as well for Dambi. He's allowed access into the site, but for now, May is looking to stave him off.
Francis has full util here to help the team in the reconnaissance game.
I feel like they need to be watching this Heaven angle. Stop Dambi from being able to slide forward, but they don't know that Bucky's in play quite just yet. Fast lane now coming through. Relay bolt going to be tossed. Paranoia connecting. Is it GN? Able to find anything there. Just get flushed out, but Jinbung coming away with 2, playing out from door, and it's a nice little push in front of May, making it easy for him. Francis will fall. May's patience, and ends up paying off. Close, but not close enough. DFM now up by 3.
There's some good rewards from players playing behind smokes on opposing teams as well, right? Starts off with RB, able to find a double. May for the closer in the round, essentially there. Bit unfortunate. You think that there's some significant damage done by Nongshim and they may be able to come away with a round, but even though there's a scan reveal on a Jinbung a little bit earlier on, does not matter. Just holding a very strong line and a bit of a different sort of crossfire. 4-1, good start from DFM. You flip the script over for the last map, and it was, it was a technical 4-1, and then some more runs from Nongshim to extend it. So they don't want to see what they were able to do done to them. Call a timeout here.
DFM unable to find any value off the timeout calls in the previous map. Let's see if Nongshim can get a conversion, because, after the faltering, let's say, of T1 yesterday, their timeouts not leading to any round wins to memory, they've actually slipped from being top of the leaderboard in that regard.
Yeah, and who's overtaken them in the round wins after the timeout percentages? It's Nongshim.
It's the other team in the black and red.
Yeah, it's a Nongshim. So, let's see if they're going to be able to do it successfully. They found both wins after timeouts in last map. So they've even propelled that a little bit further. But timeout aside now, it's the time for Nongshim to recognize what they want to be finding here. Access to a pit for RB. See if that's going to be the angle, but it's the Blaze Storm of May that I'm a little bit more interested in, especially if there's a battle against Danby, for example.
There's a Bucky behind it as well. But Danby with a nice little angle. Very cognizant of this play from DFM. Finds one. What is that? Akame hitting another crazy shot as the drone doesn't get the spot on May.
Gets an L command in play as well. If you want to reset the situation here as DFM, you can all regroup and go with it because you don't have smokes anymore.
I need that back in full speed, then 0.75, then 0.25. That is ridiculous. B-main control, though, firmly in the hands of Nongshim, and the spike now on the floor. Akame going to need to pull out a couple more miracle shots, perhaps. 50 seconds remaining. Sees Francis. Ivy now ready to maybe double up on this angle. As they're just going to catch him with util in hand. Now, leaves it all to May. Up and over the top. Finds the first. Looking for the reset. Gets close. Needed one more dagger. But he just doesn't have it. Out of stock. And that's going to be Nongshim having the timeout work a treat.
Good picks in B main, but that's not the thing we want to see here. Achilles is it. We want to see
Don't care about this.
A Kame's flick. Oh my god!
Huh?
He's robbed him. That is disgusting.
That's one of the nastiest ones that we've seen.
Yeah.
That's his Meteor at Bangkok, that ISO shot that he nails just in front of B main on Haven.
That is absolutely disgusting.
Well, a round win and now 5 ultimates here for Nongshim as the economy gets steadied. Operator still held on to here.
Doubling up in towards market, sending out the drone, going to be spotting a Kame early, but it's a bait and switch play with May. Gonna respect it.
Go, go, go! Shock it!
Relay bolt into the corner. They're very suspicious about this. And yeah, the Cloudburst will confirm those suspicions. Overdrive going to be popped. Up and over the top goes May, but RB is there with the crunch. Is able to find one, but Jimbin Cess able to find some answering fire. Swing out. Gen wins the battle at Cat. As it's going to be a pick up of the spike. Gen now looking to try to bring this one forward, but already last 2 players rotating into position here. You don't have a Hunter's Fury. You can have maybe a stalemate lockdown. But Ivy's just swinging forward, so it seems like he's not going to look to try to invest that one at GN, despite being low HP. Still is able to find that headshot. That leaves Francis now to his own devices. Fully flashed up and spotted. Tucks back around the corner. Turret uncleared. Smoked off.
Revealing area.
Unless no one clears this recon, which, okay, they don't. But it doesn't matter. He cannot find the shots.
Yeah. Problem is the Vandal spraying through the smoke there. Irrespective, it's still a 3 versus 1. The mid-duel led by DFM. When you think it starts to get a little bit sticky, I want to give a bit of credit over towards GN too. Paranoia timing from him that comes in towards mid, actually throwing a bit of a kerfuffle over to Nongshim too. You could see them scramble a little bit back, and then Danby pops the overdrive and pushes through. Not expecting another player to just be slotted in the corner, so a lot of backwards and forwards with a lot of that utility. But DFM still holding the reins here, pushing Nongshim back to an eco as well. Bucky, Stinger, some Sheriffs. Get back in towards this half.
Turn over the top, spotting out on 3 players. Good info for Nongshim early.
Where do you expect this one to go?
Well, Danby is just going to go straight forward. He's right into the smoke. And oh, what a turn back from him with a Bucky.
Francis?
Great reaction as Francis is able to find 2. Suddenly they're in such a bad spot. GN dropping down, plants his feet, finds one. Jinbung on the cross out from tiles, finds another. Now finds himself alone. His weapon's going to be recovered, but he's going for the reload, and Jinbung hits the god timing onto Persia. Bails them out, and that's DFM continuing to win.
That is unfortunate for Nongshim as well. Francis hitting some shots. Danby dispatches of one of them raid bosses in May. Putting up the performance on this map so far. I think there was still like 15 bullets or something when he's picked up that Vandal, by the way. Let's see.
Reload.
9, 8, 5. Ah, that's why. He actually had to go for the reload. Bit unfortunate for Persia in the end, but for Jinbung, Gonna be holding true, 6-2. Guns present again for Nongshim, and this is Pacia.
Yeah, looking for a crunch, but it's only Cess on this side of the map, and he is successfully able to drift away. That leaves Ivy now alone. Does have a safe pocket to tuck into, obviously, here at Heaven, but gonna be a lot safer for him to maybe not stick around.
Yeah.
Zombie will have to pull back, but no, instead he's just gonna pre-fire into the smoke there at main. Comes away with a kill. RP now, the one that's tucked behind the box. Detain onto one player. As Ivy does get caught. Domby trying to flush him out of the smoke, and the Sun is able to do so. Gen gets caught off guard by Francis.
And Cess is just too far behind the pack. Watching the flank, setting up that one recon dart. Economy is reviable in the next round for DFM. But a 1 versus 4 in this situation, if you can just get a little chip of damage onto Nongshim, you keep their economy a little bit more in check as well. You're not really coming away with the round, especially with a spike just in the domain of Nongshim 2.
Should be able to send out the drone and collect the spike and fly it back to you.
That's the sofa buff, is it?
Yeah. Except you're just completely and utterly vulnerable during that.
To be fair, if Wingman could somehow do that,
Do a
bring
retrieval
Gecko back in, yeah. I mean, he still played a little bit here and there, but...
I mean, we don't need to make any more suggestions for Wingman.
Yeah, this is true.
Sliggy will unfriend us. Well, this round is just going to go ahead and bleed the clock down. Nongshim not even really wanting to try to flush him out of this position. Because they know how risky it is for themselves to lose these weapons as well. So need to try to build up that economy. Like you said, DFM do have plenty of cash to continue to get these buys going.
And that is whether in the lockdown as well, the investment there from Jinbung. So it kind of sets up that if you can now remove Cess on that Sova with the Hunter's Fury, you can use your own lockdown for a potential retake as Nongshim. They've got a couple of options they're going to be able to do to come back in towards this half. Try and equalize on the 6-6 department. They're currently just finding, you know, around here, around there. Funnily enough, it's 2 and 1, 2 and 1, 2 and 1. So by now it should be around 10-11 to DFM and then the round 12 to Nongshim, maybe.
Paranoia zoning back. Francis here for the moment, but he got Persia in deep. Oh, tailwind gonna be botched, but still. Jinbung there to cover. RP trying to find something, but this is just a great little aggressive push forward here from the side of DFM, hitting their shots, leaving Ivy alone to drift away.
And you just have to do what Cess did in the last one. It's go for the save, have a chit-chat with the team to figure out a bit of a strategy going in towards the next round. Where Francis is all right for a buy, RB will be all right. Danby doesn't have the overdrive, but we've seen him still be relatively okay with a lesser weapon. He's not really having a big pop-off performance on this defensive side here either. And well, Persia, I mean, he's just begging for something. So more of a half-buy angle in the next round for Nongshim. Set yourselves up. A cheeky round if you can maybe get away with it with some alt investment. Otherwise, you're looking at a proper buy round 12. By that time, could even result in a 9-3 half.
Yeah, maybe they're feeling it. If you can get an early pick, you know, drop the pit, lock off the A site, judge in hand for RB. Something to that effect. A Bucky for Dami continues to be just still good value. He looks like he's playing Apex Legends when he's sliding across and just quick tapping people with that.
Oh, I'm silly. It's full loss bonus. Are they going to be just have a full buy?
We'll see what the armors look like.
Well, nevertheless, flipping on the other side, DFM, aware of the situation and the possible positions that the rest of the Nongshim guys are coming from immediately, apart from the B main players.
Yeah, able to script together to get the operator here.
This is why math on broadcast is dangerous.
Let's choose not to really go for it.
Yep.
Have to flash him into the angle. RB sends out the snake bite. Smoke now, cycle forward. Goes for the swing, but Cess does not get caught by the paranoia. Very well prepped here as DFM. Zombie in the right place at the right time. The drone about to scout, in all likelihood, this operator. And yes, in fact, it does.
Couple on-the-nose plays from DFM at the moment. Early warning calls as well from the paranoia and the expected flashes coming on through with the combos. Just denied by Cess. And then he reset, but May by himself here.
Gen.G, Cloudburst down. Hunter's Fury to try to peel the pressure. It goes forward with that short. Oh boy! Welcome to APAC, average round. getting a little bit silly. He thought his teammate was still being pressured, still being pushed, and instead May ends up getting caught up in the crossfire there. Gen will be able to fight back and try to keep them in this round. Player advantage is there, but Domby still is as well with the operator here at Heaven.
Spike planted.
And across the shot connecting, Seth's going to be taken down.
Got to be a lockdown angle, and you can see they're already with this util.
He's got the fragment ready to try to counteract this one, but can he nail it to perfection?
One enemy
But
remains.
now with GN breaking forward, becomes a lot more at risk. Fragment lobbed down, the spot on the one, but the bailout is there. And it was a perfect nade after all. Good destruction there from Akame, and now TFM. They continue having Nongshim get so very close to steal away these rounds. TFM showing some incredible perseverance here.
I want to see if we did them dirty with the replays and the Hunter's Fury, but no, nevertheless, we're continuing the pattern in this half of 2 to DFM and 1 over towards Nongshim. But my oh my, does that one get close? An unexpected angle from GN. And into the last round of the half now for Nongshim. You're kind of hoping you're able to come away with this one and maybe just use a Viper's Pit that you've held for the next half.
Yeah, for quite some time. Quick little exit there. GN, however, still able to find that kill. Gets in, gets out. May tag down to 54.
Oh, opening kill for DFM. Not a lot of this utility really played with either, so you can even just go for a pretty full execute if you want to yourselves. Incentivize maybe RB has to drop the pit if the time just keeps on bleeding down. He's just going to use it now instead. You hear the drone from Cess used. It is kind of an audible call. Can't get scoped out on the other side of the map.
Doctor does not clear that nano. Still having the double setup available for Ivy. As the recon going to be denied that pulse. Everybody from DFM now getting clustered on this side of the map. You've got Domby re-wrapping, rotating across to try to reinforce RB's position in case there's a cat crunch.
Well, Hunter's Fury is just going to confirm some information if it can get any tags in towards B main, where Jinbong is looking to dance around it.
Able to avoid all of it.
In for a B setup now with 30 seconds to go.
It's not going to cause any kind of pivots here for the team. Just looking to play split 2-2. Francis holding, getting spammed out. Great shots from May. So the nano's now going to be popped, but Jinbong does get taken down by that. Ivy scaling forward, able to find the one, looks for the transfer onto the second, doesn't make it happen. Domby looking to try to aggress forward. Pushes back out of that fast lane, and he will fall. Spike now planted. A couple seconds to spare, and RB has to try to bail them out. CCN May taking that fight for a brief little moment, opts to back away, and Cess will be able to find it in the end. 9-3, DFM looking alive and well, looking like the team that got them to this point, to their first playoffs here on Ascent.
100%. I mean, it's GN getting in, it's May getting in. Those are two pivotal players to get a lot of damage and coordination up front done. I feel like they've also just had Danby's number time and time again on this map. We're playing around smokes, playing in smokes. It's looking pretty good for DFM. And for Nongshim, they're going to have to try and come out with something a little bit different on their attacking side, and this composition that they throw in as well. You know, we've seen this one played a couple of times too. Team Secret, the 13-10, Gen.G, the overtime. Doesn't give you too much confidence for this exact composition for Nongshim. I was actually kind of theorizing coming in towards this one. Maybe they do look to even change it and bring in the deadlock and go for some sort of deadlock comp here with the proficiency of Ivy. You know, bring something new out in towards a series like this one. Get back onto some really comfort roles. It's not like Sobra for Francis is too bad, or Ivy on the Killjoy is too bad, but I have just been more impressed with the deadlock comps that they do sort of run.
Another shy voter here. But what a turnaround this has been for DFM across the board. I mean, I still want to just go back and watch that Akame shot over and over again outside of Gelato.
Just make it your screensaver. You
Yeah.
know, like.
Give me a gif of that.
I'm sure someone could facilitate that.
People still use screensavers these days?
They use the animated background one instead of a screensaver.
I've not used a screensaver in years. Well, it's going to be an attempted crunch outside of A main here, but it's too few many people here. So May will lose his life nice and early. That's going to be Nongshim with their leg in the door.
Oh, Nongshim generally set themselves up for a bit of a pop and go moment on the back of a drone going in from Francis. It's what they're angling towards at the current time.
Going over the top. Does he get the spot here on the close angle? It does not. So Sets is able to find one, but nothing more. RB quickly will just go ahead and push forward. Yeah, this is looking like all Nongshim all day long in the second pistol, and it will be. So a 4th round win for them. 3-1 in pistols overall. Starting the great journey to try to run back this map.
Well, they're going to have to try and do it early on. Give themselves as much space as they possibly can and as much possible opportunities. Just beating the timing in towards main against May there as well, and just a coordination affair for them in towards the site. Strength in numbers for the trades, something that they were doing really well in the last map today. So if they can continue on to do that for the attacking side here, throw a little bit of cause for concern to DFM. Just on the anti-eco now.
May with that Sheriff. 3
good.
players around the corner. Tailwind pop, but shot just goes right past Dombey. Unable to find that kill as the relay bolt looking to try to break their way forward in towards tree, and it will work a treat. And Jinbong out in mid, able to find one there on the cross, but that's the one casualty that Nongshim can very much still afford. Damage has been exchanged, so Jinbong down to 50 to try to see if maybe he can finish the job started here on the Dombey.
Yeah, maybe. As long as Dombey doesn't move from his current position, it should be A-okay, and now he's just been spotted out anyways.
Paranoia even just to go ahead and try to guarantee this one, forces him out into the open, where Francis can collect. And that's going to be a pretty big fast track towards that Hunter's Fury, already 2 charges away, whereas Jinbong got a lot of distance before that lockdown rather is going to be available.
It's definitely going to be a piece to get online for sure, but if that's red from DFM and it's something that they want to counter, I mean, it's the Agent set of 5 that we know, right? They could get that Paranoia and Dark combo ready, they could get a little bit of control into one of the extremities. It's currently positioned over towards B in that affair, so it's probably the free orb territory for Nongshim over at A here.
Well, meat grinder of KJ Util, but turret gone, Paranoia sent. Dombey pushing forward here into the smoke, able to avoid those shots. Taps the switch door, quickly going to be broken down here, but the spike is now planted. You've got Ivy on the approach from top mid. Peeks in, finds Gen, just tucks back around, and now they constantly have to be worried about that. For the push, but RB holding the door with the stinger in hand, able to find himself a second kill as May does get taken down. Akame only able to find one. Damn near flawless. Nongshim looking very much alive and well themselves here now on the attack as they get the bonus conversion.
That's huge for them, to be honest with you. Love the position of Ivy to be able to just play in their mental space as well on the little flank, catching Gen, removing any dark covers that could come in. And then as well, the second layer of Nongshim taking the Raptors control. RB gets overlooked by Jinbong. Thought he'd actually properly spotted it out on the shoulder peek towards the switch. A couple of problem positions on DFM and capitalizations on Nongshim. Goes very far in that round.
Double Bucky here.
Good molly.
Okay. Well, good amount of that's going to be decay as well, but still we'll find some damage. Shorty for Cess. Can win out a fight versus Ivy. A massive weapon upgrade, but, well, sends out one pump, sends out the second. Some damage found as, oh, Dombey. So hard to try to snipe down out of the air. Jinbong now going to be overwhelmed. As Francis will find that kill. 3 players left to try to turn the tides here.
See if May still has Dombey's number or not.
TP forward into market. Paranoia does connect, but Perch is able to pull back, and now RB on this flank, able to strike. He gets his one, he gets out, just leaving DFM reeling. Gen with a recovered Vandal, see if he's going to be able to find anything here. Try to slow the bankroll of Nongshim. It's already very much gotten out of hand.
You'd have to have a Kame to set him up with a flash or something here, but time has just ticked way too far. You're looking for any exit damage.
One enemy remaining.
The face forward. And yep, there's Ivy. Just slinking up, closing in. getting on top of the enemy KO. So now just 2 rounds separating. DFM starting to sweat.
I'm kind of wondering as well, going into this next gun round, right? Are you calling a timeout yet over at DFM? Are you wanting to exercise one? You've still got 2. You haven't used any just yet.
I think now would be a right timing to do it, but it doesn't look like they're going to.
No, so trust in the players and the decision-making is still going to look okay in how they're going to potentially approach this round. Operator's going to be out for May over at A Rafters. It's where pretty much all the force of Nongshim are currently slanted toward.
Spawn on the 1, but the rotation's starting to come through, so it's going to be a lot more pressure on this side of the map.
You can draw out the drone from Francis here. Make things a little bit easier for any potential denials. And for Francis as well. If he's able to spot out, you know, perhaps where the operator is or where it's not, if they know it's in play, it's going to be real good. Just using the drone now to clear out B main. See that nobody is close, remove the turret, standard protocol things.
Doesn't get a dart hit, so just Fury not going to be called out quite just yet. Still has a bit of leeway with the lockdown not available where he could invest that pretty safely. Paranoia expended out to try to catch somebody in mid, but there's no one there.
Just going to be a one-dimensional play from Nongshim out through B main, waiting for the recon dart. That'll eventually just come from Francis. It's already online, so it's just to their own choosing. I'm looking at these nanos available that could shred them, though.
Shock dart clears 1. A bit of damage forward here on the Dombey as he tries to push up. As there's the Hunter's Fury, the drop down, and oh boy, this is completely turned around. And given that you have the op, given that you are very much outnumbered, these 3 remaining players from DFM are going to have to just go for a save. Nongshim are going to be 1 round away from tying this up.
And you just in another postcode as well at the moment, right? DFM not getting information, not getting proactive in this round. When you've got a Sova, when you've got a KO, these players have refreshable information gaining abilities, right? The 0 point still does confirm player locations to a degree. They're just not getting proactive enough to figure out where the end game was for Nongshim. As you mentioned, you had a little bit of that paranoia play towards short, but there was nothing that they're finding on the back of it. I'm surprised there was no early rotation calls.
Kame needing to hold this weapon. Sees the slow creep up, eventually does steady it. So RP, he's more than happy to give his life for the cause. It's going to be cash capped regardless, as will Ivy be. So may as well send him out, see what you can find.
Ivy has as well picked up that lockdown. So yes, there's an investment of a Hunter's Fury going into this round, but even then, the next ultimate that they can cycle through is still technically a little bit unanswerable unless Akame has another fragment lineup and Cess has some shock darts potentially. You know, we've seen their proficiency on it on the other side already, but these are the key components for Nongshim on this little 9-3 superstitious curse. They are, well, on a way.
Who's more superstitious than sailors? Boys on the boat right now.
Placing swarm grenade.
Ooh, could be a bad one.
Star enjoyers. Star signs.
We don't need to get into star signs. I went through that with Pilsky. All right, well, looking for a crunch here, but that's going to be a good amount of information gained for DFM. There is nothing and nobody really on this site to try to slow things down. Other than the nanos, Jimbung, having been past the operator, is going to try his hand at this one, but will be zoned away by the snake bite there at his face. Back from May, the lockdown. Waited out. Big reveal. They're around the back, and May flushed out of market. Immediately, paranoia across towards this alley position. And now with a pit, just locking this one off. DFM are fully rerouted.
Yeah, it's the extended pit as well. You just cannot contend with getting in towards this one, especially when Cess didn't have a drone. Now it's just getting that dart online. Gotta call it.
Yeah, swap of the weapon, but it's got to be a 4-player save. There's just nothing else to be done here. It's a tough pill to swallow. But one that DFM have to choke down is Nongshim. They're going to tie things up at 9-9. 6 consecutive rounds here in the half, starting from that pistol. DFM have just not been able to find any purchase whatsoever with this defense.
We've got 2 extremes just on this little hunt that we see Nongshim going to their spawn. DFM's attack, looking great. You know, the defenses of Nongshim, a little bit shocking when you consider it's a double controller comp as well, right? With the Viper and the new look, and you're trying to get up close and personal here and there. You're trying to find that space. Looks abysmal from them. Flip it on over. And this is Nongshim knowing what to do on the attacking side and really no answer for a DFM in a composition that they haven't deployed just yet here. You know, last time, as I highlighted a little bit earlier, it was Teo meta, it's an Astra, it's a very different look. You're only playing on the back of some scrim results and some planning going in towards this series on a map that, by all means, on this defensive side, you are looking very uncomfortable. You've seen in a couple of the players' faces on those cams too. A very high stakes map for DFM now, tied up 9-9. Gotta get on the board here with that 4-person save.
Yeah, back into May's hands. There's the entry attempt now coming through. Downbeat sprinting past that gap, now smoked off. May repositions to heaven. Tailwind popped, goes for a flick, and would have been a monstrous one, but he cannot make it connect. Still 5 players strong on both sides. To see what DFM can try to get done here. Try to get their way back into this. They don't have the null command. They don't have it from the shadows. Jinbug still 3 charges away from having a lockdown. The tools just realistically aren't there for DFM. It's gonna have to come off the back of some good shots, just like that one. Finds the first, RB. Within the poison orb, slides back over in towards May and Francis. Gonna hold the door, quick tap, May gonna be taken down. Jinbug now lost as well. RB striking, finds Jian.
One enemy remaining.
It's Downbeat. Drops down off the top of heaven and says he catches a glimpse, but he cannot catch the shot. Nami is the fish that maybe got away as he continues to poke and prod at this player. Says he loses his life, he loses his op, and DFM lose the round and the lead.
This is the moment in time for Nongshim that they know they've got this series in their hands, you would assume. So many rounds in a row on this attacking side, and finally, I was almost going to beg in this position from DFM. Where are your timeouts? You've got 2. You need to talk. You've looked lost. Danby is just getting around, getting dirty in the duels. You've lost the ult game at the moment. You're losing all of these rounds. We're seeing great cycling from Nongshim currently on this attacking side. And I'm going to highlight it because it's on the screen. The operator has not done anything for DFM yet.
No, it has not. It's been avoided. It's been just pushed off angles by utility. They've just been dumping everything at that operator. And the scenes that we were witnessing, again, from that attacking side, they've very much been inverted. Maybe both teams just suck at defending on this map. I don't know.
They wouldn't be the only ones.
True. But it's still bizarre to see this complete tonal shift.
Yeah. A shift in tides.
Yeah, maybe I do want paper thin. No.
Hey, don't worry, you'll get him next time.
His would be way less clever. He'd be like, they're playing on the port side of the map. Like, you talking to the B side? Yeah. Okay.
That's, you see, I know it's left side because it's 4 letters. That's how I remember that. So it's B side, because all of B sides in Valorant are left side for attackers. Anywho, this is a very crucial round for DFM. Cannot be understated. Roundless on this defensive side. It's very silent in the very beginning. An orb gathered. First casualty, gonna be huge.
Judge from GN, he needs to be patient here. He's gonna find any value, but it looks like Nongshim are not going to give it to him. Solid suspicions. Once again, looking to try to tackle this B site. Triple stack is here.
The thing is, Francis has already used that drone as well, right? So it's just the normal recon dart that comes online for the second phase of this round.
A little bit of pre-fire, finds a touch of damage onto Francis.
Gotta be a big bailout strategy with these ults, you'd assume, for DFM. Getting information from GNs from the shadows. No one's home. Angle towards the B site where it is a little bit more stacked for DFM.
Pivot coming in, but Jinbug not in a position to really try to utilize the lockdown here at the moment. Dambi with a peek in towards Ali. It's a decent amount of damage going to be suffered, but there's the reveal, and there's May able to find him
30 seconds left.
right through the wall.
20 seconds.
Oh, Jinbug. Okay, I'm going to have to see that one back as Francis Ivy build's going to fall. Seth's able to find Persia as well, and that leaves RB alone in a 1v4. Weapons not collected, but it doesn't matter at all. The time is just not going to be there for him. See if he can get a little bit more damage dealt, but he's completely surrounded. Akame able to just go ahead, pull back around the corner, and RB will eventually fall. Clean final shot there from May as DFM. They tie it up at 10-10. The timeout We're waiting for it for the longest time. They finally call it. It does get them their first round win in this half.
Yeah, there was not a lot of direct information, unfortunately, for Nongshim in this round, right? They're not getting too far forward over at A, over at short, to really reveal any positions of the DFM guys. And by the time ticking down and down, you're trying to bully your way into the B site where there's just all that utility still available for DFM. You'd assume that they'd be pretty comfortable at that time with their Sova util and their Killjoy util just available. So getting that round, kind of an easy checkbox, I feel like, for DFM with the way that that one does eventuate, and Nongshim probably recognizing that as well for their own timeout. By the way, I just want to highlight that Omen cosplay is absolutely phenomenal.
That was great.
Like we've seen crazy ones. We've seen the KO that's been around in Pacific as well.
Oh yeah.
Like, I tip my proverbial hat. That is insane.
There's all like cosplay teams here in Korea, and a lot of them have been around for the longest time. Used to have a bunch in Overwatch. I forget the name of the group, but they would show up to everything, and sometimes the teams would be like, "Hey, we're doing a special event. We want to hire you to come out and do this kind of stuff." So it's really neat. The cosplay community here in Korea is, I'd say, understated, but still strong.
There you go. Well, speaking about showing up, Nongshim have done that on the attacking side. That's what we need to see for DFM now.
We all have money, but we're not buying full armor.
Yeah, against the Vandals, that is the more tendency. Instead of the Phantoms, it's a head scratcher. But it's,
I say we. I'm not the captain of the boat. He's abandoned it.
It's under maintenance.
Well, it's looking like it's about to be seaworthy here if they can close out this map. This is just going to keep happening.
You just put a little lick of paint on it, and then we can, smash the bottle.
You hear Zombie starting to bound towards you. That's going to be a big threat. May swinging, able to find one. Does get spotted though, and RB is able to quickly collect the kill there on the back end. Seth's going to be able to find one before getting traded out. So in the end, it's going to be a 3v3. Spike still down inside of B lobby.
They can't do anything because of Kame with the null command at the moment. It did remove the overdrive, but it already kind of found its space and damage.
They did also remove this Hunter's Fury though, so that if they can recover this, get rid of Jinbung, they're going to be in a very good spot to get this plant down, because that would mean the lockdown's also removed.
He's just stuck by himself at the back of the site. He can get no assistive info from his teammates.
2 flashes still available from Akame. Maybe trying to play him in, but they need to start doing that right now, because here comes Zombie. Playing on the corner, swinging around the side, and there's the shorty to strike. Jan similarly does get taken down. Francis here at market steps. Yeah, able to survive that one. Oh, dearie me.
Yes. What do we hear from Elevate a little bit earlier on? Loves KOs, loves good KO players. Not when they're coming out with flashes like that, unfortunately. There, Akame. That is a bit of a roughie, but by then, in the 3 versus 3 and the reset that comes out from Nongshim too, they're finding a kill towards spawn, a kill towards backboat. That was kind of a pivotal one for me. I in that moment, would have loved to see double flash drive lobs over to the site to try and get Jinbung activated, right? Kind of standard things when you got a KO over at side spawn.
Yeah, keep him protected, but yeah, it just wasn't there.
11-10, Nongshim. They can smell a victory here. And for DFM, is it going to be blood in the water or not? The operator and the space in B main.
Ivy going to be seen there at the very last second. May just now getting onto that line though. That's just a slow, silent retreat here from Ivy.
Oh, they can actually pretty deep towards spawn.
Ooh, spots one. He's just a hair off being able to find the shots on the Francis. And that would have been a great reprieve. Nice little gift wrapped up with a bow for DFM, but do not get it in the end. Jin now forward here into the smoke with the judgment. RB is very much sensing this play.
Gotta get out of dodges May a little bit there.
But the Cloudburst tells him that
that's where the op is.
Yep, op's right there.
Do know that Dami doesn't have the fast lane, but he's still got that sprint and slide.
He's ahead of that fragment, but Akame able to critically find that kill. 0 point to try to spot out where the TP was going to be coming from.
Still got the Hunter's Fury if you need to throw this one out. And as I say that, here it comes.
30 seconds.
Are investing it from across the map. Looking for the contact of Francis. Does nearly get taken down by that, but is able to survive. The pinch down coming through here. As the market door gets broken open, and Meg cannot turn back fast enough. But Seth is here to try to bail them out. 15 seconds remaining. He's out of the open. Nets gift to the plant. RB all the time in the world. Paranoia will be able to get the catch, but it's going to go up and over the top of the box, and RB now can reposition. And Gen, he is not going to be ready for this at all. It's a Red Bull clutch from RB as DFM, they have it in their hands, but it all just slips through their fingertips.
Where's the comms? That's what I'm questioning at the moment. Maya's looking the complete wrong way. There's a stampede up through mid. You surely, footsteps and that sort of thing, are you bamboozled by what's happening over by your teammates at A? I mean, the spike has been gifted to Cess, and he runs back into the open instead of going to the backside. There's 10 seconds. If he tucks in and plays for the time, he would win by default. That is just a huge monumental fumble from DFM.
Can they even try to persevere from here? A round like that, a loss suffered in that fashion, and now Akame dead off the rip. May's just going to be shot out of the sky. Jinbong will be able to find one, but Dami finds Gen. This A site is now open, primed for the taking.
RB, I want RB on the plant. He would have got the pit. I mean, he's got it anyway. He just went and grabbed the orb.
I'm feeling perfectly cozy. They even have the Hunter's Fury. Francis in a disconnected position, but there you go. Yeah, the pit will be in play. They are looking to make this a virtually impossible situation for DFM to try to clutch their way out of. Recon at the ready. 2 shock darts, the Hunter's Fury, a fast lane.
Scanning ahead.
This would be a Herculean effort from DFM to try to keep it going. Jinbong going to be spotted here on the drop down. They're able to double face in towards Hell. Persia dead. Jinbong finding another, but the time is starting to get away from them. The push forward, the Hunter's Fury. The layers are now coming to fruition. And for Nongshim, they will stick around here in the Stage 2 playoffs. They send DFM home, denying them a hope of advancing forward, denying them a hope of appearing in front of a home crowd in Tokyo.
Unfortunately, the ship has been banked here on the sands, grounded. And that is a rough one for DFM, a team that has shown so much promise and growth with this new roster this stage. The best performance we've seen from them ever in Pacific. But for Nongshim, slurp by slurp, baby.
Very much the same sentiment here for them. And yeah, slurp by slurp, because, I mean, they turned DFM into noodles. They cooked them quickly and they devoured them. But DFM, like you said, best ever placement, best performances that we've seen out of this organization. We saw the glimpses of it, that first attacker side here on Ascent. That's what we wanted to be seeing the whole way throughout, but it feels like an earlier timeout call, a slight change of play in any one of these rounds. We could have been looking at that Corrode. We could have been looking at a very different outcome. So commiserations to DFM. A damn good effort. We look forward to seeing them back, to continue to see the growth of these Japanese teams. But for Nongshim, they stick around in this tournament. They still have a chance to go to Tokyo. They still have a chance to go to Champions Paris. They've also done the ultimate solid to their Ascension brothers in Boom, locking in that spot over at Bangkok later this year.
A sigh of relief for them, but job's not done for Nongshim. T1 around the corner.
Black and red versus black and red. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top of that one. Nongshim Red Force, if they continue to play like they did here in this series, like it did versus Gen.G, anything is possible. And they've got to be over the moon, but it's going to be a tough road from here. Let's see if they're going to be able to persevere. But for now, let's go ahead and hear some good, happy thoughts from them as we send it down to Gen Lee.
Congratulations, Nongshim, on today's win. And hello, RV. There you go. I'm going to have you over here. 네, 농심의 RB 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. GG's RB. Now with this win, Nongshim's playoffs run continues. Now first of all, can you evaluate the match for us tonight? 이렇게 승리를 거두면서 플레이오프 여정을 계속하게 될 수 있게 됐는데요. 일단 오늘 경기 총평이나 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요.
아무래도 DFM이 그렇게 이제 약팀도 아니고 중간팀도 아니고 저희 입장에서는 강팀이다 보니까 저희도 이제 힘든 게임이라고 생각을 할 줄 알았는데 오늘 좀 무난하게 2대 0으로 쉽게 끝날 수 있게 돼서 정말 기분이 좋습니다.
Well, in our perspective, DFM wasn't an easy team. We thought they were very strong, so we thought maybe today will be very difficult and tough. But to be able to get this 2-0 win without major difficulties, I am extremely happy with how we performed today. Now, RB, it seems like Nongshim have figured out the perfect way to balance its own style and also your experience and your discipline, and that is what got Nongshim kicking it into the high gear. So what can you tell us about the team's growth, and how do you feel about this version of Nongshim that's been becoming stronger and stronger? 농심이 최근 들어서 이제 원래의 스타일은 최대한 살려내면서 여기에 알비 선수의 노련함과 그리고 절제력까지 어떻게 하면 밸런스를 잘 잡을 수 있을지를 완벽하게 깨달은 것 같다라는 평가가 많이 나와요. 그것 때문에 계속해서 성장하고 더 좋아지는 모습을 보여주고 있는 것 같은데, 알비 선수가 스스로 좀 경기를 하면서 팀이 확실히 많이 성장했구나라고 체감되는 부분이나 아니면 팀의 성장에 대해서 해주고 싶은 얘기가 있는지 한번 들어보고 싶네요.
제가 들어오고 나서 이제 저에 대한 경험을 이제 선수들한테 많은 걸 이제 알려주고, 이제 알려준 걸 토대로 이제 저희가 좀 연습 시간이 좀만 더 있었다면 저희가 좀 더 높은 상위권으로 갈 수 있었는데, 시간이 부족해가지고 좀 이렇게 패자조에 많은 게 좀 아쉽다고 생각합니다.
Well, as soon as I joined Nongshim, I tried to utilize my experience as much, try to teach the players as much as I can. Given the time that we had, if we had a little bit longer to probably work on ourselves, I think we would be placing higher at this point. But it's just a bummer that we didn't have enough time. And I'm still a little bit bitter about having to go through this lower bracket run, but definitely we've been growing a lot. Now, as you mentioned, lower bracket run, you guys have to keep fighting for your chances for Japan and also for champions, which means, you know, you get to survive. You get to protect your slot in the Pacific as well. So what is your mindset for the rest of the season? 말씀해주신 것처럼 이제 패자조에서 계속해서 승리를 해야 하고 또 챔피언스에 진출도 해야 하고요. 그리고 그렇게 된다면 농심이 잔류까지 해낼 수 있잖아요. 최근에 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 경기에 임하고 있는지 알비 선수의 마음가짐 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 저는 이제 처음으로 어센션에 진출한 팀에 이제 오게 되었었는데, 일단 제 마음은 그렇게, 그래도 우리는 그냥 흔들리지 말고 이제 그냥 쭉 게임만 하면 그냥 천천히 풀릴 수 있다고 생각을 하는데, 일단 저보다 이제 어센션에서 헤쳐나온 팀원들이 더 부담감을 가지지 않나 싶기도 하고, 그래서 다른 선수들이 좀만 더 마음 굳건히 잡고 그냥 좀 더 게임에 집중만 하면 되기만 하면 쉽게 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각을 합니다.
알겠습니다. Well, it's my first time joining an Ascension team, so I'm just trying to perform as well as I can. But I think pressure is more on the other players on Nongshim because, you know, they know what it is, they know what it takes and what it's like to go through that whole Ascension process. So I just hope that they can stay strong, stay focused, and I think we'll be able to keep winning if we can have that strong mentality as a team too. Now, lastly, you will be facing T1 tomorrow. There's Stacks, there's Buzz. Anything you would like to say to them before the match? 내일 T1을 만나게 됐는데요. 스택스도 있고 버즈도 있습니다. 하고 싶은 말이 있을까요?
그냥 둘 다 혼내러 갈게요.
You two, you better get ready for me because I will be coming for you. I'm gonna punish you. Well, thank you very much, RB. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
네, 알비 선수 이렇게 만나봤고요. 저희는 다음 경기 인터뷰로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
Nongshim look absolutely on form there, and just when it looked like DFM had Ascent figured out, Nongshim picked it back up and made sure they closed this out in a 2-0 fashion, and their road towards finals continues on.
Man, the boat has crashed. It's game over for DFM. They looked so good in this first half. I was feeling really optimistic. Then those sides change and it all begins to fall apart. We saw brief moments where we could get optimistic, but ultimately too slow to start in this series.
Yeah, I agree. Not only on Lotus, I think the first half here of Ascent on the attacking side for DFM, they showed some fantastic prep. They knew exactly what Nongshim wanted to do on their defensive side. They punished a lot of the mid-round aggression. They punished a lot of the crunches very well, and they went up 9-3 at the half. But unfortunately, they threw that lead away, and I think that comes down to playoffs nerves. That comes down to a little bit of ring rust for DFM, and unfortunately, being seeded into the lower bracket, they had no room for error.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Starting in that lower bracket is so tough, and you know, like we say, having that opportunity to watch your opponents play isn't always the blessing that it seems to be, because we saw Nongshim get their nerves out the way, they got their jitters out the way against Talon. They didn't look good there, but then they were ready to go in this game. DFM just ultimately not really ready, not ready to hit the ground running here in playoffs.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Still, they hit playoffs. That's
It's
a huge
a
milestone.
Huge
you know?
improvement. I mean, there's a lot of promise for the future here for Japanese Valorant. I can't wait to see what some of these teams cook up next year. Had a couple of good wins towards the end of the group stage for Zeta. DFM, first time they've ever made playoffs. So I think now our eyes naturally kind of shift to Ascension #1, because you'll see some more up-and-coming Japanese teams and players. Probably Riddle Order will make it there, but we'll see who actually ends up making it. But #2, Boomer in Ascension, baby!
Woo!
So Nongshim, unfortunately, have made their lives potentially harder in the future by winning this game, but I'm sure they're going to feel good about it nonetheless. An excellent series from Nongshim today. And the scoreboard says it all. A very well-rounded performance from everyone on both maps. Nobody was really left lacking from Nongshim today at all.
Yeah, I mean, RB, especially in this map 2, really stepped up. He was a little bit slower to start in that first map. So really nice to see him frag here on the Viper. Big credit to him. But across the board, Nongshim was very active today. Saw Danby doing Danby things. And then, of course, on the side of DFM, I mean, Jinbung tried his best. 17 was decent, but not enough at the end.
I mean, you called it as well, Vic. You were saying, like, Mei and Jinbung look very good on these agents. GN, shout out to GN. I honestly, in kickoff, I thought GN was mad overrated. I really thought people were like, this guy's got crazy aim. I really only saw a couple of good maps. In stage 2, I'll give GN his flowers. He's actually been a very, very solid controller player for DFM.
Absolutely here. And you know whose fault this actually is Paper Thin.
Yeah, exactly.
If he was here, this might be different. We would at least get a Corrode, you know? And Danby, I think for our MVP for Nongshim, you were saying all the players were performing very well. But I mean, it's going to be Danby.
Yeah, Danby, he fulfilled his role. I mean, look, commiserations to all the DFM fans and Paper Thin. I think, to be honest, people got swept up in a lot of the hype and got carried away a little bit. Because, like, for me, I totally saw the buff of Nongshim having that initial match against Talon and looking very, very good on Corrode. I felt like they had a very, very good run. And I think for Nongshim, the win against Gen.G was very convincing for me. They've really only had one bad map in the last couple of series. I think they're a little bit underrated right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I mean, they will be moving through the bracket here to play against T1 next, and that's not going to be an easy game either. We know how sharp this T1 team can be when they're in form, but yeah, the gauntlet run begins here for Nongshim and unfortunately never gets off the ground for DFM.
This lower bracket is crazy. It was sort of like stage 1 was similar, right? It just looked absolutely terrifying. But this is such a hard call, and we're still so early on in the lowers right now. But I have no idea. But we have another match coming up, so we're gonna find out if it's gonna be all Korean teams in the lower bracket.
The classic.
Yeah. And 11 times. These two teams have played each other. It's crazy. It's fated to be this way. Yeah, no, you don't.
Help me out. Give me another one. There we go. 11 times.
11 times these two teams have faced off, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. All right, so this is gonna happen right after the break again, because commiserations to Paper Thin. You're just not here to sail the ship.
Take a rest, old man.
Yeah, take a rest, old guy. We're gonna go on a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna dive straight into that match too.
gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers. We're making history. It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. We are in the first day of eliminations, and in this bottom bracket, we have RRQ facing off against Gen.G again in an elimination. RRQ, though, they've been on an up halfway through the year, but now in stage 2, things are looking a lot shakier.
Yeah, things have been a little bit inconsistent. I've even seen some of the players walking around, some of the coaches from these teams. I've heard a sentiment of this team again. The Gen.G guys seemed a little bit tentative going into this matchup. This will be the 11th time that these two teams have faced. In the first 8, it was 7-1 in the favor of Gen.G, and every single time there was a key matchup that would decide how far RRQ would go in Pacific. Gen.G would deny them, but that narrative has changed very recently. The Stage 1 finals, RRQ was able to overcome Gen.G from the lower bracket with a veto disadvantage. I did not expect that, and they've also beat them in a very tight group stage match here in Stage 2. So I think RRQ has the recent head-to-head, but I agree, have looked a little shakier than Gen.G as of late.
Yeah, but this is the best RRQ we've seen. This year has been the most successful in organization history. This lineup is really approaching their peak, especially in Stage 1. Like you say, winning from that lower bracket is no easy feat. Double ban advantage is huge, but RRQ have shown potential to win this matchup already. Gen.G looking for the revenge. They're so used to winning against this RRQ team, and they're going to want to flip that script, run this lower bracket once again.
And also in the middle of stage 1, in the middle of the season, their IGL completely changed. They added in crazy guys. So for them to do what they've achieved is huge for RRQ, but can they do it again today against a Gen.G who is hungry to continue on to chance to make it to the international stage? You know, they already got locked out earlier in this year and they don't want a repeat. But their roster is also shuffled quite a number of times. And Lakia, there he is, he's back.
The Lakia of VALORANT. I don't even know what that means. I just keep seeing that everywhere. I think for Gen.G though, they're going to be very disappointed that they've been seeded into the lower bracket here.
Oh, yeah.
I think losing the head-to-head in the group stage against RRQ definitely contributed to that. So they're going to be a little bit bitter about how this matchup has gone the last 2 times. They're going to feel like in Toronto they were in excellent form. They were one of the favorites for the tournament very early on, but unfortunately crashed out in the lower bracket. So for Gen.G, they need to get another crack at this international tournament. They need to make sure they're going through to champions, because they have even 1 extra championship point over RRQ. They are slightly favored to be going again into champions, but this game is a must-win for RRQ. If they lose, they're out. They're going to really want to win it. And for Gen.G, if they lose, it's very likely they're out, although there are a few other outcomes that could still favor them.
I mean, the thing about Gen.G is they know how to play this lower bracket. They've ran this before. They know these gauntlets inside and out. So it is very, very possible for this incredibly experienced team full of trophy winners. But ultimately, for me, it's going to be how do they use that prep advantage? You know, they've watched RRQ play in match 1 of the day. It did not work out because they started too slow on the side of DFM. So now Gen.G, you can't avoid that slow start against a team like RRQ. But what have you learned? This is an all-star coaching staff. star-studded all the way through. So show me some knowledge here today.
I will say in the group stage, they only really slipped up against Global on Icebox, and then right at the end, Nongshim beat them on some of their best maps. Nongshim took them to Lotus and stomped them on it, then they took them to Ascent and beat them on it as well. That is a big question mark for me for Gen.G, but you can see overall the historical head-to-head heavily favoring Gen.G, as we've mentioned before, but the last two matchups have both gone the way of RRQ in very close fashion, and you're seeing some key statistics here. Attack win doing better for Gen.G, defense win slightly better there for RRQ, and then you're seeing the op usage a little bit more favored in the side of RRQ, which is interesting for me. I think it does come down as well to the fact that they're playing a lot of double duelists at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see one other stat here with the first kill percentage. Gen.G is way there on top. And I think this is going to be huge in how they start the momentum of these maps.
I mean, they create more advantages than anybody else in this league. And that is a fantastic stat to have rolling into a matchup like this. And I think if you are able to consistently find those picks, especially if they're able to get Jemkin off the board, that's what they're going to be looking for today. And we take a look here at some of the highlights of when these two teams met in Stage 1, and oh boy, was this a banger.
Yeah, this was a all-time banger matchup. Munchkin, huge clutch from him, and he's going to be another one of those players that you're actually keeping your eye on for first kills.
Yeah.
It's not just Texture who creates openings. In fact, there are times where Gen.G has been very successful where he is actually losing the majority of his first duels, but you have these players like Munchkin, like Foxy9 that aren't afraid to take opening duels and try to win them, because Gen.G has just got such sharp individuals on top of this structure where they mix up contact plays, individual pushes on the timings, and reading the macro of the map with this structured gameplay and hard executes.
Yeah, speaking of structured gameplay here, with Gen.G, they have one of the shallowest agent pool out there. All the players play max 1 to 3 agents. Karen only plays 1 agent.
He just plays Omen.
Omen, he's the only one.
It's what we in the business call an agent puddle. It's
an agent puddle, an agent drop.
It's a droplet. It's a droplet for Karen. He's the only one.
Sir, can I have even one drop of brimstone? No, you're on Omen. Shut up.
It does work for them, though.
But RRQ is the total opposite.
Yeah, exactly. I think these two teams have very, very different approaches. Like you say, Gen.G understand what works for them, and they run it again and again and again. RRQ much more innovative, much more afraid, not afraid, to try new things. Look at this head-to-head, though. I mean, historically, this has been such a Gen.G favored matchup. It's only really been this year where they've managed to claw that back, and with a 2-2 in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 2025 has been an upward trend in the form of RRQ. They finally, they still are the Pacific champions. It's easy to forget that because they're sitting here in the lower bracket looking a little bit sheepish. Head-to-head here, we've got Xfero up against Caron. Xfero has been such a big game player for RRQ when he's needed. Recently, you've seen him even picking up the Omen on Ascent. And for Caron, he's been a player I feel like a lot of people have been wanting more from this year compared to last year. But his last few games, he's seen an upward tick in form, and he's looking scarier on the Omen once again.
I think this has been deliberate. He's addressed this in interviews as well. He wasn't fragging or performing to the same standard that he was last year when he was still a rookie. I can't believe it was only last year. But now, over the last couple of matches, he has actively been working on it, trying to get more frags, trying to just be more confident and I think he's been thinking a lot for the team, to be honest. And I see other players, this happens to other players, including Cushy, who we've seen a similar sort of drop-off. So I hope he can also pick it up like Karen.
Cushy needs to be on point here for RRQ. He's been a little bit underwhelming, but to be fair, you can't just criticize him. Everyone in RRQ in the last few months has fallen off and come back up. They're very inconsistent at the moment. Monyet, the last time, was absolutely lights out against Gen.G and was a key factor as to why they won that series. But then even in his last series, he dipped down again, unfortunately.
Yeah, and as the map veto comes in here, we got Gen.G starting off with Haven. That is absolutely not surprising to me at all, and neither are their first bans.
They're just going to run it back. They even just lost this map to RRQ. They just ran it back again.
They're not a team that loves change. We know that they're going to go for Haven or Lotus. That is where they love to take it, and we are going to be starting here.
Omen droplet only.
Look, over on the other side of things, RRQ will pick up Sunset, which hasn't been a bad map for Gen.G by any stretch of the imagination. So they're there really is no safety in this map pool for either team. This is going to be a slugfest. This is going to be close maps for two teams that are extremely well-rounded and have had some international experience. There is no veto auto win here.
Yeah, I mean, and we've spoke about this exact matchup on Haven so many times, right? RRQ have played against this comp of Gen.G for such a long time. This Viper style that's so unique. Well, it's not even unique to Gen.G anymore because a lot of people are copying it, but nobody does it quite like them.
No,
Munchkin is the GOAT on Viper, but RRQ have played against this time and time again. In theory, they should have that answers. We are expecting them to run that double Duelist, and oh man, what a matchup.
There's a crazy degree of familiarity with both of these teams. There's so much mind games, there's so much prep, great coaching staff on both sides, and Corrode is going to be a very interesting decider if we make it there. This is minimum 3. Come on, there's no 2-0s
It's
here.
minimum 3, and I'm expecting overtimes, at least one overtime to be happening between these two teams who are so familiar with each other. It's going to be RRQ from Indonesia facing off against the trophy-winning Gen.G. So let's welcome the teams to the stage.
Let's fly.
Team RRQ. It's VCT Pacific Playoffs Elimination Days, and it was written in the stars for this match to happen 11 times. This is going to be the 11th match between RRQ and Gen.G, but RRQ finally beat Gen.G the last 2 matches and cinched the Pacific Trophy in Stage 1. And the question is, can RRQ do it again?
Yeah, absolutely. The current reigning Pacific champions have fallen into the lower bracket, and they will have to take on the team that they bested in the grand final just last stage. It is a lot of pressure. They didn't perform the way they would have wanted to internationally, and to even have a chance to go international again, they're going to have to win this matchup and keep on winning or they're out.
And we got Gen.G as their opponents. Talon and Paper X are up in the upper brackets. Talon has said their biggest opponents will be Paper X, but Paper X said Gen.G is going to be their biggest nemesis for this tournament.
Yeah, Gen.G have been lower bracket demons before, but they've got it all to do again. Seeded as that 4th seed, so they're starting down here. And to be honest, they're probably happy with this matchup. These teams know each other so well at this point. They clash non-stop. But yeah, for Gen.G, I mean, this is an enormously experienced roster, so it's about them finding that consistency, moving through the lower bracket swiftly, trying to make it to Paris.
These coaching staff, there is just so many mind games. They're probably sick of even fist bumping each other at this point. It's like, Jesus Christ, this guy again.
Well,
getting a bit unbelievable.
Absolutely. And we were talking about this earlier. Guys, last year, Gen.G, before they went on that crazy run, it was during kickoff here in over in Gangnam. They went an incredible lower bracket run. No one thought they could do it, and they ended up doing the unthinkable, and they did it multiple times, and now they are the Gen.G that the world knows. So I think they could do it again.
They also got eked out in a very close lower bracket in Toronto, despite being in extremely good form, which I know will have been very disappointing for them. But I think looking at the predictions here, most of us have more faith in Gen.G. For me,
surprising.
For me, it really just is about consistency. I see Gen.G as the more consistent team, but at the same time, I even question that statement seeing their last game against Nongshim.
I mean, for me, I am not I'm not worried about them starting slow here in the playoffs, especially not in the lower bracket, because we know that they've done it before. We saw a lot of nerves from DFM, I think, starting without having to have that warm-up time. I don't think Gen.G are a team that need warm-up time, and they know RRQ so well. I've been more impressed by their form recently. RRQ have been shown some fantastic Valorant, but also some that's not so great. So this is really about on-the-day performance, but I just think Gen.G have been a little bit more consistent this year, and that's why I'm going with them.
I agree with you guys here. RRQ has gotten a lot more experience, more than they ever have before, getting that international stage experience all year, but still Gen.G has so much experience across the squad, and I think that's, you know, when you're on an elimination day, this is what's going to help carry them over the line.
Especially the last two matchup, I really feel like Stage 1 finals, Gen.G wasn't even really playing that well. They really tried to force that series to end and they were punished for it. The last series, it took everything out of Monyet, particularly on this map, to be able to win it for RRQ, and he's been quite up and down. Looking at what RRQ is going to be running here, straight back to old reliable X-Pharaoh. The last time we saw RRQ on this map was phenomenal on the Cypher, and I think the main player in general that needs to step up in this series for me is Cushy, particularly on his signature Sova.
Yeah, I have to agree. We've been wanting to see more from Cushy now in this second half of the year. But shock horror, no changes on the side of Gen.G. They're running this composition that they love so much. You gotta watch out for that pairing of Munchkin and Foxy9, especially when they get onto that defensive half. They would love this map. They run the show here, and I can't wait to watch this matchup again.
Well, one thing that's been really reassuring since that Stage 1 finals is that it's not the Jemkin show anymore. Yes, Jemkin did so much before, but we've seen a lot of the individuals in RRQ step up together. So if they can do that all together today, they have a good shot against Gen.G.
I mean, they need to, because Gen.G has hyper-consistent individuals. For RRQ, I feel like they have the much more inconsistent individuals, and that can't happen today.
Yeah, that's right. All right, we're going to go into the second series of today, and to cast us through that, we got Achilleos and Komodo.
Here we are, once again, Gen.G versus RRQ, as the often bastardized version of Murphy's Law goes. If it can't happen, it will happen. If these teams are able to face up against each other, they will face up against each other. And here we are once again for the umpteenth time to see which one is going to be sticking around, because this is now pretty much do or die for both of these squads. RRQ, they need to win if they want to make it the champs. They lose here, there is nothing to save them.
Yeah, I mean, local versus international trophy lifters. We're talking about recent form for these teams, but when it comes to the day, I just want to get in the server, and I just want to see some good damn Valorant from these two. I want the third map. They've adopted the newest one in Corrode. I think it's an apt closer for this series. It would have been amazing if it was Split, for example, because we know there's only bangers on Split, but the last two times that they played, they didn't have Split in any of those occurrences, right? So for these two teams, it's a different closer, but we're not getting too much differences at all in the agent compositions right now. So how much tape, how much homework, how do your preps look like here? And when it comes down to the day, what are you just looking like on the day in the server? That's what we're here to find out.
First on the attack is Gen.G. Munchkin, doing what he always does. Doesn't matter if he's on the attacker side, the defender side, just spamming through, looking for a couple shots. Jemkin. Some contact here at C long, but damage not going to be exchanged. And for now, that does have Gen.G pumping the brakes. A little bit of mid-exploration here from Foxy9.
It's going to be a crucial opening fight here over at the C site. If you're going up against Jemkin and X-Pharaoh, spotted out on this Sheriff line. What a shot to start off.
Great one there. Texture on the floor. Needs to be that player to step up. Saw the last performance from him versus Nongshim. Is not having a good time of it at all.
It's like one of his worst performances ever.
I think it was statistically the worst one that he's had in his career, which is basically 5 years strong.
And you know, for Gen.G as well, a team that definitely didn't want that fourth seed, was kind of out of their hands with the final results of that group stage. So they've got to run the gauntlet here against RRQ again. Currently 30 seconds to go, and RRQ just spread around the map, playing this very lengthy default. Not phased.
Not at all.
30
seconds
seconds
just
left.
waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Tucked back from Foxy9. Recon goes out, but Relay holds them back. Stun connecting, and that's now going to be a bit of a frantic attempt to pivot, rather, over here towards this C site. Munchkin scaling forward, makes contact, finds a kill. X-Pharaoh going to be taken down. Karan somehow surviving, does manage to keep himself in this one, but now the spike is going to be dropped just outside of the garage, and Munchkin needs to kill them all, and oh boy, gets close to finding at least a fourth, but cannot bail them out, so RRQ will find the opening pistol.
Oh, it gets a little bit scrappy at the end there when everyone's just trying to get out of the garage. You got to try and get that spike across, but it's just sheriff shots being collected and get to a little bit on the edge of your seat with how that one does eventuate. But when I look towards the performance of the pistols in this stage so far as well for a team like Gen.G, they are not really finding a lot of them. So just narrowly kind of missing out on this one. Locked out from doing anything at C originally, locked out from some good reactive utility at B. Kind of funneled in towards the C site at the end of it. Not going to be happy with that result for a team that we really associate being some Haven extraordinaires. Come a little bit later on when they get the weapons, but if RRQ are able to establish a bit of dominance on this defensive side that we highlighted from the desk earlier, they typically are a little bit better on, then should be finding some good starts.
Oh,
shoulder spotted.
Yep. Quick little spot out, some spray, texture just sliding forward, but again, it's just xffero, who's been quite nerdy with these lineups. He's got that trip to just try to cut them off here on the entryway.
Yeah, did see some adaptations though from however they played last time with the shock dart. They did have to reposition, so should be aware of it later on.
Sliding forward, getting revealed out for a brief little moment. Jemkin does get counter spam down to 20. He's just going to be passing the weapon over. xffero taking that Phantom now as Jemkin. Oh my goodness, is just spamming a Marshall into his smoke. And he's now on for an ace. There's the spot on to Karan. Monyet will make it a little bit of a faster round, but it's all smiles here for the Terminator. As he is 7-0-1, one charge away, now gained by the defuse. So Dimensional Drift at the ready as they go into the bonus in flawless fashion.
Well, it's not the Operator that he's currently leading in with quite handsomely in Pacific, but it is the Marshal. And we get to re-see all of the shots that will come out with this one. I mean, he's just not getting vision on absolutely anyone, is he? Just shot after shot after shot.
Making a Marshal look like it's an Odin.
Yeah, pretty much. Great. Any eco round to come through from Jemkin and Monyet, if you want to call it that at the end, but picking up that Dimensional Drift coming into this round is going to be quite large and in charge. If you want to play retake, you absolutely can. Going to highlight RRQ as a team that very, very comfortable in the retakes.
Wall falling down, just trying to play around with these timings and texture. Okay, does manage to deliver Jemkin his first death. Still a lot of presence all around this A site, and Monyet wins that fight with a Spectre at range. Potentially recoverable, depending on the pathing from xffero, but Monyet just looks to go ahead and reinforce this position here at A. Dart does not go through, so Cushy safe to just backpedal around to the back of the box. And immediately Gen.G are looking to leave this site. xffero now in a potential spot to maybe catch somebody off guard if they do wrap on this angle.
Yeah, Gen.G saw too many players there over at the A site and want to wrap around this fight here.
And okay, Karan does have it drawn down, ready to go. Comes up with the kill there. Texture getting the spot here onto Monyet. They know that he's backside. They want to try to flush him out, so just sliding across, and it's going to be Foxy9 who actually finds the kill in the chaos. Gen.G now in a very stable position. With Ash potentially at risk. Let's see if they can try to move him out of this site here to keep him alive and retain these weapons.
Can't use that yet.
A falling texture, perfectly poised. And that now just leaves Crazy Guy on a little bit of a long wrap to try to get his way into garage here. Dirt will spot. Alarm bot will chase.
They just look for an exit, really. Don't want to be saving the Bulldog into the next round.
Well, it's Karan who finds the exit, in fact. And I can already hear his roar all the way up here on the 16th floor. So Gen.G denying a bonus conversion. A very nice opening kill from Texture. Try to get the blood flowing here.
Yeah, surviving with 4 as well is going to be pretty needed for them, in my opinion. You want to just see a lot of maximization in this series from these two massive powerlifting teams in Pacific. It's a little bit unfortunate the way that things do eventuate on how many just great teams we do have in Pacific that are battling their way through this playoffs. Who really is going to get in towards champions? We've got some huge contenders, but coming into this round, it's Ambition from Jemkin, an Operator glass cannon style.
A huge purchase, but yeah, also avoided for the moment.
Yeah, inevitable day.
Doesn't have a gate crash set up to try to cut over towards this site very quickly. Stuck into the cage, able to avoid the ping reveal from the recon here is xffero. Toggle the cam, they know that he's going to be around here somewhere. Texture ready to try to go on the push, the paranoia goes through. xffero still able to find one, just holding down M1. eliminates Ash. The site is now taken, a 4v4.
Got a bit of this recon util that you can throw in as RRQ. And the drift, remember.
How much of a go do they want to make of this is going to be the question, because it's going to have to pass the operator open. Yeah, Foxy9 does get noted. It looks like they are going to be going for this one, so up. Still in hand. Gen.G just going full exploration here. Trying to see what he can spot out. Foxy9, paranoid here within the smoke, is able to find one and catches another. Gen.G is trying to tuck back. Loses his life there, and now it's once again Crazy Guy. But the time is just not going to be on his side. He will make his exit back over to the spawn to try to hold on to the weapon. Texture may be considering going on the hunt here. But weapon, or rather money for himself, not a fantastic position. So we'll just go their separate ways from this explosion. And that's going to be Gen.G tying it up at 2-2 as Karan does continue to scream his lungs out.
Oh, it is loud for those folks that are at home and not here. It is enormous, but for RRQ, that is a bit of an enormous loss, to be honest with you. The investment of the operator and the dimensional drift, and it's Foxy9 holding in the smoke. It's just the tail end of Jemkin's dimensional drift. He doesn't have a gate crash to bail out as well. He just comes out of that timed ultimate into the crosshairs of Foxy9. Great hold from Gen.G at the C site yet again. And they're going to be pushing RRQ down onto a lesser equipped by just Jemkin, the Hero Phantom.
Well, taking a page out of Munchkin's book. Unable to find any damage. They know that there's going to be at least one Sheriff in play. Munchkin gets the spot here on Akushi, forcing him back deeper into the A site.
You are getting closer to these ultimates as Gen.G too, so if you can pick some of them up here and hold them into the next round, the next rifle rounds of RRQ, you are going to set yourself up with a bit of an advantage, you would assume. But this pivot towards the C site right now, you are going in towards Jemkin's rifle and Xfero's domain.
Poison orb up and over the top, gate crash for the exit situated, and Jemkin does manage to find one. Gets out scot-free, tripwire here in the face. Spotted and cleared. Xfero lurking just within this smoke here at Garage. Texture, however, snappy as all hell. He's able to find one, slides up past the relay bolt, as managing to outspray him on yet. It's Texture.
Spike down.
Gets himself a third. Mr. 4K might be making an appearance here in round number 5. Playing point, Crazy Guy swooping in, and there he is in all of his glory. And Texture will get Gen.G now up to 3 and into the lead.
Yeah, you keep up this kill performance, you are going to overtake Meteor as the current kill leader in Pacific and claim that spot for yourself. He's getting relatively close here. So we'll see if that is going to be found or not. A great 4K to come on through. I got a little bit worried with the Xfero play that was going to pop out of that dark cover. Had it been a little bit earlier timed, maybe finding a bit more, but the trade's coming through from Gen.G nicely, commanding the space for the C site yet again. So conditioning these C ends, that's 3 in a row. Is it going to continue to be a bit of a pattern here that Gen.G are wanting to throw out? Or are they really just conditioning RRQ to make another site weaker and stack on towards C when they do start to get a little bit more of this informational gathering ability into these next coming rounds? There's some discussions to have here, of course, for RRQ.
Stage bathed in gold, but not for the victory, at least not yet. Timeout call. Trying to get closer to that. RRQ, I mean, they need to really run the gauntlet here.
Oh, yeah.
To make this happen. Gen.G, some backups, but
it is, for those wondering if you're just joining us as well, essentially the output of this series is if RRQ lose, they do not go to champions. Hey, congratulations, Monyet. We've had a lot of achievements this week, actually.
Yeah, we have.
Back to what I was saying, though. For Gen.G to make champs, technically RRQ need to lose here, so go Gen.G winning. And there is a whole bunch of other stuff if Gen.G lose and RRQ win and all that. It's a kerfuffle, it's an affair, it's easier to just win yourself.
It's pretty much a, well, not a win and you're in, but a win and you're certainly not out.
Yeah. Plant already over to this B site, though. Fun little 5 versus 5. Are we going to get that forward pit that spreads? We are.
That we are. Has the setup for it. Quick tap already, though. Xfero wanting to see if he can get some of this util out. Going to really run the clock down. Jemkin, however, pinching around the back. Goes on this push out of C long, but Foxy9 very quickly identifies the real one. Gets rid of the imposter. It's Foxy now. Continue to try to hold at window.
No health.
It's Moniette. He doesn't have any HP. Foxy doesn't either, and Foxy doesn't have the read. So he could find some more damage, but the call to save has already been made. So Moniette is just going to be tucking away, and this timeout is not going to lead to a round win. It's a great, just aggressive free push up into that B site for Gen.G to now double the round count.
And unfortunately for RRQ in that regard, it was their timeout, right? So they're continuing on this unfortunate trend of not having great percentages after a timeout. They're sub 50%. You know, majority of the teams are, but they're a little bit more on the downward spiral in that. As you kind of mentioned, it's a great identification from Foxy9 here on the 2 Yorus, 1 real, 1 clone. And some great reactive positioning for Gen.G around the map as well to try and protect the spike and the objective to win that round. 4 versus 2. An ult used there, but still a lot in the back pocket for Gen.G too. We'll start to see some getting online for RRQ, but it's just going to be back to the drawing board in this round with some lesser weaponry. They're still putting majority of their forces over towards this A site for the beginning stages, at least for now.
Drone the lead. Check on the corner, and that's 2-player spotted. The paranoia is there. Texture's still running out into the open there despite being blinded.
Oh,
and this is going to be just a great counter crunch here from the side of RRQ. Fox is going to push out to his own demise. It's a thrifty in flawless fashion for RRQ to win the round.
Saw that in the last series as well, so it's in the water today. RRQ have recovered that one on the fishing line.
A weird one.
Little bit. 4 players for RRQ stacked over there to try and maximize potential of the lesser weaponry and the pistols and the crossfires. I am a little bit surprised that Gen.G do just want to kind of bully their way through. The dart is late, so it's the early pop-in play from Texture and Caron. You know, a team like T1, for example, they like to re-clear over towards A lobby without the drone, without the reconnaissance, and try to dry walk it in. Gen.G, that there is a bit ill-advised.
No, certainly so. Overdrive now online. Cushy 2 away from a Hunter's Furies. Foxy 1 from the lockdown does put Gen.G still in an advantageous position. No way to clear this one out. Should he pull the trigger on it, so.
I wonder if they smoke the progression line, and that might be the go time to get a paranoia over there and send in Moniette, potentially overdrive and relay bolt. There's the progressive smoke. It's going to be the drone early though first instead.
Shock dart up close. It's a bit of damage there onto Cushy. There's his own drone out. Ash able to get the spot here onto the enemy Sova. That's Texture dead. Cushy with a great little shot there. Finishes him off as he tries to get tucked it long, but Xfero similarly going to be taken down as Munchkin gets this lurk inactive. But the operator now from Jemkin is going to slide out onto a deeper line.
If he does TP back as well, the gate crashes in enemy territory. Just fades now.
Munchkin playing quite far forward. Finds the first. Can't adjust for Moniette though. Does well to keep them in this round. A 3v3 with Ash. Playing out of window. And Foxy now getting ready to go on an even deeper, longer lurk. Making his way across in towards B. The overdrive now going to be popped. Doubles back in, but going to be spammed down, but still able to find the kill. That opens up the site. And now Gen.G widely going to be scrambling as Crazy Guy snaps on for the elimination. Ash going to be looking to try to play the time here. Swing onto the corner of the shot. It legs him. Hunter's Fury now opened up. The first hit, connecting. The second, killing. But can he get the weapon out fast enough? No, Jemkin.
There's no time.
Doesn't have the time. The shorty at range will take him down, but the round is already won. A Red Bull clutch from Ash as Gen.G continue to give us some craziness here in the rounds.
Yeah.
They're once again up by 2.
There would have had to be a quiet little lapsing of Ash just holding onto that Hunter's Fury for a couple of more milliseconds. And, you know, the extra bolt coming on through and being dodged after the half stick, it would have been very narrow percentages in the end there for RRQ to be able to come away with the round. Unfortunate for Crazy Guy. And Jemkin, I mean, just too much time for the team taken. Moniette with that overdrive as well. Surprised he did manage to get 1 kill, but just peppered down early. The half not away from RRQ just yet, of course. They give it another crack with the buy that they have.
Yeah, from Moniette, it was some beautiful tracking.
Back towards this A site, though. Bit of early utility out to try and gain some informations. Gonna pivot Moniette over if possible. Given the calm before the storm here for Gen.G.
Shock onto the corner. Jiggle across the fast lane. Now starting to try to scale forward as the relay bolt does go in. Kushi looking like he's able to avoid that. Extra wary about the peek here onto the back side, but as the paranoia comes out, it ends up making him think twice about advancing forward. So he loses his life because of that. Monyet trying to play defense here. Kushi able to redraw the weapon.
Down A.
Gets a bit of damage across. His crazy guy. Ooh, just teleporting right past Foxy9.
He's brained them. They don't know. They think he's got out.
They have no idea. Now with the smoke getting ready to fall, he gets the kill on the Foxy, and that's going to be the clear here onto the lockdown. Karon now in no man's land. Spotted. Just trying to spam as best as possible. Karon does manage to find a nice shot, and that's the exit route opened up now, so he's going to go sprinting across the map.
It was the only opportunity, but where do you think that from the shadows goes as Crazy Guy?
Does he just fake back? No. We'll just go for this A connector plant. Crazy Guy is so very close. The TP up over the top, and Karon maybe starting to register it now, but it's already too late. Crazy Guy from on high, able to go ahead and get a 4K to get RRQ up to 4-round wins.
I'm thinking it's risky business from Kushi bringing out that drone around the A site when Gen.G are kind of already in and assaulted into that A site, but the reposition from Crazy Guy, I mean, a little bit of a masterclass in the chaotic affair in the site itself. He's done really well to try and give himself a bit of an advantage there on the expectation that in the 2 versus 2 he might just fall on back and retreat to his team. Jemkin is quite off yonder as well, making a bit of a merry way flank over. Actually, a 2 versus 3, pardon me, but regardless, RRQ keeping this one in contention. Another gun rounds to be present, and Gen.G going to favor back towards the site that has been working.
Off at the ready, finds a Munchkin there at the rear. Not even a look at damage going to be taken in response either. So perfectly set up to just go ahead and maintain these hard lines, lock off this C-long angle. As Monyet just diving back and forth across the site.
Not too worried about RRQ's positioning at the moment. You'd feel comfortable with the operator still locking down C and your Cypher util. Early warning call garage and side of B with the camera there for a retake if it does go in towards a bit of a B play from Gen.G. You relinquish a bit of the space over at A. Again, RRQ, a team that is generally happy to go into retakes, especially when they're in an advantage and when they're backed up by Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury here. It's a strong angle and a strong call to play a little bit more passive off the site. Let Gen.G waste the utility to get in and play retake.
Hunter's Fury going to be held. It's just the drone to try to scout forward. Spot on the 1, Karon with a reposition. Consideration of the paranoia at the moment. Would not connect here on the texture, but Jemkin is going to be able to scout all of this out. He's calling for it. Now the Hunter's Fury is going to be coming in, but texture. He pops the overdrive to be a little bit more elusive. Tag on a Karon, kill cannot be found. Overdrive shots going up in towards heaven. Jemkin out of the Dimensional Drift, able to find one. Then just off Karon, but texture continuing to stick around, continuing to try to zap them all down. He's got a double fourth. But this time, the ace is not to be found. Xfero will keep them in this and tie things up neck and neck between these two teams.
If he had a slight millisecond of health, time, or HP, one of the two could have got that job done. I mean, he is just tracking everyone around the site there. The overdrive, I think, even expired. Gets the kill just in the nick of time to refresh that one. Unfortunate for Gen.G, he's dancing around the site, but in the end, just trips over the second left foot. For Xfero to get the necessary kill in the end. Again, RRQ retakes. That one looks very, very close, but it is still a more comfort style for them. And it might even be a blessing in disguise, because Mr. 4K versus Mr. Ace, we know which one works a treat generally better.
Yeah, I mean, last time we got an ace, lost the map. Getting blown out by Global Esports on Icebox.
They did win this series.
They did win the series. So that was a step forward for him. So even though not being able to get it done, still plenty of fans here to show their support for texture.
And technically I'd argue that ace as well, because there was a resurrection in the play, so it's like it would need to be the 6K for the proper, and then you have a different story. But
was it a fully enacted curse?
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Tight scoreline equalized here. This is what I'm sure a lot of people wanted to see coming in towards this very important elimination game in the VCT Pacific playoffs. Masters was not a good go for RRQ in their first international appearance. They want to be able to prove better in an event like Champions. Gen.G are better on it, Toronto, sure, but they want to be lifting trophies. On the back foot in this round too, with the buy that they're going to be equipped with. It makes you kind of wonder a little bit.
Expecting this push to end up in the B side once again.
Got to be able to figure out once more where that operator is. You know it's in play. You generally know it's around the C site. Not too much changes in the util set from RRQ in this round as well.
And that's the info gained right there just because of the clone.
Yep.
So you know where he's at. But how do you try to deal with him now is the question, because starting to work their way in towards this garage. Smoke on a window.
It's going to give him information as well that they're in the garage. He's just going to act accordingly and get out of there. Reposition around the trap wire being popped.
It'll peek out. We'll just stop it, and the shorty's not going to do a damn thing. Too many targets, and Texture now sliding forward. It's quick work of Xpero with that stinger. Moniette trying to go on the chase, drops down, a bit of damage there on the Foxy 9's Crazy Guy's able to find Karen off screen. Munchkin, however, trying to hold here from the side, but Moniette fighting back for a little bit more, falls down to 16 HP.
Small reprieve for Gen.G here.
Foxy now, operator in hand. Picking that one up, but he himself low on health and Texture. Able to win out the fight. Moniette, it would have had to be a very nice transfer. One bullet over, would have taken down Foxy 9. We'll just leave the op where it lays. As they now get themselves up to 6. Gen.G looking for that 7-5 scoreline.
Well, coaching staff got to be happy with the result of that one. Getting the Thrifty after your own timeout. You know, generally, teams will be having a little bit of an idea of what to do in the round straight after if it is a Thrifty-esque buy. But it's more importantly for the round after that when you do have your proper weapons. So I think as Gen.G, they're going to be pretty happy with the result of that one, albeit a pretty close round. With a lot of backwards and forwards trades yet again. Last round of the half, and you are bent over and broken as RRQ just a little bit. Guardian, Bulldog, Stinger and Sheriffs.
They got their own Thrifty earlier.
That is true.
First round win, so.
Flawless variety.
Why not another one? Again, when you're playing between these two teams where they know each other so very well, anything is going to be possible for them to pull off. But Munchkin, as you point out to me, doesn't have that pit available, and he's immediately going to drop it and try to lock down this angle of approach from Garage.
Yeah, single paranoia can go there, but it's hard.
Drone to try to lead the way. Spot on the one, Texture repositioning back inside of the pit, keeping himself safe for the time being as Karan avoiding that relay bolt and immediately shutting down Moniette on that entry. Jemkin does manage to find 2, as Karan will also get taken out, but now you've got the Neural Theft invested. The Munchkin gets in on top of Crazy Guy to go ahead and maintain a player advantage. Hunter's Fury also available here from Ash, getting himself into a more disconnected position, but it might not even be necessary. As he's just gonna let her rip, and that's Xpero immediately down and dead. Gen.G, certainly some instability throughout the half, but they end it up by 2.
Yeah, I mean, for Gen.G as well, go A, yeah, you get retaken. Go B, hey, you're getting one, you're getting retaken. Go C, Chad mode activate. They just go C, and they're winning majority of this time. It's better favored for them, especially when they are backed up by a couple of these strong ultimates. I mean, it's another Hunter's Fury for Ash that gets the job done at the end of the day over at that site, and the Viper's Pit for Munchkin that works treat. 7-5. Not 6-6, but it's pretty close, and it's, you know, a pistol round. You're back into it essentially as RRQ. Flip side over for Gen.G getting the pistol in the second round, where you start to balloon out a good lead and maybe look to run away with it. Still expect competitiveness from RRQ regardless.
Yeah, and I think the pistol is definitely something to bring into consideration here, because, I mean, Gen.G, you think about them over at Masters Toronto, they were damn near flawless when it came down to those pistols. Not until they got into elimination situations where they started to falter there. But here in Stage 2, it has been a very different story.
Yeah. Is that one on the right, the belly rub scenario? Is that what that one was?
I believe so.
Yeah. Never-ending rivalry has gone on long enough, or it's a banger. I could watch this all day. Well, this is going to be the last installment for quite a while for this year.
Very true.
Unless they're both playing in some off-season event later on.
Yeah, there's no way for both teams to make it.
Nope.
So no chance of that rematch happening at Paris. Like, I thought it was fated to happen in Toronto, but RRQ couldn't quite make it far enough to have that come to fruition. As I think Gen.G wants to go to Japan. But they certainly do. Join in alongside Paper Rex. I mean, both those teams were attached to the hip last year.
Let's see what this pistol round has in store for us. Silence for the beginning. RRQ outside of the lobby and window have their choice on where they want to go. Positioned away from the mid-take of Gen.G currently. It's going to funnel them into this A side of things.
Immediately rotating back out. Ash for the moment, left to his own devices. 2 shock darts, but not in the best position to try to utilize them. But because of the slowdown here from RRQ, they have gotten some reinforcements in.
Gun up and ready.
Munchkin starting to pull back off of that one, but Ash, what a shot! Takes down Monyet, mid-slide. Munchkin similarly striking on the opposite side of this. Xfero needs to try to bail them out. He's got the spike, but Crazy Guy, he's on the opposite side of the map.
The fact that you get that 1 kill, though, in this 2-on-3, and Munchkin's low, is a very workable scenario for RRQ. You park it a little bit.
Munchkin's trying to watch for this lurk. Maybe trying to bait here for the rest of the team, but now you've got the spike.
Now it becomes a little bit more difficult for Crazy Guy. Paranoia, eventual dart cover, got to run a marathon, and there's 30 seconds. You have a reposition to your heart's content, essentially, as Gen.G here. You can even gift him the spike if you want to, but they're going to hear him.
Potential to isolate. It's Foxy, the first one to take the fight, but no, he'll just have the headshot into the body. And that is going to be the pistol going the way of Gen.G. 1-1 in that regard, and now further stretching the lead.
Oh, that A side affair not working for them when you got the peeling away from Gen.G at the right timing. When I'm looking at it thinking, all right, RRQ, they get in, they get their first kill. They've already forced Gen.G out of the site. You set yourself up for a bit of a post plant, but no, Ash hits a bit of a shocking, great shot onto the slider of Jemkin. Or Monyet, sorry. And then a lot of pistol shots come into fruition after that. That is not the start that you want to see for RRQ in the pistol round to start to equalize this map, but for the Gen.G faithful out there, the start you want.
This is a Munchkin rotation if ever I've seen one, but immediately as the alarm bot gets triggered, he's going to send Texture back across towards B to watch this angle. Camera forward. Not really able to clear that, at least at the moment, but can now slide forward and get it. So eyes down, smoke forward onto the B site. And Munchkin is really just here to try to sell a fake, but no, never mind. Pulls off the angle, but Ash still does well to find himself 2 quick kills. Munchkin looking for the finishers. He gets 1 shot away, but Monyet will be able to try to make a go of this to get a little bit more damage in, but instead we'll just chuck the weapon up and over the wall. But the rest of Gen.G say, hey, we already have those.
Yeah.
So, going to be carrying 3 Guardians forward.
They're going to see a bit of differences as well for Foxy9 versus Xfero on this defensive side, because I feel like there was not too much that Xfero was able to actually really do with that Cypher utility. You know, a couple of trap wires that get some reveals and stuff, but no massive bait plays on the back of them, no massive cage stalls. Feels like Gen.G was still relatively okay getting through everything there. And on this flanking department as well, I mean, Gen.G might not be able to go for that too much if Xfero is still alive, but for Foxy9, I mean, you know that he's just going to be good for some C-holds to hit the shots on the back of that utility too and reposition from garage and long accordingly.
Okay, I thought he was going to swing, then I saw he had a singer. So then I thought he was crazy, and then I was like, no, he's just going to get slotted.
Well, he is crazy.
Yeah.
Just a tad.
A little bit of a lunatic.
But that's the guy on the other side anywho. Going to have to come out with a good call in this round. Not fall prey to any sneaky positions of Gen.G. Thinking that it might be a little bit more of a forward B angle. Caron maybe even toying with the idea that he needs to stay here and get a Paranoia at the ready, but falling away. Sub-minute mark now comes.
Recon forward in the garage. The Nano going to be popped. Alarm bot taken down. Foxy in position for some spam, but that once again has RRQ rerouting, and it looks like they're going to try to maybe regress. No. Pump towards window, but then the call comes in for B.
And so it is going to be that Bravo spot at the end, and it is just Foxy9 with a Guardian.
It's going to be a 3-2-1 go. There's a relay bolt sent in towards back sight. Foxy, a shot there. Into the head of Monyet, striking him down as Texture tries to slide forward, but Foxy9 is still here, and he is still keeping them honest. Swoops out of the smoke, finds himself at 3rd. Tucked in around the back, tries to go for the 4th cushy. Does manage to strike him down, but it's 20 HP remaining. The spike needing to be planted. A shock dart still available here, not going to be sent out. The wall will fall, so too shall Cushy, and now it's all on Crazy Guy, a 1v3.
Got to dodge the recon.
Surrounded pretty much here on all sides. still with a bit of a weaponry advantage.
They think he's flank.
Seems like they're definitely suspicious of it, but he's going to have to try to make a play for this sooner rather than later. But no, he's just going to allow for it to go through. Opts to save the Vandal.
Yeah. I just want to say, I love that one way that Charon has just thrown out as well. If you're pushing into that, your feet get seen, and you have no vision on the defuser. That is a gorgeous little one way to come out from that in that moment to give a little bit of security when you think the flank it might be a bit of a position. You cover your own backside too. But as I highlighted just before, Fox United has been great at holding down C, holding down garages in history. This time, he's just delivering everything with the Guardian around that B site for the bonus round to be won by Gen.G. That is not what you want to be seeing as RRQ. They're aware.
Absolutely not.
They're calling their last time out unless they get to overtime.
For what it's worth, breath of fresh air to see a team call a timeout when the team is kind of struggling.
Yeah.
Not sure who that's, that could be about anybody. But yeah, the work now really needs to be put in from RRQ. Down by 5 rounds. Granted, yes, of course, this is going to be Gen.G's map pick, but you yourselves have had an incredible Haven in the past.
And I mean, they had a great recent performance against T1, for example, 13-7. I mean, you beat Gen.G on it last time, albeit the 13-11 close performance there. But it's not like it's a map that you don't play, and it's not like it's a map that you expected to not be in this veto, right? You yourself as RRQ are banning Lotus, so you're floating Haven anyway. You know that's going to be picked by Gen.G. Just feels like in the server at the moment, the calls are individually being better, and the shots are individually being better by Gen.G.
I'm looking to pull off yet another thrifty here. Jumpstart the engine. Munchkin doing the same stuff. RQ wisely playing away from it.
Don't have one yet on the other side already.
Oh, Charon spotting. Double spray down coming through, and it's going to be Ash collecting too. I mean, it's just a triple stack here from Gen.G. Crazy guy to collect the Vandal that he had carried forward into this round, but not able to put it to any use. Gen.G, a flawless read, a flawless round, and now 2 away from taking us into sunset.
Oh, well, this is a bit of a do or die time in this map now for the likes of RRQ. I mean, it was a sort of similar position over on Lotus for that previous series on Nongshim, Red Force, and DFM, where you're just getting one team so out in front. They actually called the timeout, and then it ends with the reversal away from NS. But that's what we hear, by the way, several floors up. But yeah, this is a very, very crucial round for RRQ. Otherwise, you just got to throw this map by the wayside and try to get it in the next 2.
I mean, honestly, I'd start being concerned and having to maybe calm him down a little bit with the coaching staff. You don't want him to pop off so hard that he passes out. Stop getting the oxygen flow to the brain.
Well, he's got the blood pumping. That's also, still kind of required.
Ooh. Well, that would have been just about the final nail in the coffin there, but able to avoid the shot. Munchkin, position going to be exposed as slide in towards Hell. Monyet having to wait out because of the flash, but on the repeat is able to find one, and Ash is going to be overwhelmed in front of the site. Monyet quickly ducking back. Catches Foxy 9 off guard. Texture now arriving, but smoked off immediately. Makes this round pretty unassailable for Gen.G.
You do have a paranoia for Charon if you swap guns to try and set up Texture to get in with that.
You got plenty of money to buy another operator.
Yeah, but you could save and expect
Look
the
at this
flank
read,
already.
though.
Yeah.
He reads this incredibly well. Now that you get rid of that one, he's 10 HP.
Got dinked. Fan of things.
Well, never mind. I was going to say, now that you got it into a 2v3, maybe you go for it, but...
Time ticking.
Yeah, not enough HP, not enough health, and yeah, the time is just not going to be there. So, RRQ able to go ahead and steady things a bit. This will be them getting up to 6, need 5 to tie it.
I'm out of here.
7 more if they want to avoid an overtime.
And in this journey as well, Gen.G still having access to one timeout if they really feel the need that they have to drop that in. But you've got some great cushioning in the scoreline department that you can still look to build up a couple of these ults to have a great defended round too, right? Munchkin, that pit, that screams to me being a great possibility. Getting closer towards Hunter's Fury too, I believe. That one not online just yet. So looking towards Gen.G to not be too phased with the result on that round. There, is of course pressure here. It's the lockdown I was thinking of, not the Hunter's Fury. Anyway, there's a lot of pressure here still to try and close this map, but you don't have as much pressure as you'd feel as RRQ.
Well, definitely Hunter's Fury. We'll see if this can come into play here as Texture having to plant his feet. Doesn't want to make a little peep here through that cyber cage.
Yeah, just in case there was a real Jemkin on the back of that gate crash.
He's continuing to scale forward. This is going to be decent information, but right now you do have RRQ ready to attack their way into the B side. Foxy is here once again to try to hold the line, joined now by Ash.
He's changed his util set, by the way, too. More towards sewers A, the turret to B at front B.
And that tells Texture that he's fine to not have to worry about a flank around the back. So the turret for contact. Smoke over the side, the fast lane now coming through. Turret going to be cleared, and RRQ looking like they're more than happy to just try to get rid of that.
Could double pump if they want to as well here. But an angle towards the C site where there's no Killjoy utility in Garage.
They'll have a drone, but Clone is just going to fire on that one. Snake Bite down will delay them. Munchkin critically loses his life.
Can neural theft that one too. Xfera kind of looking to angle it, but he'd have to push in the doors. Okay, gets it off.
He does manage to do so. Foxy desperately trying to spam him here out of this position, but now the attack on C gets ready to begin. Karan
30 seconds left.
trying to cycle a smoke in. Foxy pulls away from it right as Xfero fills that space, and Foxy going to be dead here at the front of sight. Card back flat. Dinked immediately, and Mondiet able to find the finisher. The Hunter's Fury finding nothing here widely for Ash. I mean, a couple tags, but no closer to any kills, given that you're going to have to go for another save. Unless...
Don't tempt me here, Texture. The operator not able to get active in this round. No presence over towards the A site. Still, I do like the setup from Gen.G regardless. Couple of positions too far forward. Munchkin in the garage. Getting tagged up. Spammed on down too. Starts to steamroll things for a bit of a loss of rounds, loss of footing for Gen.G that RRQ capitalize upon. So having with all 5 as well. So little by little, is this going to be the start of some attacking sided rounds? Or is this just a little pebble scooting across the top and will eventually sink?
Time will tell, but the investment of the Hunter's Fury does sting a little bit more than it otherwise would, because Gen.G still have a considerable lead as well as some money, but it's going to be all timeouts expended here. Gen.G sending out their second and final.
Yeah, 6 rounds left for the full regulation phase here. That's a lot of rounds for the teams to try and piece together here in amongst themselves. No coach intervention if they recognize something very crucial macro-wise or individual-wise that they can exploit the next couple of rounds. It's a very important timeout here.
Jemkin might go, but also has Texture's name up at the corner. Playing both sides, I see you.
Can you blame him?
No, not really. It's 2 of the most entertaining players that we have here in the region, but also kind of just one being the absolutely antithesis of the other.
Oh,
Jemkin, always cool, calm, collected, doesn't pop up. He's like the most like my ace type person out there, whereas Texture is
the most
fully
emotive.
embodies that.
Well, here we go. 10 seconds of this freeze time to see what things are going to look like in the very beginning. You've got 1 away from that dimensional drift of Jemkin. As we just mentioned his name, the team looking to angle for a bit more of a faster A-long take here.
Scanning ahead.
Smoke off the angle. Texture considering pushing this. He does, but the flick not going to be coming through, and the spam eventually will flush him out. That's a rocky start here. Off the back of the timeout call.
That's just going to be the settling down at the moment now as well. That kill going to cement with no trades. An operator picked up by Ashes. We've got some tandem moving around the map.
Double peek into mid, and crazy guy. Wow. Just gets the clat there, basically.
Talk about wanting to be a Korean Slayer. That's one way to get the job done.
Oh, absolutely. Ash now has the op in hand, and they might just be swinging right back into him. As Jemkin going to be the first one potentially to go on this peak.
5 versus 2. Should not be dropping this one as RRQ.
Definitely not, but they're still showing respect As Ash dialed in on the more narrow angle, Jemkin could be dead on the peak. Yep, there's the spot. Finds the first, but okay, life coming at you fast. Here comes Moniette. Relay bolt connecting, goes tucking back, Paranoia across, connects onto Foxy9. And just a slide around the back of the box. Some damage suffered, but kills found Moniette. Helping to guide RQ forward, getting closer and closer now to Gen.G.
It's not the cleanest overdrive there, but I think you don't need it to be. The Paranoia from Crazy Guy was perfect for me. It blinded both of them and off-put Ash in towards the site. Take a look at how that one is. They've just lined up for him in a little peekaboo high-low. Rough scenes. An operator shot missed as well from Ash. He's not known for the opping. But that is another round attributed to the tally of RRQ. Now 3 to tie. And keep the dream of a regulation win alive as well. Another buy here for Gen.G with this progressive utility that they just have to respect over at A. Been losing this time and time again lately.
He could just go for the Yoru Silva combo once again here. Go ahead, maybe wanted to save that for the lockdown in Foxy's hands. Unless you're able to take it right out of his hands as they do some Crazy Guy over here towards the C site.
Makes you question what might be surrounding the C site and what the fake play that Crazy Guy could do, because of course, you could try and throw a Paranoia with a couple of smokes. Is looking like a garage pop position though, with the adjusted utility from Foxy9 back towards this C site.
And drone leading the way as well. As Foxy just clearing out the drone. Turret now gone as well.
He's not.
That's all that RRQ are widely after.
Yeah, and he's not in a position to really drop that lockdown either. So with this reposition from RRQ over towards the A side, or at least the attempted fake and selling it to draw rotations, Munchkin thinking better of it. There's 30 seconds to go. RRQ, they are locking themselves into an C site finish.
Dimensional drift now coming through, and they hear that it's not on the A side of the map, so the pivots immediately start coming in. As lockdown is going to be used right there at the back of the site. The Hunter's Fury immediately coming through to try to clear this one out. Jemkin now arriving dead. Munchkin able to find him. Moniette is sprinting forward. And Foxy9 right there in his sights, but is unable to find it. Now the lockdown's going through. They have not been able to clear this. Moniette's dead through the smoke. And it's just been a major botch here from the side of RRQ. The round is over. Texture will ensure it. As Xfero is I've worked my way to the spawn, but everybody else is dead.
I don't know if there's a mistake in the calling or just some misalignment from RRQ there, because the lockdown goes in and the Hunter's Fury, it was more angled towards the defender side of things. They were trying to get the kills instead of remove the lockdown. Maybe you're trying to pivot Jemkin getting out of the dimensional drift to break it. It just, none of those pieces are working on out. And it's 5 alive from Gen.G at the end of that. They now get the map point. That's a doozy.
No, it certainly is. Wouldn't even call that a melons round. I'd call that like a durian round because it was stinky.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, RQ now needing to run back 4 consecutive.
Access to the Viper's Pit for Munchkin as well. Can pop that if the time gets played with yet again. RRQ, they need to have some space with that time to play around. They've been timed a couple of times, and it looks very frantic to fix things. No access to ultimates, bar Crazy Guys from the shadows as well. This just has to be a good old pure rifle round.
Just keeping it quiet. Clear on the turret. Trying again. Poke and prod at Gen.G here. Make him second guess.
It's Xfero too, the general lurker in these sort of situations, so you're not going to be too sold. As Ash hears the drone, just needs to be careful about any jump spot.
Jemkin playing right in alongside this. Almost catches him with util, but now it's going to be the relay pulled down. Still needs to try to push forward, and Caron, he bails him out. He keeps him protected, and Ash, he's basically untouched until Cushy is able to find that headshot. Jemkin gets another Crazy Guy now pushing forward, and suddenly they really look to make a go of this one. Munchkin's going to be spotted with the gun barrel. That leads to his demise, so not done quite just yet. RRQ looking like maybe they were going to be able to lose out on Jemkin nice and early there, squander the round, but no, they steady it, and they end up coming out very clean from this one.
Oh, they've saved themselves a little bit there. Caron gets the kill on Moniette, and that's it, really. A good peek out from Crazy Guy through the short smoke, and the rest of the squad just getting in, hitting the shots. goes down to the wire again. I mean, in these sort of positions, it doesn't really matter for RRQ how you're winning the round. You just need to win the rounds. You want them to be clean. But, oh my, are we on the edge of our seats with how close a couple of these are going. One wrong move for RRQ and this map would be done.
Foxy just keeping it nice and quiet, not looking to re-aggress. He knows that he's so very far away from having the ult online.
You got another buy coming around the corner from Gen.G. So you're just going to have to tackle rifle round after rifle round. There's an overdrive available for Texture as well. He can get absolutely electric to try and close this map. Again, no access to timeouts to kind of have discussions or stall any momentum that might be being built up for RRQ.
Not unless you get up to overtime.
Importance now, again, for RRQ to play this one with as much info as they can is seemingly the play. Slow and steady with the double Duelist deployment. Clear in mid with the camera, different look. Inaudible currently.
Here. Just Nano there around the corner. Munchkin bite at the ready, but trying to get a hit up. It's going to be far too late. We'll just try to delay, but Crazy Guy goes up and over the top, just using the cover here from this fast lane. Munchkin's in backside, but he's not ready. Crazy Guy to be there. His Texture now going to be taken down. It's Gen.G. Continue to overheat, and all ready to call the save has to be made.
Yeah, they need to. They want to have another go at a proper rifle round. As I've said, Texture does have the overdrive. He's got 3150. He can drop over a gun to Munchkin. And maybe request something from Foxy9 as well, so Gen.G will have access to another buy. But for RRQ, this one being clean gives them some good confidence. That's a good call for them. A good idea to double deploy in towards the site as well. Gate crash and 2 shrouded steps.
But with a chance here, try to deal some damage, but Foxy will find a nice timing. Clears that, allows him to go ahead and slot up in towards heaven. That's going to be 2 chances remaining for Gen.G to try to close this out in regulation. Otherwise, RRQ might just be pulling off the miracle run back.
And the stakes of this series as well, right? Loser is out. You want to be finding this map. And for Gen.G, your own map pick of choice as well. You've been bested by your opponents on it before. Do not want to see that happen again. Go back to another overtime realm. It was 11-13 last time. 2 more rounds in this half.
And this is from an 11-5 scoreline.
Oh, yeah.
Gen.G have gained 1 and RRQ have doubled up.
Another good start to the rounds. An opening frag for RRQ could be worth its weight in gold. More stacking towards this B site. Paranoia at the ready, or is this a smoke? It's a smoke from Karen.
Set in here behind the box. Texture trying to slide forward, trying to play distract, but he's going to be the one collecting the kill there at the end of it all. But now Texture on the approach from behind. Looking for a little bit more. Shorty drawn out. Karan finds it, swings, and Karan demolishes him outside of garage. A damn good effort from RRQ to try to run this one back, but Gen.G eventually find their footing. They stick the landing 13-10 on their map pick of Haven.
As I said, all it could be was an opening kill, could be worth its weight in gold, and that's exactly what happens. A 2 versus 1 play at the front of B. I mean, that's just what that round was. The plays, the shots that come on out, there's so much depth to that map from both of these teams that we've got the highs, we've got the lows. But what we know is that Gen.G win their own map pick. There's discussions to have in both of their camps as we look towards sunset for the next one in this series. And if RRQ can manage to get their own map pick as well, it would go to that 3rd in Corrode, and I really damn well want to see that.
I think that would be fantastic. It'd be a great way to round out this set. One of these teams looking to be going home, and RRQ, I'm sure, are going to be trying to make sure that it is not them. They cannot get their own win here. The map win, rather, on Haven. Now it all comes down to that sunset. If they can't find it, if Gen.G make this a 2-0, RRQ, they're going to be sailing out into it. We'll see what happens when we get ready to come back for that, but all to play for. The pressure mounting greater than it has ever been on the shoulders of either of these teams. Both so desperately need to find the victory here in this series. They have clashed countless times throughout the years of VCT Pacific. It seems only appropriate And one of their years could be ending very well here off this series. We're going to go ahead and get ready to pass it back over to the analyst desk because there is plenty of chaos to dive into.
Oh, Haven. You know what? We were talking about, we're expecting all 3 maps today between these 2 teams and maybe an overtime. And Haven usually, you know, we get an overtime between these 2 teams and it almost became that. But oh boy, Karen finishing it in the way that he did in style with that 3K was very nice.
Yeah, RRQ couldn't find the answers that they found in the past on this map. Gen.G looking very, very sharp, very effective. You got to shout at the individuals here. Texture going crazy. Caron in that last round, I felt like they were really popping in this map 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is now starting to flip the script. If you look back at the last series that these 2 teams played, 2 major things stand out to me. Number 1, RRQ was able to win both Haven and Sunset to 2-1 that series. This is now Gen.G taking away Haven and going into Sunset against an RRQ that is now under pressure. They're not even defending their title anymore. This is just about survival. And the other main thing to highlight is that Texture was on fire. Last time these 2 teams clashed, it was one of his worst series ever on his birthday, in this stage rather. Maybe not his worst series ever, but his worst series in this stage. I think it was -15, -17 for the series. Very uncharacteristic for Texture. In this game alone, he's already gone +10 and almost dropped 300 ACS.
Yeah, I mean, he was the difference maker. He was doing it all for this Gen.G team. We take a look on the side of RRQ. Both Duelist popping, Crazy Guy having a big game. But where were Cushy and Xfero?
Yes.
I think they have to step up. We've spoken a lot about Xfero. He's had big performances, and Cushy had a huge first half of the year. But they need to come online now because there's no more second chances after this.
This was my major concern with RRQ going into this game, is inconsistent individuals. The very last game you saw from RRQ on this map, Xfero went ballistic, and then this game, unfortunately, was just a non-factor. When RRQ start out on the defensive side, he's usually so strong on. So that in combination with the fact that Rookie's gone from, unfortunately, Rookie of the Year candidate to really quite underwhelming here in Stage 2 is really not good news for RRQ.
Yeah, there's something, I don't know what it is. Something's obviously not working the way it used to, and they're going to need to fix that pronto. But before any of that, you were mentioning Texture and his birthday performance last time, which
it's the unbirthday buff this time.
It is.
You have that 364 days a year.
Yeah, Texture's good 364 days a year, though, to be honest.
I think what's important is when you put him head-to-head with Monya, these 2 Neons really trying their best to get it across the line. These 2 guys lived together in 2023. They shared an apartment. They know each other very, very well.
With you?
So, not with me. Those 2 had their own. They were separate.
Okay.
But it's so nice to see them go head-to-head once again. I love both of these players, but Texture got the better of him.
He did. I mean, Monya got the better of him last time in the defining map, the deciding map in that series earlier on in this stage. Monya carried RRQ across the line to be able to win that map with an insane Neon performance. We were all saying Chepkin for the longest time has been the best duelist on RRQ, the focal point on RRQ. For a while there, Monya was the best player by far on the side of RRQ, but unfortunately in this particular map, Texture had his number.
Yeah, I mean, I think so many big rounds you can think of for Texture. 4K's there. I mean, Xfero just got the better of him in that last clip there. But, I mean, he is a well-deserved map MVP.
You know, his energy is a little bit different. You remember we used to hear a lot more of Texture screaming. We even have that little soundboard clip of him screaming about his 4Ks and everything. He's calmed down and he's just easing his way into the map MVP. And
I mean, I feel like he's saving his voice. It's a long playoff run they've got to make. He doesn't want to start screaming too early.
Doesn't want to activate too soon. And, you know, there are some folks who are still confused about the stakes of this match. Yes, if RRQ lose today's match, that's it. That's the end of the road for them. There's not enough championship points. But for Gen.G, there is, if they lose today, there's one
a Doctor
timeline,
Strange-esque outcome. You know, this happens, that happens, this team goes out, this team gets 10 rounds on it. I don't know. We'll have to leave it to the League Ops to sort all that out. But it's very simple for RRQ, a team that doesn't deal particularly well with pressure at the best of times. Although I will give them some credit. That Team Secret game is a perfect example of just completely choking a massive lead and then just stomping on the next map. We need to see that here on Sunset, because the last time they played RRQ on Sunset, they did kind of dismantle them. It was a 13-5 or a 13-6 in that series. I think it was the opening map as well.
Yeah, but the turnaround has to start right now. There's no more room for error. One more map lost today, and your year is done. It's entirely over. What happened in stage 1, all that success comes crashing down unless you can get Sunset online. We take a look at the compositions here. RRQ with that breach fade waylay that's been so fun to watch.
Yeah, for RRQ, I mean, this is a very punchy comp, very quick kind of plays. You can do a lot of trap plays and things like that. They are going to start out on the defense because Gen.G has opted to start out on attack. With a bit of a slower comp, you'll see a lot of A-lurks from Munchkin. He likes to get active on the Viper. You have Foxy9 on that Deadlock. You've seen a fair bit of that from him, but once again, it's going to be a neon map from Texture, and he's already feeling confident. For RRQ, I'm feeling a little nervous. I'm worried they're not going to deal with the pressure, and I'm worried that if they bomb out of stage 2 here, that their stage 1 win has a little bit of an asterisk on it, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. And earlier today on the first match with Elevated here, we were talking about Lotus and the Waylay with the breach. Elevated wasn't a big fan, but this is a different team and this is a different map. How do you guys feel about RRQ's comp? At least the last time they played it.
I think it's fine. It is a comp and a style that has been around for ages. The fade with the breach prowlers. You've seen this style very popular on Lotus in the past. You've even seen teams play kind of like this on Split in the past. So I think it's a style that does work. But again, as I say, every single time I see a comp like this with the double inits, it's execution based. You need to hit your util. You need to have the right reads, and you need to be able to actually have Jemkin be able to play well off of that utility and capitalize off of it.
Yeah, like in my mind, I don't think it's the optimum perfect world comp, but I think that's okay. I don't think you need to be perfect. I think you need to do what's right for your players. They clearly care about getting Jemkin very well set up with this double initiator, because Jemkin's been that guy for them. So I'm fine with that. I think you have to run what's going to be best for you, and they've shown success on this Sunset comp, so I'm happy for them to stick with it.
Yeah, and they have to definitely find success because, again, we want to go to all 3 maps. We're expecting all 3 maps. Again, also in overtime, we're doing like a little side bet here with these teams. And now as we go into Sunset, let's see if the comps do remain the same for the 2 teams. I can't imagine they would really change too much up.
Yeah, not changing anything up. Gen.G will start out on attack. Munchkin is going to be on those hyper aggro lurks. That's something that RRQ has to look out for. Texture was just electric on the Neon on Haven. He's going to go back to back. And Charon on the Omen on a map where Omen can have massive impact.
Yeah, there's no changes on the side of RRQ as well. Sticking with that double initiator. Jemkin on the Waylay. I think he's had good performances here, and I think he was a very strong player for them in map 1, but he needs to keep that going. But like we said, I want to see step-ups from Xfero on this Cypher and Cushy now on this fade. I think now is their time to really upset Gen.G.
Yeah, well, it's a do-or-die moment here as we send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Komodo.
Do or die indeed. RRQ need to run this back. They need to find a win on Sunset. They need to find a win on Corrode. If Gen.G get either of those 2 remaining maps in this set, they will deny RRQ any and all access to Champions Paris. They will not get that second opportunity at an international, the chance at redemption. Gen.G, well, they might not lock the opportunity for themselves. They will be one step closer to it, one step away.
Got this breach again. Needs to be paramount here from Crazy Guy, especially with this quick one from Gen.G at A.
Fault line to slow up the approach. Does just that. They have the triple stack here. The rotation's already beginning from RRQ, but Monyet spam down the 20. You can see that Psy there. Coming through saying, man, just can't quite catch a break. Spot out onto 1. Immediately damage is going to be found. Crazy Guy going to be taken down. Monyet now finished off. It's Foxy9 finds the kill. The haunt reveal. It's big, but it doesn't mean a damn thing. They just can't play off the back of it. Jemkin does manage to find another quick tap. Foxy9 taken down. Barrier mesh looking to try to be cleared here. So now break down that segment. Charon ready to strike, waiting, playing this patiently and finds the timing as Xfero swings forward into the site. He strikes Jemkin. A big round from him to try to get the convergent paths online. Already going to be halfway to that, but it's going to be another pistol over to Gen.G. So they win the opening round here on Sunset.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to this map as well, right, we've only seen it once this stage from Gen.G. It was against RRQ. It was a day that Texture had a pretty shocking performance. He's not having a shocking one today. They've already got a map under their belt. So for Gen.G to be able to pick up on the pistol round here, on the attacking side that they looked alright on. A bit 50-50, but they did better than their defensive side, that is for sure.
Revealing area.
I want to see how far forward they're going to be able to get themselves on this attacking side. Should be trying to find the easy anti-eco here, especially when the B site is a little bit lesser equipped. Munchkin hunted.
Trying to pressure him out, and the Aftershock will be able to collect the kill. It's a good little crunch play, but at the same time, Attack getting ready to come through here onto the B site. Saturate, slowing them up. The frac at the ready. And it's going to be Gen.G desperately trying to find the kill there on the texture. Puts him to 46, but can't quite collect it for himself.
Munchkin, by the way, in death, only giving over the ghost too.
That's why he's out there playing solo like that. Now we've got the sonic sensor set up, and it seems like RRQ have resigned themselves to just sit back and die to the spike.
Boxy9 back on this deadlock too. Always love some very proficient deadlock players. I mean, I highlighted it when I think about Ivy, right, in Nongshim's game. Love the way that deadlocks are able to assist the team, especially in post-plants. If you're a team like Gen.G, you can get into these post-plant scenarios against a team like RRQ, who generally likes to go in for retakes. It's not a good structured position for RRQ against a deadlock, so they have to kind of be incentivized to challenge beforehand. So I wonder how early they are going to go in for a lot of these fights, just as this little tail end here. An expectation that they go up with a spike instead of giving over some ulti points. Crazy guy's going to grab one.
Go ahead, have that. As now they will go down to the spike. So 2-0 start here for the side of Gen.G. Holding on to the more important weaponry for the most part, as they will now go into their bonus round. We're able to find a conversion in that second half of Haven. See if they're going to be able to work similar magic here on Sunset. Or if RRQ start to slow them down.
I mean, pretty much apart from the series against RRQ last time, where Gen.G win the first map, they're closing out series, right? In that 2-0 fashion. They lose the first map, I mean, most notably against Nongshim. And, well, they lose the series. We kind of get ourselves in this little predicament of seed 4 anywho. Bonus round now, and it's not even too bad for Gen.G, is it?
Especially not they can continue to scale quickly, but they are going to be pumping the brakes here a bit. That allows for Crazy Guy to get over.
It's got a lot of space over at this A side already, with a lot of utility still.
Munchkin just hopping through that one way!
No way!
And he's killed two! Oh, I think stick a fork in this round. It is absolutely over. Monyet just having to slowly creep back. Sphero maybe looking for some exits, but even then, the risk of losing the weapon is going to be far too great. Gen.G.
Done it again. Got another bonus round like the defensive side of Haven just before. A very convincing, commanding take.
But and how's Munchkin getting away with that?
I want to avert everyone's eyes to the HP and shields of Gen.G as well. 0 damage to anything. 0.
100%ed. That is unbelievable that he has managed to pull that off.
Just like he's jumped on a trampoline and towards the site. Matrix style dodging all the bullets and just hitting the shots. You can't communicate things that quickly enough. Over towards your teammate.
He's jumped directly onto their throats. He's looking to just go ahead and strangle them out of this one.
Well, Gen.G and Xfero, at least a little bit of breath there that they can carry over the guns into the next round to try and fashion something. You kind of just need to brush that to the wayside right now. You're not investing a timeout after round number 3, you'd assume. And Monyet just caught in translation, getting that gun up. I mean, it's a very convincing round from the side of Gen.G. I kind of highlighted as well, Breach is kind of behind the meta when it does come to this map now too. If you're not positioning your Breach over at the A site where it comes out to that maximum potential, you're going to allow Gen.G to keep getting that control at A main. We're not really seeing the one-ways either exercised.
Oh.
Okay, that's
Texture
a headache.
Overstays on the angle, and yeah, headache to put it lightly. Swap over to the Guardian. Munchkin considering whether or not he wants to clear it, but we'll just go ahead and leave the haunt there. Now looks to try to push forward here onto the corner, where he will be able to find Cushy's head once again.
You can just toy with a lot of that timing.
Gen.G alongside Karen will just have to go ahead and dash back to safety into the site. Fast lane to cut off mid. Monyet taking the orb. Munchkin hearing this.
But now's the call for Gen.G. They want to end over towards this A site. They know that Monyet was here still. I mean, it's a stinger. Is there any other bait on the other side? There's a fault line at the ready.
Detector comes sprinting at you. Might be a hand-delivered weapon that maybe you can scoop up if you're fast enough. Have the rotations in position. 40 seconds remaining. Gen.G could pivot, but it looks like they're still very much looking to try to attack this site. Drone up and over the top. Gonna try to get the spot outs. As Xfero gonna be noted, but Jemkin able to find two here from Street. Spam. Xfero previously having been noted, but Munchkin also able to find one. I think there's a headshot through, but then they think it's clear. And that now brings it into a 1v1. Swinging all the way around the back. But Wanyet, if he wants to try to collect a different weapon, he's gonna have to make some noise. Interrupts the plant. Maybe just looking to try to win this out on time. Tucks back into the smoke, but Karon finds him all the same. Oh, it's so very close, but it's still heartbreak at the end.
He's bailed him out in that one yet again. Karon, very vocal, but sometimes the crosshair placement and the shots, they do the speaking for him as well. That was looking to be a very large thrifty angle from RRQ, and I was thinking it was going to come in play. As soon as Jemkin finds those 2 kills, and it comes down to the 1v1, and there's just tap after tap from Karon. Angles that one nicely.
Let's go!
Had he just stayed in the smoke. Obviously, hindsight 2020.
Yeah.
We're looking at this zoomed out. It's easy to point fingers and say, why didn't you do this?
Yeah.
When you're there in that moment with this much pressure on your shoulders, it becomes that much more difficult to really fault the players in the moment.
For sure. They kind of did everything right in a thrifty-natured round when they lose the first pick as well, and you lose your fade as that first player. You kind of just need to sit back. They were doing some good timings on the fault line, on the stalling, on the aftershocks, and the paranoia at the end there to flush out Karon, but yeah. It's as you say, could have hit in the smoke, but you never really know. What if Karon even just sprays at it and hits a headshot? You just don't know. 4-0 though for Gen.G. And that timeout exercised for RRQ. Now, is there enough of a discussion for them to at least get 1 round on the board? There's ults around the corner for Gen.G too. You've got the convergent paths for RRQ here to see what you want to do with it at this B side of the map.
This is a critical juncture right here. After the timeout call, winless in the round so far. Gen.G not yet having those ultimates, but you know that they're on the way. You know that they're on the cusp of having so many.
The door,
RRQ need this win.
The door open as well. What do you think is behind this? Clearing all the angles, seeing no one's on top. You expect a trap wire. Maybe even an operator line behind it, but that's not in play. You still got your drone as Ash as well, if you want to angle that in towards the market.
Jemkin once again exploring forward. Refract is gone. Karon this time with a deeper angle. Gets the worst of that exchange as Jemkin goes unscathed.
I'm wondering what Munchkin can do over at this A site. Can he draw any rotations back on over?
He's checking in and he's gonna instantly find that headshot on him on yet. Now, yeah, the attention has to start being paid back in towards this A site.
40 seconds.
That being said, though, a decent reposition here.
He's done it again!
Oh my goodness. Munchkin operating on a different plane of existence at the moment as Texture gets in ahead of the Saturate. Finds the kill, blocks off the vision, and Karon has gotten Xfero at the same time. Crazy Guy gonna be good for 1, but nothing more than that. Munchkin, he's in a different reality compared to RRQ, compared to the rest of his team. This man, he is ascending above the rest.
Even outside of the Munchkin kills, there's still such a well-orchestrated round to come through from Gen.G. He's hitting the 2 taps, but I'm still really liking the adjustment for their little market take that they're coming out with. Paranoia quickly in. You've got Texture to just launch himself. He's got some support from the back lane, and then they split their attention for a crunch on towards that B site. A nice Boba split into B. 5-0. After the timeout from RRQ as well. This is just so detrimental, this series, this position, and mentally for RRQ now.
Trying to go for the push. Are able to find one. Slide in from Texture, collects a second. Relay around the corner, gets the spot out here, but Crazy Guy with that Guardian is able to steady the aim just long enough to connect in with a headshot. Weapon's not going to be juggled away, potentially recoverable here if they get bold enough to try to re-explore forward. Xfero. Oh. Sending out a shot, gives away his position, doesn't find the damage there.
Wall and smoke, can permit a bit of safety. Get this plant.
Now Foxy9. Looking around, there's a jump up, and he is instantaneous with the headshot. Didn't even need the dome like that. Oh, Hill gets banged out of the corner. As Rolling Thunder is going to be committed, but Karan immediately cuts their odds down in half. And he will be the finisher, the Grim Reaper. This man is looking to be death incarnate, unkillable. 7-0-4, 6-0 for Gen.G in the map.
We are just seeing some absolute crispy shots come through at the moment from Munchkin, from Karan. And an effort by committee affair for Gen.G as well. They are wanting to seal this deal 2-0 today. You bloody well know it. A large Rolling Thunder investment as well. But just these shots, man, they are so gorgeous. I mean, if we see another round, if this round goes Gen.G's way, you're probably doubling a timeout as RRQ.
Good counter spam. Stop section from scaling forward here at Tiles. The swoop out, and okay, Crazy Guy able to find Munchkin. That's one of the raid bosses gone. Annihilation, however, gets the grab, allowing for Foxy9 to keep himself alive for the moment. Out and over the top goes Jemkin. Re-swings in, is able to find Foxy9.
One enemy remaining.
As that's going to be the cleanup, but okay, RRQ, still some fight left in him. And Cushy with 2. Get them on the board.
Yeah, 6-1 online. Convergent pass doesn't do too much, but it does actually permit Jemkin a way into the site to give another angle for RRQ to play with. Peeking in front of a little bit of that utility there. Maybe a bit of a complacency from Gen.G, but they've kind of already facilitated themselves a nice scoreline at the half regardless.
Nice guys.
That was a timer on Crazy Guy's death. Felt like he was suspended there in the cocoon for quite some time.
A bit more emphasis on mid now.
Recon cleared, just the one weapon firing out. Karan sliding forward to Tiles, but this is being watched at the moment. You've got Jemkin and Xfero on the line.
Sometimes in these moments as well, that push into the box does go left unchecked.
Smokes it off, and if he continues to swing forward here.
Ooh, did it spot him? He's already moving away, so maybe.
It doesn't see that second layer, but yeah, Cushy already just backpedaling, shutting the door here. That leaves Gen.G feeling like the A site's going to be a little bit weaker.
You've already got Munchkin kind of slotted in towards the elbow too, so they can go for a bit of a multi-prong approach. Get in Foxy9's grab net, get in the paranoia from Karan.
If you get into a post plan, of course, you do have the pit.
Yep, very strong.
That Nightfall not yet available, nor is the Neural Theft, but if they can get a kill, that could be Gen.G's undoing. Crazy Guy for now under duress, and events him out of it. Paranoia there to try to peel. He swings out, but just can't quite drag that crosshair fast enough. Texture collecting 1, traded out, but traded up as Ash finds Jemkin. The pit now in play, but Munchkin immediately dealt with, but Karan, Johnny on the spot. Vengeance is captain in IGL.
You'd love any of these ults here as RRQ, really.
Anything to try to make a go of it. Question is, can they find him?
Disconnected.
Is not going for the spam here on the box. Position known for now, but yep. Immediately dispatched. Just 2 players facing in from Alley. And that's Xfero now. Left to his own devices. And it looks like the call will be a quick check around to see if he can get a safe path out to safety.
Yeah, because even damage here is not going to be too significant over towards Gen.G. We've gotten through another great round here. So it's just that one from RRQ to bow out now to go back into a buy around the corner though. Provided Xfero holds onto this gun. Kind of a little bit pivotal as well.
Getting ready to push into him, and they have this red. It's just a little bit of a wider swing from Karan. Continuing to be an absolute menace in this lobby. I feel the strain. And he is hitting a stride that we haven't seen him hit in quite some time.
Well, there's that 1-7 scoreline, or 7-1, whichever way you look at it. Get their memes ready. Right now, though, the dreams are being crushed of RRQ. Not able to find an answer on what to do on this defensive side at the moment. Another buy, of course, to come on in.
Next, they're going to be marked and spammed, almost out, but Jemkin just greeting in for the kill, so desperately wanting to give his team an advantage. Unfortunately, has done the opposite. Nightfall, however, absolutely monstrous. Connects on to damn near everyone. Manya, where are you going, son? They're all there!
Just shoot!
They might not have ears, but they all have eyes!
What do you do now?
10 of them trained in on you! And you can tell that the nerves are really starting to affect RRQ.
Let that one sink in. You cannot let that be a tilter though. It's 3 versus 5, texture's low. The re-hit towards this A site. No connection on the spray. And now you just got to go for that save call. You're not getting back into a retake in this scenario. I think it is the time for that second timeout to come on out because you need a massive vocal adjustment for RRQ.
I find myself sitting here
visibly frustrated.
Want to quote Constantine, not like this. Not like this at all. This is not what we had in our minds thinking about this series, thinking about this matchup, given the way that it's gone for RRQ the last several times that they've clashed against Gen.G, given the form that Gen.G was in when they got saddled in this position, in this lower bracket. This is not at all what we had anticipated. And so far, the timer continues to tick down. But as the rounds go by, it just feels like a timer is ticking to RRQ's exit here.
Just a heartbreaker. You know that one's got that visible frustration on the faces of the RRQ lads. They're not opting for the timeout here. I mean, it is in a lesser equipped buy, so maybe we'll see it just before we get the next gun round from them. If they can pilfer this round here, Achilleos, if they can get this one across the line, though. A little sliver of a chance back in.
Jumpkin again, trying to hold it, but the wide swing is there. There's just no exit, no retreat. End of the back, not going to grab anything cushy. Pushing forward, catching a timing here perhaps. And, okay, finds the kill here in the end. Needs to try to get rid of Cower and is able to do so, but Texture at the same time finds Monyet and Nash. He displaces the remaining players, and again, it's Xfero hightailing it out, needing to save the weapon. No reprieve, no mercy. And right now, it is looking like there's no hope for RRQ.
Oh, they're just trying to cross the highway barefooted, and it's rush hour. And it's a flowing rush hour too. Every single car just going across, and you cannot get through. Gen.G going to be finding their 9th round here. I mean, I even want to just, in this little settling on the situation, cast our minds back through the journey of the stage for Gen.G. They do dispatch of DRX in the opening week. They lose that close series against RRQ. They drop a map to Global. They 2-0 secret. They hold on to this gun, maybe.
Well, Texture's frustrated about that.
And they do it.
Be able to hold it.
They do at the end, drop to Nongshim Red Force as well, but right now, in this current 4th seeded spot for Gen.G, they are showing in the server, where it matters the most, that they are still a Pacific Titan.
This is that Gen.G form that makes you think about them lifting yet another trophy. The form that made them look like they were going to be the best team coming out of Toronto. Obviously, things can change. But the inverse is true. As they were looking like they could potentially just be down and out from the outset here of playoffs, but they've absolutely roared back into form.
And I think this performance, if it continues this way, is going to be a massive wake-up call for DRX, which would be the next series for them as well.
Yeah.
DRX, another team that if they do drop that series, they might not be making champs either. A team that has always been there. A legacy org, going back through VALORANT. This is the biggest timeout now of 2025 for RRQ. Champions is the event to strive for, especially through stage 2, especially for our previous stage winners, the trophy lifters. Can they get another round? Can they get a third after in this half? Or will Gen.G just make it look like you weren't in the server on Sunset today?
Scanning ahead.
The final attempt, an operator now in hand for Jemkin. Still just the neural theft for Xfero. He's had it for so very long, but he's just had his team die before he's been able to get into position to find a kill, to try to utilize it, to try to turn the tides.
They've just put a lot of an onus on this mid plate.
Shot. Double pump from Texture. Able to find Monyet and even get some damage on the Cushy, who's going to be at 10 HP.
Refract is faded for Jemkin as well. Just needs to hit a quick shot with that op if they want to try and get something back. You know, they're seeing no pressure over at this A site. No breach fault line on timing. No extra further util, no Fade Haunts, no Prowlers. RRQ giving away no information, but on the flip side, gaining none for themselves. It's just the regrouping from Gen.G now over to this A site. You're hoping to see Xfero's traps deliver some success here.
All quiet on the A site front. Jemkin alone at B. RQ's forces here need to be able to try to hold this line as Cage will buy a little bit of time on the approach. Haunt reveal on the Texture. Doubles back. Cage falling. Xfero. Gun it down, but Crazy Guy holding the angle. Is meant to find the time. Now, not quite there. 10 seconds. The plant does get ready to come in. This wall now needed to be broken. It's Munchkin up in hand. Rings out a shot, and that's just Jemkin. Once again, left to his own devices. He can't make it happen. Advantaged at every situation, at every twist and turn.
Last round before the switch.
Gen.G are looking for an 11-1 half.
Just destructive at every corner. Doubling up together for the bottom fight, for the short fight, and the trades. It doesn't matter, the Crazy Guy finds two there. Caron gets in and trades him. And as Jemkin, at the end, you feel incentivized that you have to go for the 1 versus 3. You need to try and get around here. And now as we pivot to the last round of this half, it's quick again.
Caron TPing forward. Haunt over the top. The fast lane falls, and so too to the forces of RRQ as Foxy9 picks up 3. Sends out the Annihilation just to clear the corner. There's no one there to receive it. They've already killed everybody on this side of the map.
Ash droning, Hunter's Fury available too.
And the spot on the 1 doesn't see Jemkin. TP in the backside. Caron just with a quick check. Jemkin, the refract about to expire, now gone. Quick peek, finds one, finds another. Convergent path's gonna be sent in. Caron, the final raid boss to try to hold this line, and he cannot. A second round win going to be found. But how much of a reprieve is that in the grand scheme of it all? As RRQ stare down the barrel of an 8-round deficit going into the second half.
Yeah, there must be some cheeky shots to come out from them there. Hitting some, but is it too little too late really? 2 rounds that come on out. Yeah, it's a technical 2 versus 4. But it is just slim pickings still on the round tally for RRQ. That is some good adjustment from Jemkin, don't get me wrong. It has to be the start though. They need to deliver on this attacking side. They need to fall back into what worked for them. They need to play like RRQ.
I disagree. They need to play like Team Secret on Ascent versus RRQ. That's what they need to do. Or they need to play like RRQ versus Team Secret on those other maps. This is a monstrous deficit to be faced up against. 2-1 in the pistol so far with Gen.G in the lead, and if they can find a third, that might just be curtains here for RRQ.
So you're saying it does have to go 12-3 first?
They would prefer that to not happen.
Yeah, it's got to start at the 10-2. It's got to start with the pistol and the second and the bonus and the 4th and the 5th and the 6th and the 7th. And it's just going to keep on going. Sage Res doesn't count. Sage Res does not count.
They're going to say that it does.
Oh, the game announces that it does because they count Ace's 5 card terminology.
I mean,
I understand it. But if they're going to do that, we need a new term for the 6K or the 7K or the 8K. The Phoenix Res and the Clove Res and other Reses.
Lean back into league terminology. He's going for a hexakill. It's the only one's out of place.
Here we go. This is such a big pistol round for RRQ.
It's a must-win.
Toxin screen down.
Munchkin considering going for the peak, is deep lobbing on the shock dart, not going to be able to find any damage. You've got a heavy stack waiting in mid. They are just praying that Munchkin swings into this. At the same time, Xfero, thinking that he's maybe found a gap here in the barrier mesh, but it's all a ruse, it's all a trap. Ash now joined by Munchkin, pulling back away from the angle, has the sonic sensors to try to dissuade, but no, they're just going to be double stacking the angle. The Crazy Guy and Monyet are able to find the opening kills here. Minor damage suffered. RQ still the great chance to now try to get this opening round of the half.
Get that plant down. Set yourself up for the post. Foxy with the grab net.
Prowler right at his feet. Caron noted, saturate, sent flying. Not able to find too much damage either. His texture going to be held at bay by the paranoia. Foxy joining in at this point, likely just going to be wanting to try to find some ult charge. Getting the round win. Looking to be pretty much impossible. We'll find one. Maybe if he gets a second, start giving it a consideration. Then again, texture is looking to try to do the impossible, but Jemkin will just straight by, disappearing into the smoke. Delivering the death blow there. So RRQ, 2-2 in pistols, a third round win here on Sunset. The long trek has begun.
Well, it certainly has, but it could have been a little bit shaky with that first opening kill going the way of Gen.G. Get a couple of grouping up of members on RRQ's side, though, and they do manage to answer back with the move to the A site. Try and start their attacking side here. I mean, it is very early days, but last time on this map, between the two of them, Gen.G positioned one defensive round.
No, they're all lined up and they're all slowed, but Foxy9 still does manage to just counter spray with that classic. Recovers the Bulldog, backpedals Xfero at the same time, able to find Caron. Swing coming in. Just looking to try to keep the Cypher as honest as humanly possible. Barrier mesh now going to be invested, but still will have an angle to at least shoot into the site, and yeah, that's going to be his undoing, and it's a nice timing swing from Cushy to find texture as soon as the attention gets drawn.
One foot in front of the other. We're going to hold this with 4 alive. It should be the case. Just the classic from Munchkin. Not going to give him a duel anyways. Cushy is getting close to that nightfall. Xfero behalf to the neural theft.
Not ready yet.
And now spotted. See if we can get the kill allocated here. Certainly trying to, and there you go. Cushy able to find it. That puts him 2 away from a nightfall. Critical player to find it. 4 players surviving. RRQ now looking to try to get their own bonus conversion, go on their own massive win streak here.
Feel like there's going to be such weight on the shoulders of Jemkin to be winning a lot of these duels, to be set up by the team. Want to see some good positions of utility as well come in from Crazy Guy, who has just a mountain of a task here on the calling. He's going to come out with something just gorgeous every round, it's going to feel like. Get Monyet involved as well if you can.
Looking for a bit of a crunch play. There's a Saturate coming through. Jemkin reading this very well. Boys getting caught. But Munchkin, never mind, just pushes the wall, disrespects it. His own util.
Play the numbers in this bonus round now, Gen.G, shutting the door. Need to re-clear mid first as RRQ. Currently, you got that barrier mesh down on A as well. So they're happy to put more of a focal point in towards mid. And with the orb gathering from Foxy9 over at A, oh my lord, what is that?
Oh, never mind. Orb gathering be damned. Crazy Guy just counter spams him in mid to find 2 quick kills. Now the annihilation does not matter at all in this round. Nor do the sonic sensors.
Flip the table in that position. Even Texture's been tagged down to 8 HP.
Well, that should just about be the round-winning play to get this bonus converted.
You'd think so. They are moving to the weaker side of the map as well. RRQ, a bit of a blessing bestowed on them to pick up this bonus round. 30 seconds, still very silent. Do not want to walk into
30
a
seconds
position
left.
that may hold a trap.
Here's the smoke. Here's the rest of the util coming this way. Speaking of trap, tripwire is there. Tiny touch of damage on the Cushy. The kill still a ways away, and now you've got Monyet tucked in, ready to strike. Low health in his own right.
Yeah, it might be the save call for Gen.G though too.
It is.
Yep.
Question is, can Texture get out of here? Monyet starting the swing, but just narrowly misses that timing. But it looks like he does want to still go on the hunt, has the Bulldog, and he is going to be rewarded for it. Texture taken down. The Vandals still looking to try to be held on to. Monyet just happily collecting a slight little weapon upgrade there. RRQ continuing now with this bonus conversion at the halfway point.
I need to see in the replay, did Crazy Guy swat him out just before the smoke was there, or did they just all start spraying the corner on the expectation that there's a rotation and disconnection from Gen.G or not? Whichever way you slice it, RRQ winning the bonus round, 100% required here. And with 2 weapons survived for Gen.G into the next round, they will most likely be the only weapons that they'll have to play with. They got shot at.
Yep.
That's why.
Tracers.
You guys need to be ready in B main, okay?
They need to be ready for anything.
Ready in B main.
Already for the next round. And it's going to be the right thing for them as well. The stacking of Gen.G members over at that A site for a bit of a faster take and a faster execute. A set play. Gonna see nothing there.
Yeah, second attempt at it here for Gen.G. Catch not found. Munchkin just marching in towards top mid, but there is no flank. No funny business here from RRQ. Just a full send onto the site.
2 guns and the annihilation.
Paranoia already off contact. And even that Nightfall going to be coming through.
Marked 4.
They're just getting bogged down by all sorts of util here. Saturate even around the corner.
Cage triggered.
It should be an unwinnable situation for the side of Gen.G, especially given the time that has already passed. The Aftershock now going to be invested. Jemkin holding close. It's Monyet camera, able to find some kills for themselves. As it's now just Munchkin and Ash already tagged down, about to be out into the open. Try to see if they can find any kills whatsoever, but the answer is going to be no. It's a flawless here as RRQ continuing to make a go of this. To start making us believe.
That's why I talked about previously. I mentioned it slightly. It was 1 round on defense that Gen.G did find last time, but it was closer at the half. It was 7-5 in favor of RRQ. This installment has a very different halftime scoreline, but we're starting to get some momentum built up for RRQ. Not going to be stopped here by a timeout from Gen.G. Got a buy present. And 4 rounds still of padding before big sweat.
Quick entry around over towards Ali, and Karan unable to find the punish there. Jemkin almost feels like he should have been dead. The Saturate, prevent this peek on the corner. Very nicely timed, completely counteracts the paranoia, but Ash! He's got 2 of them lined up. Cushy, Jemkin, both going to be taken down. Monyet only going to be good for the 1. And now the crunch continues! And Gen.G, they will break this win streak, break the run back, and get 1 step closer to sending RRQ home.
Didn't matter that the flash connected either. It was enough of a scare tactic for that Guardian shot to come towards Jemkin to refract him out of there. And the team of Gen.G not scared to go in with the fight. They had the numbers there, they had the play, they've got the damage in from Ash. It's go time there. With the extra util and a gorgeous relay as well from from Texture. And then there were 11.
Jemkin once again up and over the top of this time. Can't refract out, can't get a kill in. Hunter's Fury from Ash, staving off the rest of the advance. Gets the hit there on a Crazy Guy as well to put him to 70.
Got to cut corners here as RRQ. You do not want to see Gen.G get onto round number 12. You lost Jemkin. Highlight him as a player that is so potent. That is the prospect of this team to do the damage, the heavy lifting, especially in this instance when Monyet is slipping a bit. The B site trap from Gen.G at the ready.
Desperate measures. Is it enough though? Do they just try to open with a Rolling Thunder and see what they can get? Shots flying through, the bite out, the net as well going to be lobbed in. Not going to find a catch there, Cushy. Going to be grabbed up here after finding the kill on the Munchkin. They go to try to spam him out of the net, and they are able to do so. And Monyet scales off the back of the Paranoia, but now Ash getting here maybe a little bit faster than they had anticipated. But he gets completely bogged down. The flash is flying, the Haunt gets the reveal, and Texture all alone. Toggle off the camera, spots it, clears it. And he would have to turn into Mr. 4K if he wants to get Gen.G up to match point, but that is not going to happen, and the money is widely been drained from several players here on Gen.G.
It is another circumstance here for RRQ that they lose Jemkin first and they convert a 4 versus 5 into a flawless 4. They have done it again. And they've given themselves another lifeline here to make it 7-11.
Feels like they've had plenty of 4v5 conversions in this.
Which is crazy because they are like second bottom in the conversion rate for that here in Pacific.
On the hunt, looking to hound down Texture. Going up, pushing towards Street though. They go for back sight.
So loss bonus now for Karen, Foxy9, Munchkin will tip him over the edge. Texture with an overdrive. Could donate a gun, so you can go in with a bit of a buy here as Gen.G. See if you can catch them off guard with your investments into this round, perhaps.
Getting the Annihilation out. It's the icing on the cake here for RRQ. The timeout call. The first here for Gen.G. Once again, being used as the team gets up to that 11th round win. I mean, this was a position that we saw them falter in many times in their run out of Masters Toronto. So Solo and HSK going to bring this to an end, maximize their prep time for their next series.
And similarly, Ewok and Warbirds, what have you figured out on your side to still assist your team on this run? You know that they've been having some really great calls and discussions on the attacking side with the amount of rounds that they've just been getting in comfort fashion, right? You've got to be feeling really confident as the coaching staff that the team is doing what you've prepped, what you've practiced, what Crazy Guy and anybody else is figuring out macro-wise to keep on doing on this attacking side. That timeout, you can give your calls. Keep it up, guys. Any little bits and pieces that you figure out.
See what the setup looks like here for Gen.G.
Yeah, just a bit more of a default around the map too. Ash in the back lanes, just with the Ghost. Steal a gun, get a kill. Call for RRQ to group up in towards tiles. Break the door, give yourself some options. Smoke top mid. Refresh if you want. We'll go for a pop play. Change it up a bit. Gen.G would kind of like that at the moment, wouldn't they?
Break of the door, coming through the sonic sensor there in front.
Scares Jemkin enough to refract out.
Lob it on the bite, but now if they continue to scale forward in towards mid, it's just Ash there with that Ghost, but it looks like they're going to opt to back away. The drone now chase and try to identify. Gets a spot onto at least one, maybe a shoulder spotted of Jemkin.
Well, they are going over to the B side, and that's where the barrier mesh is currently active, and the sonic sensor to trip you up on your explosion into the site. This is definitely looking like a Rolling Thunder angle to me to get into this site, and down goes the barrier. Perfect timing.
30 seconds left.
Foxy with the Phantom to maybe just try to spray and pray. Net goes forward. Clears the Haunt. TP into the corner, but just blind shot through the wall because you're going to be taken down. Foxy gets traded as Jemkin's able to find him. 4v4.
I know exactly
maybe. Just that Rolling Thunder here for the post plan as Munchkin trying to play on a timing, but ends up getting headshot. Convergent Paths does get sent. Ash is able to find one. Two players tagged up on either side. A 3v3 as they look for the retake. Karen situating a smoke. Munchkin trying to go on the push, but Monyet is able to find the kill. TP forward. Still tucked in behind the box. This Crazy Guy, and he's able to find Texture. And Xpero will get Karan. Timeout call, not going to lead to the round win. And that's the economy once again knocked back here for Gen.G. RRQ. Cost them a couple ultimates, but they continue to try to run this one back to keep themselves in this game in the playoffs.
Some great spatial gain as well from them, from the doubling up, rolling thunder, convergent pass. Just disconnects the ability of Gen.G for a couple of mere moments. Crazy guy down to an inch of his life, but no spam over towards his location as well. RRQ on this attacking side are making the comeback known. One more round, we start to get closer. This one should be a gimme against the Sheriffs. You start to sweat a little. There's no massive dripping on your face just yet as Gen.G. But it's formulating with the way that RRQ are manifesting this comeback.
Grab of the orb halfway to that next Hunter's Fury for Ash. Once again, big attention up towards mid, and very little opposition in position to try to counteract this. Munchkin going on this peak, and will lose his life. His shot goes wide, damage not found. That's more than enough for them to just go ahead and pull back off the angle and now cut their way in through market. Nothing here to try to slope the approach. This site is primed for the taking. Paranoia onto Foxy9. Pushes out of the smoke and will just be met with his own demise. As Texture similarly tagged down to 60, making that overdrive a lot less tempting.
Cage triggered.
Just good strength again on the side here for RRQ, really. 5v3. Just the pistols, as I said, for Gen.G. You don't want to be dying here to somebody like Cushy too, who's getting closer to that Nightfall. Wouldn't even mind Cushy going for an exploration for a bit of these kills too, to be honest with you.
It's going to be Jemkin finding one. Moniette, TP Jiggle Peek. Spots out Charon, Xpharaoh to claim it. Texture just trying to sit back here and maybe die to the spike, but seems like they're not really going to give that option over to him as the shots end up going wide. That's a cross. It's a nice one on the Cushy, but can't find anything else. Moniette will put him down, and RRQ are now 2 away from tying things up.
This is going to be that round right now as well. If this goes RRQ's way, you would assume it's back to the eco state, and it's going to be the tied game. And a more important one for Gen.G to save face a little bit. So RRQ are making this comeback known at the moment. They are showing that they are a force on this map of Sunset, on this attacking side, and that your defenses are extremely lacking. We've got a change up of positions though. Gen.G, Foxy9's utility for top mid for short.
Where are you?
Gravnet already used. Nearly set. It's going to off-put you from anything A main.
Opt for Texture though. This is a change up.
There is a camera down there as well for Xpharaoh. So if that does open itself, can spot out some info.
And one-way setup. Texture just backing away. Once again, though, the push up into mid.
Top mid sense is gone too now.
As Ash getting a spot out. Backs away. Drone sent. Jemkin going to be considering the dive. Yep, goes for it, but ends up getting stunned up there. Can't make it as far in as he would have liked.
There's so much space for RRQ. Around this A side.
Texture with the off is repositioned. Cushy going to be taken down. Swing out of the corner though, and Moniette intercepting two, and Texture doesn't get the shot off. Massive round from Jemkin and Moniette, and Charon now left to try to just hold on to the weapon, but Moniette is still on the hunt. Rotating over here towards this B site, but that shatters the economy once again. That leaves that operator down on the floor. RRQ getting to 10 in this round and barring a Thrifty in the next. We might just be looking at that tied up score line.
Oh, Charon's getting hunted from behind as well here.
And he will not be able to defend himself.
There is a leak in mid at the moment from Gen.G, and RRQ have their finger on the pulse. They have figured this one out. They are going there time and time again and giving themselves options through market, through mid, for the wraparound to A. They are making Gen.G scratch their heads and catching them off guard in different bits of timing. Guns not at the ready. Caught in transition.
Holy shit, I don't know, man.
I feel like I'm watching an icebox with how often this mid is just being abandoned. It's being the defending team's undoing.
Well, maybe there is the recognition from Gen.G right now to be able to fix that one, because this is certainly shaking up with the way that this is going. To actually have RRQ overtake Gen.G, because they are not putting up defenses at all. almost feel like we need a bit of an aggressive force to come through from Gen.G. They need to go for a bit of a mid-challenge.
That's been a lot of passivity during these run-back rounds here. We'll see if that ends up being the call, but RRQ, just given the read that they've had on display right now, the work that Ewok and Warbirds have put in clearly to understand this defensive setup, they might just even have something up their sleeve to counteract any, kind of aggressive crunch plays. They've avoided the ones outside of A main.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. That's a commonality to come through from Gen.G, but it's just scared you away, and they waste all that utility for the space, and then you go and look for the greener pastures or go back a little bit later on, and you're still pretty handsomely getting the space back anyways. So for the mid battle, now is Gen.G with the lesser weapons.
And it seems like the timeout call is triple stack mid.
Yep. And it's just a bit of a speed up for RRQ over towards this B side as well.
Not from xFaro, unable to find anything there. Munchkin alone with that Guardian, going to be forced back as the overdrive comes in from Texture, fishing for anything there in the smoke. Not much of anything going to be found, but now he does manage to find a Cushy. Some good damage across, but Karon getting taken out, and Munchkin will also fall. Foxy 9 on the slow creep, finds the headshot. Recoverable weapons a world away. Net on the crazy guy, leaves Jemkin on his own here on the angle, but he is more than fine. As it's 11-11, RRQ looking to pull off the unthinkable. And they are one round from gaining the lead and getting map point for themselves.
That goes there. Well, this is certainly turning into a comeback of all time from 10-2 down at the half. Be able to bring this one back and maybe even still win it in the regulatory phase. I mean, I was looking at Texture at that moment on that overdrive. He's getting some damage, but not collecting on a kill. You're seeing no real value from the pit that gets used as well. Those are some costly investments for Gen.G.
Still 3 ults to try to utilize here, but how are you meant to make this work? Texture about to try to go on the peak and does manage to find one, but it's instantly traded. Crazy Guy has been very on point with this. Lobby leader as far as the kills are concerned.
But we have seen a lot of these 4 versus 5s or 4 versus 4 conversions when Jemkin has lost his life. So can RRQ do it again? They pick up the neural theft from xFaro, grabbing that orb in B main. They've got the Nightfall as well.
It's going to be op the op, but Munchkin peeking into the angle, and xFaro is absolutely favored. Now the neural theft comes through, and that is going to reveal all. And where do they opt to go to? It looks like the spike is going to be ushered over towards B, at least here for a moment.
Oh, he's found the timing, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, but he hasn't found the shot. Ends up whiffing that one. Karon getting closer. I'm not sure if xFaro is going to be quite ready for this one. Scoped it, never mind! He's absolutely on it! Can he get the last one? The answer is no, but it might not matter at all. The heroics here from xFaro to get them this far into the round. Absolutely gorgeous.
Retrieval of the spike, get that plant down. A very large open plant. Paranoia Prowler. Here. On the side of RRQ, and Ash with a recon. Couple of shockies. Would need to push them silently, you'd assume. Where do you think they're going to play?
Even then, this Paranoia could absolutely just end up being his undoing. There's a Prowler, there's still a Haunt here. Checks the corner, finds the headshot immediately. Recon in case they're double stacked, and yes, he now knows that they are. Clear the Prowler, looking to try to hold this one to half. The Haunt reveal, clears it, but Cushy is right there. Ash cannot respond fast enough. RRQ. They've completed the run back, but can they complete the map? Gen.G now need to take this into overtime. An unthinkable statement from the half. If they want to make this a 2-0, otherwise we will be getting Corrode.
A seat of the replay from the POV of Cushy there. Just on the corner, on the left side of the spike, or the right side for the POV of Cushy. Get the shots through the corner of the wall. That is... Oh boy, RRQ. One away from convergent paths, an avenue into this B site, the Nightfall as well. You hear the Prowler.
2 from a Rolling Thunder. Prowler doesn't check into the site. It just ensures that main has been opened up. Gen.G, they're stacking in the right position. Can they do anything about this? Munchkin slowed up. He's able to only find one as Jemkin now. Trades it back for 2. Now a 3rd. Conversion pass available to Hunter's Fury. A final tag, but not a kill.
Foxy9.
2v3 with Foxy9 needing to find value off of this annihilation.
Got the grab net as well. You can use that as a bit of a call, but it's just going to be the ult ripped in. It's kind of super early.
It's just to try to clear these really shallow positions, but everyone is disconnected back in towards main. The annihilation, in fact, finds absolutely nothing.
It's because of the paths, and they're out now.
Sends it through, but doesn't find the hit. Shock dart to the corner. Nothing found there. They know that that's clear. Push forward ahead of it. Gen.G gets an ace to take us to map 3! What an unbelievable run from RRQ! They are not done yet here in this series. They are not done yet in Pacific 2025. They persevere against all odds.
And what the heck does that mean for map number 3 in Corrode? I can't put my thoughts in towards this one either. 10-2 at the half. You think that one is done? You think you've wrapped it up with a bow on top? And Gen.G once again just cannot fashion anything on that defensive side. 1 round last time is what they managed to muster up. And this time, oh boy, it's the same. Only the single defensive round. That is a shocker.
Absolutely unbelievable scenes from RRQ. Never giving up that hope, never giving up that faith, trusting in their own ability. And they have certainly made Gen.G think twice about their own. That is going to be a tough loss to recover from. Every ultimate, every shot, every opening kill, meaning absolute jack shit for Gen.G in trying to convert this into a 2-0. They cannot get it done. RRQ now have the upper hand as we get ready to go into Corrode. The onus is on Gen.G to be able to rally back. Whether or not they could do that, we'll have to wait and find out. For now, we send it back to the desk.
The King of Kings are still in the game. What a comeback. I would say the comeback of Stage 2.
Yeah, that resilience is insane from RRQ. I have not seen a comeback that large since Gen.G threw away their last 10-2 lead over in Toronto. Unbelievable calling from Crazy Guy, fragging on the attacking side, and you've only got 6 first kills to your name.
Wow, 3 times the first kills on the side of Gen.G, but they couldn't get it done. This is one of the most insane runbacks we've seen in Valorant. With their backs against the wall, RRQ flip the script and keep their tournament hopes alive.
It feels like a grand final because it bloody was one last stage.
Well, yeah, it literally was. But what I really like from RRQ, they are a little bit infamous for crumbling under pressure, but this was the complete opposite. Round by round, they came back, and you can see Crazy Guy really leading that charge, him and Jemkin.
Man, we have to shout him out, not only in how he played, but the resilience he has been able to bring to this roster is absolutely insane. He's attack FPS veteran, and now spearheading this team. We've not seen composure like this from RRQ in previous years. 10-2 down in an elimination map, and they flip it around. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, ace from Jemkin to close things out on the Waylay. It's been a signature of theirs on this map and a style that they've adopted even before this stage started out. They trusted themselves, they backed themselves against Gen.G here. Last time they got it done a hell of a lot cleaner, so the fact that it was down 2-10 there, you are able to actually see them complete that comeback. It was fantastic for Gen.G. They've got to be kicking themselves. They had this game on a silver platter. This should have been done 2-0 every day of the week. So some serious questions got to be asked, because we've been saying, exactly like you said, RRQ are the team that crumbles under pressure. Gen.G, these leads that they've had and the inability to close games is extremely questionable at this point.
With 18 first bloods as well, and they couldn't find a way to get...
I mean, this guy is a large part of the success of this, and you could just see the steadiness of this guy throughout. Like you guys were saying, his attack FPS history definitely comes into play here, and you can see the impact this guy right here, the Crazy Guy, has had on this squad overall collectively. And a lot of the success for RRQ this year is finding the right IGL.
It's not just calling, it's fragging as well. Like, he's fragged both maps this series, playing Omen and Breach. Breach is a character with no hands, bro. Half the time he's folding util, but what they're doing, the reason why he's fragging so hard on attack and why this is working so well is it's such a contact-heavy style from RRQ a lot of these rounds. He's not actually using util. A lot of time he's second in. He's following in Gen.G, who is our match MVP here, or our map MVP rather. Honestly, like, he's able to frag a whole lot harder than you would usually do on Breach because they're playing this heavy contact style. And what that does to Gen.G on that comeback train is immense. Like, if you've ever been in the server against a team that is on the attacking side, completely quiet across the map, nothing's happening, and then 3 of your players die in a second and the round's over and you have to save rather. Seeing that happen round after round after round, it starts to weigh on you as the score gets closer and closer.
In fact, we had some highlights about this, right? Especially for Crazy Guy and these frags that he's been pulling out, like you said, with no hands. Look at this. Look at that.
He just took control of this game. From the most supportive role you can play, he was charging up that scoreboard. He has decided that RRQ are not going home early today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the player that you have the least expectations for fragging-wise in RRQ. Yeah. They've got Gen.G, they've got Monye, and then Kushi and Xvera can also have these big games. You know, they have been these players that can define a series. Honestly, the last few series, Crazy Guy's been fragging incredibly hard.
Look at this, 10-2. Then it just started creeping up round after round, and you see Gen.G start to call those timeouts in the second half there, and it's like the panic like started setting in.
Just look at all that red across the timeline. It's insane, and then it ends with this pivotal Gen.G ace. It's just, this is one of the most insane comebacks we've seen with this much to play for. The stakes of this game, RRQ lose that map, they go home, their year is over, but they turn it around when it matters the most.
It is crazy. You know, we were talking about we were expecting a long series for these two teams today. We were expecting the overtime, but I didn't expect this kind of comeback. And I didn't expect the comeback to come from RRQ.
100%. Put some respect. Put some respect on RRQ's name. There's so many haters out there that say like, oh, this team is washed, this team chokes, they're Teo merchants, this and that. That is the kind of comeback of a top caliber team here in Pacific, playing against one of the very best. Gen.G is such a good team. Third map here is going to be Corrode, and you can see it here right in front of you. RRQ, it's been rough. They haven't really actually had very much success on this map. For Gen.G, they're 2 from 2 playing this Sage comp. I think in the very first game of this stage, they already got a dub.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think Gen.G's Corrode is very strong. I like how they approach this map. I think it suits their play as well. RRQ yet to win this map. We've seen them change from Yoru to Neon here in their compositions.
And not only Yoru to Neon, this is Gen.G on the Neon to remind you. They have standardized the roles on this map. They keep Gen.G on that Duelist role, despite the fact that Monye is usually the one to be playing that role. And they're going to be keeping Monye on the Omen, assuming they stick to this same comp in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they mix it up. I think Gen.G are not going to make a change.
No.
Imagine, now is the time for a perfectly anti-stratted comp based on what you've seen from Gen.G's Corrode.
I mean, this is effectively a mirror. The only difference, if we do see these two comps actually come together, is going to be Sage versus the Vice. I think the Vice is going to be a little bit harder to read, a little bit more punishing. The Sage is something that I think if you're well prepped for this as RRQ, you know where the walls come up, you know what the slow orb timings are. You can actually prepare yourself a lot better for that on attack. You can bait out the Sage wall, you can break it down, you can bait out some of those slow orbs. And from there, as we've seen with the split meta developing, to give an example, Sage started to fall out of popularity because you just saw the same walls over and over again. Teams learned how to adapt to that and break it down on the attacking side, and the agent's strength just wasn't that effective anymore.
If anything, though, we know that Ewok definitely wants to stay in this game, in this series, and make it to champs, make it to the international stage one more time. So I think you guys are onto something here. I think this is the perfect opportunity for any shredding. Like you were saying, Gen.G doesn't change very much. They don't change their agents. They don't change the ideas. They just perfect it. But RRQ, they have that element there, and I think it's in the name of Gen.G. That's going to be a huge one, and I think he's back in form now. He finally has that momentum.
Yeah, we'll see if there is going to be any change up. Are we going to get Gen.G back on the Neon for RRQ again? No, they're backing themselves back on the double Duelist. This is something that has been hit or miss from them, but Gen.G just went ballistic on Waylay. Monyet back on the Neon. It's double Duelist, baby, and it's on the defensive side first.
Oh, I like this. I like that they're playing to their own strengths. We've seen how good Gen.G and Monyet can be on this double Duelist, and they're leaning hard into it. No changes for Gen.G. Sticking with that stage. We know this is what they like to do. It's can Foxy9 and Munchkin slow down that powerhouse of Monyet and Gen.G.
I think this is the most perfect agent comps to end this really exciting series. They're going to definitely lean into the styles, lean into their strengths, and we're going to get a damn good Corrode. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilles and Komodo.
Oh, we are eating well tonight. Map 3 couldn't be delivered in that first series, but we get it here. And it might just matter the absolute most. Both of these teams trying to stay alive. Gen.G, if they lose here, they have outs. But it also relies on RRQ faltering in the next round. They would much rather be able to take this down and fight that battle themselves. We go into Corrode. Third attempt here. There's some creative wall banging coming through. Finds a good amount of damage as Gen.G gets tagged down 44. They're still going to be looking to go for the crunch. Paranoia is out. Gen.G finds one, gets out, but they lose Monyet in the process.
Oh, maybe we get a little bit of settling down in towards this pistol round now with some damage done to Texture and to Munchkin. In the little exchange, Gen.G also low. Putting up a heater on the Waylay. Understand the double Duelist, but it does shift a lot of the roles coming in towards this map. 3 times played, 3 different comps. This one the most drastic change so far.
Good amount of spam damage there. Looking for the readjust because she's still able to come away with one before getting taken down.
Remember, Sage for Foxy9. So I can throw up the heals for the Squadron as he upgrades from the Classic to the Ghost in this 3 versus 3. Now it comes down to a bit of the mid-rounding as you've got a lot of this space over at A main found from Xfero. They should recognize that it's either still the bottom mid play for Gen.G, otherwise it's the pivot in towards the B site. And Gen.G being the closest would have to hit some double dinks with the Classic or sit pretty and wait for this flank to come on out.
Might not get the opportunity for that. He's going to be tucked here at backside, slide across, Texture on the peak, unable to spot him. So far, Gen.G's position unknown. Wants to try to shift forward, maybe find a timing on the planter. Well, he will be able to do so. Foxy9 going to be taken down, but Texture quickly will be able to trade it back. Shots flying, Munchkin with a headshot, finds Crazy Guy, and that leaves Xfero now. Some massive performances in the previous map from him, but cannot make it happen here. It's going to be a third pistol for Gen.G as they once again find the opener here.
But it's on the attacking side. We know that they can play attack. It's defense that we know that they are going to be needing to be slap silly to awaken there. And when it comes to Corrode and you got a Waylay in play or even a Neon in play, we do see these combo sets over towards B. Paranoia's on over and Fade Haunts as well. So we've got a lot of different structural ideas that can come out on that defensive side for RRQ.
Gen.G keeping things steady for now. RRQ, big push up in towards mid. All 5 players here in this position.
Yep, great position. Think better of that one.
Wall about to fall. Texture out into the open, but it's just a slot into the corner here. She staying disguised for the moment. Karan taking some shots. Paranoia going to be sent to try to dissuade them. Monyet on top of him in an instant. Finds the kill, collects the Bulldog, gets out of dodge.
He's got one of the better weapons as well.
Gen.G trying to go on a late little lurk surprise. Let's get flushed out as Munchkin finds the one. Crazy Guy noted. Ooh. Solid Paranoia, but solid right click as they continue to bleed them. Slide forward, and Monyet gets the thrifty to tie it up 1-1 off the rip.
We see so many teams on this map globally think better of anything on mid, especially when it comes to these pistol stackings. When you're playing a Viper comp and a doubled Viper comp on both sides, up and downing on these walls, isolating a lot of these different angles. Fast lane thrown into the mix as well. You have to have your head on a swivel. You have to be ready for chaotic duels and capitalize on the moments and space that you are given. And that's exactly what Monyet just does there. Sees the gap, has the gun, delivers the blow, steals the round.
Texture with a great shot, finding Gen.G as they look to try to thrifty them right back. There's one Hero Guardian, 2 Sheriffs.
But
and look at where Munchkin where he was.
It's actually going to give an early heads up as well to RRQ that they do now need to be worried about that space being found for the next coming rounds too by Munchkin.
Lays him to rest very quickly before he can spring into action. Still impressive that he got to where he did.
Yeah, that's for sure. But now as we equalize on this 4 versus 4, Monyet just sprays.
Texture continuing to try to fight back. That's going to be a weapon recovered here at Yard. Texture just swapping it over. The Guardian going to be left behind as they pass the Outlaw over to Ash. Corner check in from the Prowler, but Relay Bolt is there. Monyet looking to try to keep them covered. They play off the Hawk, however, just finding that timing. As Cushy tucks back into the smoke. The C's massive, connects onto 3. Paranoia on the 2, but Karan finds the critical kill.
Wasn't blinded.
Spike planted.
Dodged it out.
Gun here.
He might just get caught though. Gun barrel forward, and yes, it's an easy shot for Crazy Guy as he looks to bail them out, but cannot. It's Texture starting the round, getting them over the finish line, and it's back-to-back Thrifties.
We're just going to flip-flop in the map apparently right now as we flip-flop in the series in an unexpected third map coming on forward here. If you didn't think Pacific was full of giga-bangers, well...
Oh, I was about to ask the question. Ladies and gentlemen watching around the world, are you not entertained? Because how could you not be? It might be scrappy, it might be messy, but my God, if it isn't fantastic to watch.
Can RRQ do it again though? Monyet has Overdrive, has Phantom, but is at the wrong side of the map in a bit of a speedier B position.
Spot out the blind bear, Jemkin dead to rights. Monyet is going to be the danger man here in this round, but Texture fishing into the smoke, able to find another as Cushy does get taken down.
Should have full control of this site. Got the wall to block off Link. You got a flank hold too, but okay, Xfero.
Able to cool him off a bit. 7-2 with that one, but Karan able to find Xfero here at the end. He's not going to go deep enough to actually get the grab here onto Crazy Guy. It looks like the call for Monyet to just hold on to the weapon has been made, so he'll drift away. Crazy Guy will just look to go down to the spike. Try to stem the bleeding a bit, but RRQ not going to be able to go for the 3-peat here.
You are getting very close as well to a massive amount of ultimates on Gen.G's side. You've got your own Overdrive, but you're one away from every other ult bar the Viper's Pit. A map that when it came out was very defensive sided. We've seen a lot more prowess lately with attacking side successes. And I want to take a little bit of a breath in this scenario. We do have to remember, even though this series has been absolutely chaotic through the first 2 maps, in the history of Corrode for these 2 teams, we have not seen success for RRQ. They lost to GE, they lost to Nongshim. We see Gen.G's first play against DRX who pick it, and they shut them down 13-6. And they followed that against a win against Global. So we've got a team with 2 losses, a team with 2 wins, and again, a new look to RRQ agent-wise.
And if you believe in transitive property, that means they should be favored here, given that they were able to best GE where RRQ could not. That, however, is pseudoscience, and we throw that out the window.
Absolutely.
There's a relay bolt to try to delay, but Texture instantaneous there to find the kill. Xfero, however, doing well to quickly reply. Bite doesn't really connect on to him.
I was going to say, remember, one away from a lot of these ultimates is Gen.G. They're going to fashion themselves a resurrection that they can use later on if they want, but it's not really in a tenable position to use it on the B site.
But they are getting funneled closer and closer towards the Jemkin, who could just quickly pivot back around over towards Yard, but it looks like instead they're going to look to just still push into mid and still find a final resting site for the spike here on B. Then again, I'm a liar. Jemkin will be there and will be able to find the first shot.
Down A.
Slowed up, floating down. There's some Gen.G now. Absolutely pinned in. Karan not going to be able to find the shot. Snappy from Crazy Guy to immediately dispatch him. And that's Foxy9 now. Left to his own devices. The res a bridge too far.
Changes it up, doesn't it? Crucial up kill and a little stalling from the saturate.
30 seconds left.
Foxy9 might not even survive at the tail end of this round, looking the wrong way.
That he is. Taking everything away from them. Exactly what RRQ need to do. Steady the ship. Don't let Gen.G get on that big streak.
Yeah, maybe RRQ are going to be a couple of pirates here and find the fallen ship of DFM. Little by little, clearing a lot of these angles. I'm eventually expecting Odin plays to come in on this defensive side as well.
Don't say that.
We know Cushy likes it here and there. It can happen. Especially now that he is back on this fade.
Well, so far, he is playing a very honest game of Valorant, so I appreciate that.
We don't like honest Valorant here.
When it's the Odin now, I certainly do. We like messy Valorant. We like,
sure.
you know, scrappy APAC average round Valorant.
Sure. Be a little bit sneaky beaky dodging the haunt though in your own dark cover, but it doesn't look like RRQ give a care at the moment because they are all still surrounding this B site on the expectation that it might still pivot here. I say all. You got the operator still watching mid, and you've got old mate Crazy Guy off to the A side. But they have the feeling that this may be a bit of a more A-lent round, or B-lent round rather, for Gen.G.
Fracture's been used. Prowler goes deep enough to get the spot here onto the operator. And that now puts Munchkin into motion to try to draw some attention here.
Ooh, the op's on the line now.
It's getting in deeper and deeper, and yep, that's going to be good for the shot. Expecting some more pressure coming their way, but given that there's just nothing but silence, this allows for RRQ to keep their players in the current positions.
And if you want to try and bully your way into that B site with a Nightfall, for example, Paranoia combos going out, you still got Snake Spite available for X-Pharaoh. You got a lot of this utility actually held by RRQ. They have not felt the pressure in this round, it feels like, currently. 20 seconds to go to this A site.
Smoke onto the angle. Rez is going to be used, so Munchkin right back into the fight. Watching for that scale forward, but Karan now dead in mid. Great kill from Cushy, and the time is getting away from him. They still have to try to break their way forward, but Jemkin is holding the door a tiny little bit to try to go for the plan. Ash keeps him covered from behind, but there's the interrupt, and there's the round getting away from him. 3-3. RRQ tie things up.
Just no sense of security for Gen.G in that round. It feels like RRQ not giving them any real duels, and when it push comes to shove at the end of it, you try to narrowly get a plant down, break the ice chunk, and you just stop the plant and stop the round. 3-3 tied up. Time out. Cold as well into this next round. Expecting from Gen.G, of course.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Good fucking run, guys.
So a very early timeout call here from Gen.G. Earliest one that we've seen. Previous ones have all been sent after round 18.
Yeah,
they're starting to understand the circumstances that their players are in.
Yeah, we've seen RRQ calling the earlier timeouts and kind of giving Gen.G a bit of space to talk about, of course, but this was in scenarios where Gen.G was having a field day in the round count, right? Gen.G were always ahead time and time again. Gen.G, round accumulation-wise, have been ahead in this series time after time after time. It's like 95% of the time, essentially, bar when it mattered the most on the last map.
It's doing texture a bit dirty with that.
3-3. Need a bit of a new look to come out for Gen.G on this attacking side. Start off with the pistol, we flip-flop, but now back in towards an uncomfortable scenario equipment-wise.
Looks like maybe just a big fight here in mid. 4 players poised for it. Only Ash split off towards A main here for the moment as Karan does get noted. Munchkin looking around that wall. Have the decay expire, but now they know. Karan has gotten into a forward position. Jemkin considering going for a little bit of a deeper peek here. Did they just try to overwhelm this waylay? Given player positions, it seems like that's going to be the correct guess, but how are they meant to get rid of him?
Don't think he can, really.
Finds one, he can send a Saturate. Just go ahead and cover the retreat. Shot out, Saturate's there. And it's going to be a tiny bit of damage. Never mind, it's a ton of damage. It puts him to 1, but Jemkin on the repeat. Able to find Foxy9. Monyet getting frazzled a little bit, but still able to go ahead and steady it. Slides back. A smooth criminal, as he will be able to assassinate him. And that leaves Munchkin just rushing forward here into Crazy Guy's open arms. Thrifty not to be found. The lead is, however, for RRQ.
Yeah, you got to remember, Monyet, it's not like he's playing an agent right now that he doesn't know what to do on, right? Neon, very comfy for him. Saw it over on Haven, even if they weren't converting on the map. Just Good awareness as well with this operator. Piloting on this waylay, really good with the saturates. I've always been impressed with Jemkin, just reactive and playing around this newer agent to this game. Take the lead now as RRQ back into the buy state for Gen.G. Lots of quick utility into this B site and a reposition.
Yeah, a bit of an unorthodox TP position here for Karan. Puts himself in at top mid, and this is going to go unexpected. Strikes for one, knows it because she's going to be nearby. Maybe played it a little bit more patiently. So you can see it's a bit more antsy compared to the first two maps. And pressure really starting to rack up. Nightfall will show that the A site is clear, but do they lend credence to this back box position from Crazy Guy? Well, for now, it's all on Munchkin to try to do that because Texture is still sprinting his way over. Munchkin's alone here on the site. He needs to fight his way out, and he cannot. Karan now going to be struck down as well. There's the timeout call strategy into the buy round. Does not work out for Gen.G unless Texture can find himself 3 quick kills.
And they're just going to regroup together on the site now as well. That 3 versus 3 point to try and get a plant, to try and get the pit up. Not the option for Gen.G.
Seconds left.
Slowly trying to clear every which angle. The spot on a 1. The bite is there. That should pretty much bring this one to its end. Could just try to retreat out. He's got a relay bolt to try to make an entry of this, but just look at the setup. 3-way high-low all the way to the back of the room. So that is now 5-3. RRQ looking alive and well here on this defender side.
Oh, they are carrying some momentum from the previous map, that is for certain. It's always great plays when these two teams battle. Thought it was going to be a different circumstance at the half of the last map. I remember Stage 1 finals, right? 13-11 Ascent, 13-11 Icebox. We always get close ones. In that series as well, it was 10-2 at the half, and it was a massive comeback. You thought it was going to happen. And Gen.G actually ended up winning that one 13-11. Right now, though, it feels like the scales are ever so tipping in RRQ's favor. Close towards top mid now. Big emphasis on these mid duels time and time again.
Still having 2 ults to work with, nearly 3 with the Xphero, 1 away from having a pit. One yet. Ready to try. Hit the go button, slides forward, and Texture does manage to track him fast enough. So kill found, sees out. Cushy. Counter sprayed off the angle. Otherwise, maybe he would have been able to find something a little bit more there.
Yeah, catching a significant number, but can't finalize anything.
Paranoia, I don't believe hits onto Xphero either way will have expired by now. Cushy reslots in towards tower, smoked off for the moment. The haunt going through, needn't be cleared. Does so, but Xphero holds his own, finds the kill, looks for a little bit more, and is able to find Foxy9 as well.
Pit angle for Munchkin.
Sends it out immediately.
Jemkin does have convergent pass. They can all look to regroup. He's going to go over to B link side of things.
Crazy Guy just sending out some shots. Swaps the weaponry. And Ash, ooh. A little bit of split attention there on the targets, but eventually is able to find Jemkin, and Cushy goes down. Crazy Guy now can still just try to play to get some damage in, and damage will be found, but just for the one. Gen.G, they break this little win streak here from the side of RRQ. They rally back and get themselves 1 round away from tying it.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider Corrode as well, you think 4 rounds on the attacking side is generally still kind of okay. But I feel like in the grand scheme of things, when we've got RRQ on an absolute heater and shooting at the moment, they are going to come out with a couple of attacking rounds on this double duelist mark.
No, they absolutely are. And one of the things with this pivot that also really lends to them potentially being favored is, okay, your defensive setup, yeah, you just put up a sage wall and try to cut something off.
Yeah,
Waylay
they're going to get over it. Waylay goes over it, Omen goes over it. They're going to quickly break it. They got a lot of options. This is a very crucial round for Gen.G to try and at least keep this half even more favorable for them if they can. 6-6 if they can take a lead. Don't want to see this one go 8-4.
I mean, at this point, I'm not really going to be able to deny the operator, so you have to try to play around this. There's so much money available to RRQ to continue to try to get these purchases in consistently, even in losses.
Proud to lead the way against Crazy Guy.
Try to go on this push, Texture sliding forward. Crazy Guy just can't track him down fast enough. So kill does get found. Jemkin now on the peak, snappy enough. Texture falls. On yet now, looking to slow them up. The relay bolt to clear the haunt, and nearly cost him his life. Gets to the fast lane, but it's just going to be sprayed. They're unable to catch him there through that smoke in the end.
Bit of a reverse wall. Did they even give themselves some space to go for the plant? I don't know.
No, they haven't. Now Munchkin is dead.
Oh, this is a fumble.
Gen.G, they've absolutely bottled themselves in. Now they're going to try to fight their way through Xfero across the opposite side of the map, but there's just not that much time. Have to check every single corner. And it's just a wide swing from Foxy9, but quick on the pivot. The two remaining players from RRQ, they're sprinting the match.
If Karan had from the shadows, he could beat everything and fix this round, but they are indeed going to beat them. Jemkin with an operator though, Achilleos.
Not going to be the greatest here for the retake, but if he can get it onto a hard line, slow them up here on the approach again, the time is just not going to be there. It could just be their bane. The end of this one, as there's a shot, Foxy9 dead. The repeat, Cushy has Karan, and the round is over! The kills be damned, they won it on the clock!
Still waiting.
RQ up to 6.
That is an absolute fumble, unfortunately, for Gen.G. In the heat of the moment, you feel like it's going to be from them. Texture with the opener into Crazy Guy. But how many damn times do we see these 4 versus 5s go the way of RRQ? Last series, 18 first kills. The last map, 18 to Gen.G. And 6 to RRQ, and they still come away with a victory. What a great recovery in this round that could have fallen over for RRQ. They are now setting themselves up for a 7th as well.
Pit still available, Xfero. Maybe just ready to send that one, but no. Might not need it. He doesn't. They'll just quickly dispatch every single member here. As Munchkin, nothing more to do but to grab the orb and then get ready to die. Jump out. Can't even find Mon yet. Flawless round for RRQ to guarantee the lead at the half. Gen.G reeling. 2 ultimates to try to work with to try to make this a 7-5, but it's 4 available to RRQ.
It's going to be really interesting for me on the flip side as well, right? Because it's, for RRQ, a change of compositions, but it's also the teams that RRQ have played previously do run some pretty wild comps as well when you consider GE's composition. And I mean, Nongshim's a little bit more mainstream. Deadlock's Sova, Neon, Omen, Viper. Double controller state, but Gen.G on comfort positions, comfort roles.
Spot reveal. Little attempts here from Karan. Tries to get slotted, but it's a little bit too late. Break of the angle, refract back and Texture. Oh, says, okay, just a moment.
They want to res.
Brief little pause to be able to find that one. Yes, they would love to get this res as Cushy. Going to be blinded out, taken down. That's the Nightfall now removed from the equation. Overdrive still available.
Don't tell me this is going to be another way that RRQ went around from a deficit though. 3v5. Munchkin to find the space here, but there's still just so much pressure at the top of mid. Xfero's there, waiting.
And this time it was Gen.G suffering that first loss, so maybe it'll be a little bit different for him.
Maybe.
But it feels like if this one gets away from them, it would just end up being backbreaking. Munchkin hearing the rotations. Moniette is walking forward. And a Crazy Guy dies off screen at the same time. Jump peek, I don't think he actually got the spot. Karan, yeah, he certainly does. Gonna relay that over as the Nightfall goes in, and Xfero now needing to hold his own. It's good for the first. Can't find the follow-ups. Gen.G, a hot start, but now find themselves disadvantaged by 2.
A little bit of a how you doing at the tail ends there with the from the shadows. A much needed round, you'd think, for Gen.G as well. 7-5, they're trailing, but it's not like it was too complacent in the half either. It's not like they are just blown out of the water. Like a 10-2 that'll be in their heads from the last map, or hopefully not, because you need to have full focus on this map right now. We need to still see the great lurks from Munchkin that we know. We need to see Foxy9 bunkering down. We need to see some good combo plays come out from Gen.G now when they do go to this defensive side, because you know that RRQ are not going to give you easy options. They're going to change it up. They're going to layer things. You have to be so reactive, or maybe even a little bit more proactive as Gen.G now.
You can see just a big difference in the cams here. Gen.G trying to be dialed in, trying to focus up here. It's all smiles for the side of RRQ, feeling very good about what they've achieved there on that half. So we now get ready to go into this one. 3-2 on the pistols. Gen.G out in front in that regard. RRQ could take that first step towards advancing forward here in this lower bracket. If they can find it here on the attack.
It's going to be the start. That is for certain. If you allow RRQ to get off to the races on this attacking side, well, they are going to take it far, and they're going to take it fast. Look at this, it's already up the guts.
Yeah, Ping's coming down to Texture, dead off the rip. Ash trying to get the counter spam there on a Crazy Guy. Will be able to find him through the box. The hinder out on it to Karan. Turns away the worst possible moment and ends up getting taken down as Munchkin. Similarly, ends up dying to Xfero's hand. Player advantage now with the spike getting ready to be planted. Jimkin swinging out, might even just go on a big world tour all the way back around through mid.
Good. There is no wall here for Foxy9. It's two slows. Would reveal position too using any util here as Gen.G.
He'd already used the wall to try to cut off that B.
Yeah.
No attention paid to it. Prowler forward. Slow orb out. Swing of the corner. And that is just going to be a bad timing for Ash to try to have util in hand. Xfero will get him with a Sheriff shot. 3-3 in pistols, but 3 rounds the lead now for RRQ.
A little bit surprising there. Send out the Prowler, it goes into the wall, you send out a slow, and you want to get out a little bit more utility, but it's just not coordinated with the team. You're trying to go for a peek, it feels like one player and the other one wants to throw out some utility. Really big disconnection there at the moment that it kind of matters the most. When you've lost space in mid, when you've lost position through link, through yard. Plant goes down for the side of RRQ, they're hitting their shots as well. So they start getting a little bit happy. They can feel it, for sure. Pistol round secured. Lengthen that lead.
2 pistols in hand and good amount of damage on him on yet. Granted, some of it decay, but at this point you take anything that you can get. Munchkin checking forward. Sees nothing and just backs away. It's now Gen.G. All wrap their way in towards mid. With the smoke there at the bottom of it, they can't really try to scale forward off of that. The orb take does get noted.
Does feel like RRQ are going to peel away from this B-side lean to the reposition around mid. And they'd be right in doing so with this pistol stack to that B-side of Gen.G.
I mean, the smoke to top mid, does that tell you enough to start trying to move the forces around back across towards that A side?
I mean, you kind of do want a gamble stack here as Gen.G as well with the pistols. Get out as much damage as quickly as possible.
Well, if they come pushing into mid like this, the gamble stack is exactly where it needs to be. It's going to be a question about whether or not they can hit their shots. Relay bolt is available for Texture. It has this Sheriff in hand. Swing at the corner. That's the headshot immediately found. Looking for a little bit more. Foxy9 able to find Crazy Guy. The sun going to be coming through. There's RRQ to go ahead and clear out the remainders. Corner, that right click ends up going wide. As Munchkin now trying to hold his own. Swings the corner. Finds Cushy.
Spike down B.
Just the Sheriff here for Xfero. 20 seconds remaining in the round. Just a dance here of the Vipers. Ooh. And it's one that Xfero narrowly wins. Fantastic damage dealt for Gen.G, but they are certainly going to be feeling like that round win should have been theirs.
Oh, that's going to be a relief for Xfero that he comes away with that round, and a bit of a heartbreaker for Gen.G. Again, they had the right numbers, they had the shots collecting, they weathered through the utility, there's low players as well. And in that 1 versus 1, you kind of get the feeling for Munchkin. Imagine a world he could upgrade a gun. Imagine.
Well, a world where Xfero doesn't have a Sheriff in half armor.
Yeah. Bonus round now for RRQ. Looking manageable as Foxy9 misses the TikTok wall.
Well, this certainly puts the pressure up. Moniette pushing forward. Foxy9 looking to try to make up for the oopsie here as Moniette pushes off the back of the haunt. Clear timing. Slides back over to safety. Foxy9 for now getting wrapped on. Is RRQ going to make their way into the site and go, what in the hell is going on here with this ice wall? But Foxy9, he's certainly made up for it. Cleans up 3, and maybe it was all just a ruse to bait them into a false sense of security.
To be fair, if I do go into a site in a bonus round such as that, and I see that wall, I actually get the idea that now you know that that's there, we have to take A little bit differently. We have to make sure that the hole is checked. We need to make sure that we're going through main, but also checking a new angle of elevation because that's been revealed to us. So it kind of is a bit of a blessing for RRQ that now they can recognize that that's possible. But still for Gen.G, I mean, you could have fixed that if you want to use it.
Yes, for sure. best out of a bad situation. There's Jemkin. Ooh, quick peeks, quick refract out.
Foxy9 as well does pick up the resurrection in this round.
This one, good
Gorgeous.
wall.
Gorgeous.
Damn good wall.
Always love seeing a little boost like that, especially A main of Ascent, for example, over the standard smokes. Texture's gone off yonder at A. I wonder if that was just smoke spam.
I think it might have been. That or Xferro just catching him off guard with a quick drop. But Monyet now going to be noted, so they know that there's at least 2 players leaning over towards this A side of the map. But as the walls get raised, it all becomes all the more ambiguous.
If you're going for this res as well, you're relinquishing everything up at mid. And I think that's the idea right now. They know that they just saw the Sage Wall top mid. So they've found the gap. RRQ, if they're aware of this, they have made the absolute right call currently.
And as soon as they hear the res go off, they know that they have. So there you go. All suspicions confirmed. It's going to be Munchkin. Disconnected position playing out from tower. Clears the haunt. Spots on a 1. Gets a good amount of damage in, but counter spam. Finds him in the head.
Against the Phantom as well. There's no traces from Munchkin. That's a Sharpie from Crazy Guy.
Just like that, Xferro lurks forward in towards the spawn. Finds the first. Does get quickly overwhelmed, and we're back into a 3v3 with Monyet down the 19 HP. So very doable here for both sides. As RRQ look to try to hold this line. No way, obviously, to try to raise this wall up. Smoke, 1 available here for Karan. Sends it in towards main, sees. It's a quick little grab. Still very slow on the approach to Monyet. Breaks the haunt, the drop down. Karan right there in front of his face. Foxy9 able to find one, but now they need to try to get onto the spike. They're running out of time. The counter spam attempt gets the spot on the 1. Gets the kill, but Crazy Guy. He trades it back, and he will hold his ground. A 3K for the IGL. Gets RRQ to double digits.
And you put him up on a pedestal in that round as well. If it really is the call from him to know that res is coming down to pivot to that B site, it is a huge call from him, spraying that Vandal, a risky move into the tower smoke, but setting up for a post plan in the end. The smoke fades, his teammate baits the position away, he peeks up and denies the defuse, he cements the last kill. Double digits achieved from RRQ. They can smell victory now. They can almost taste it. This is going to be an important round for Gen.G with this slightly lesser buy.
Still have a good amount of firepower. The Nightfall as well. They're potentially for a retake or for some early information and dissuasion. Wall falling. Never mind. No Nightfall to be found in this round. Opening kill goes the way of Xferro. Karan trying to hunt, trying to see if he can get any kind of angle here.
Toxin screen down.
It will just be swap out on the weaponry.
Got to make a good decision here as Gen.G as well. Not being proactive, just a little bit reactive here, leaving Texture on the open line at A. I think better of it at the 50-second mark. Oh, and by the timing too.
Go, go, go.
Texture alone here for the moment. Here's the dash, the overdrive coming through, gets a shutdown on the both. Haunt finds the reveal, and the Guardian spray is there through the wall, takes him down. Layers upon layers here for the side of RRQ.
Early from Gen.G though, they are here.
Themselves in with the advantage, but now the Nightfall is going to go ahead and give it up because they know Munchkin's position at least. Karan maybe a little bit more of a surprise. Has the paranoia, but has to win this opening fight, and he is drifting around in the opposite direction. The shot goes wide. Karan able to find 1, but he's decayed down so very low. And as his health regenerates, it's only up to 40. Would have to be 2 instantaneous shots.
Enemy remaining.
1 HP now remaining. Finds the first player. Some noise made. Cuts back. The peek from Crazy Guy. And he is once again perfectly poised. 11-6 RRQ. 2 rounds away.
Oh man, Crazy Guy is going kind of silently nuclear in this series as a whole, really. Over on Haven, putting up the numbers with Monyet, with Jemkin. Some masterful calling on the attacking side of Sunset to position the team to victory. I mean, on the breach as well, remember, and he's even getting there in the fragging department, but on Corrode at the moment, still calling well, shooting well. He made the exclamation point statement earlier on, Achilles, that they're going to be Korean Slayers. They got to go through a couple of them here on the journey to get towards champions.
Now, there's another one lined up after this if they're able to go ahead and finish this map. DRX, they're on the horizon. For Crazy Guy, what a glow up, what a way to silence the doubters, the haters, the naysayers, the people who just sat there in chat, sat there on their forums and said, he's nothing but a tail merchant. He loses that agent and he loses everything. Not to be. And certainly not today. Crazy Guy has been incredible.
It was in the beginning, but he's learned, he's adapted, and he's evolved with this team. Really stepping into a situation and defining their own twists to the styles of the agents. But now as we look into round number 18, is this going to be the way that Gen.G get back into it on a Sheriff and a Bucky Thrifty? Or are RRQ going to be finding the series point here?
It's the last-ditch effort. The last timeout call, unless this ends up into overtime for Gen.G. Orb take puts Jimkin one away from the convergent paths. They have a pit for a potential post plan as well. Munchkin tucked back around the corner. A couple warning shots coming through.
Wall goes down.
And they're just reading this so well. Texture not killed, but now his Sage is a world away. He cannot get a res right now. He cannot get a heal, rather.
And Ash, too, tagged to 65. Got to try and maximize things here. If the time ticks on very low, can contest the idea of using that overdrive, but RRQ know this. Can bait out a little bit of this utility in through mid, or bait in the position and attention away from the A site for when that eventual barrier wall does fall. And it's just about to be the timing now that they want to go through it.
Segments are broken. Karan deeping back over here onto the side. The paranoia going to be sent in, but it does not connect these forward players, and immediately they are profiting. Monyet able to find two. Ash trying to see if he can line something up. The shots evaded, the slide forward. Monyet gets himself a third, and it's just Munchkin sat back watching his teammates die. As he cannot intervene, he cannot prevent this. RRQ are getting up to match point.
Not flawlessly, but they are still getting there nevertheless, and it's going to be 6 rounds of flawless variety that Gen.G need. And I'm not talking about 5 players alive, I'm just talking about getting these rounds done cleanly to build up that confidence. Because everything right now is going into the favor of RRQ. This series looked done, they looked out. But they have answered the call. This rivalry that has been building between these two organizations, the 11 series, the last 2 to RRQ's way. This is the most important one for the champions' journey of these teams, and it might be done in this round.
Poison Orb flying through to tell you all you need to know. The bite going to be thrown down, the relay bolt as well. Jemkin, a little bit of damage going to be taken in the entry with Texture. He's dead to a bite. Munchkin now having to eat the damage. There's the slow, there's the kill. They smell the blood in the water, and RQ has them surrounded, tearing them limb from limb. The pit into their faces to bring their hopes of running this back to a colossal close. The shot into the smoke. Foxy9 can only find one more. He waits out the decay. There are so many players waiting for him. A ride to the wall to his death. 13-6. 3 different comps on Corrode. 3 wins in a row over Gen.G. RRQ eliminate them from the playoffs. They advance, where they will look to earn the moniker of the Korean Slayers as they face off against DRX.
We've seen some mighty comebacks in our time, but this one has a different aura in the air. For the Kings of Kings, they are looking to make a new legacy for SEA Valorant. It is a stepping stone series today against Gen.G. They have another contender around the corner, but by oh my, if they haven't gathered some new fans today, I don't know what the hell they can do to get more. That was amazing.
For Gen.G, they're going to be kicking themselves all the way home. That's their run in this playoffs done. They still are technically in contention for Champs Paris, but a lot of things need to perfectly fall into place for that to happen. They need for DRX to best RRQ, to eliminate them from the running. They need for Talon, for Nongshim to not be able to make their way to champions themselves, to not get into that top 2. So if I'm Gen.G, I'd be sweating my asses off right now because it is not looking like a bright future. But for RRQ, they are proving game over game that it is nigh impossible to break the mental, the resiliency of this team. What a run from them, and what well-earned bows here in front of this crowd. And for Gen.G now, it's nothing to do but to go home, sit back, kick your heels up, and pray. Brutal position to be in. But for RRQ, it is all smiles all day long. We'll send it down the jet now.
What a game from RRQ. Congratulations, guys. Crazy Guy, we'll see you up on the desk. Monyet, you're with me for the interview. If you could stand over here for me. 네, RRQ의 모넷 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 2025년 들어서 5번째로 젠지를 만났고요. 그리고 올해 마지막으로 치른 젠지 상대의 경기였습니다. 승리한 소감부터 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, Monyet. 5th and the last time you play Gen.G in 2025. How was that win?
It feels pretty nice because last year we got knocked by Gen.G as well, and then this year we knocked them out. And it was a really nice game. We comeback them. Like, they already got 11, and somehow we just win the game, and it was really good feeling.
아, 너무 기분이 좋은 게 이제 작년에 젠지한테 져서 탈락을 했는데 이번에 이렇게 RRQ가 승리를 가져가면서 복수를 해줄 수 있어서 너무너무 기분이 좋다고 얘기를 하고, 특히나 선셋에서 업셋을 만들어내면서 역전을 해냈는데 11점을 앞서가고 있던 젠지를 상대로 그런 승리를 만들어낼 수 있다는 게 참 뜻깊다고 얘기를 하는데요. 말씀해주신 대로 선셋에서의 대역전극 도대체 어떻게 해낸 건지 물어보고 싶네요. As you mentioned, coming back from 11-2, was it? How on earth did you pull that off?
I don't really know, honestly. It's just like we all still believe in each other, and we call that during the comms. We told Jemkin told us like, Team Secret can do it. Why we cannot do it?
Team Secret?
Yeah,
what?
because he keep like trying to come back us, you know, and it keeps happening. And then Jemkin told us, Team Secret can do it. We also can do it.
아, 먼저 진짜 어떻게 그렇게 컴백을 했는지도 모르고 사실 뭐 점수차가 얼마나 났는지도 잘 기억이 안 나는데 어찌됐든 어떻게 꾸역꾸역 하다 보니까 역전을 만들어내게 됐는데, 근데 잼킨 선수가 중요한 말을 했다고 합니다. 아니, 팀 시크릿이 우리 상대로 이렇게 역전극을 만들어냈는데 우리는 젠지 상대로 왜 역전을 못하겠냐, 우리 할 수 있다 라는 얘기와 함께 좀 역전을 만들어낼 수 있었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 11대 11쯤에 좀 모니아 선수가 일어나서 소리를 지르는 모습이 카메라에 담기기도 했거든요. 그때부터 분위기가 정말 확 넘어온 것 같았는데 그때는 어떤 기분이었는지도 여쭤보고 싶네요. I think it was 11-11 when you tied it up. You stood up and you were like shouting and excited, right? So what was going through your mind at that moment?
It was a relief, I think.
안도해.
So I just screamed it out.
안도감이 느껴졌기 때문에 그 안도감을 정말 소리를 지르면서 표현했다고 합니다. 그리고 마지막에 코로드 농심을 상대로 마지막으로 플레이를 했을 때는 사실 잼킨 선수가 네온을 잡았고 모니아 선수 같은 경우에는 오맨을 했는데 오늘은 투 타격대를 기용하면서 다시 네온을 잡게 됐는데요. 어떤 과정이 있었는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Now, last time you played Corrode against Nongshim, right? It was you on the Omen and Jemkin on the Neon, but this time around, double Duelist, you're back on the Neon. So did you have to, like, you know, punch him? Be like,
yeah, I think.
Give me back the Neon.
Yeah, I told him, give me back the Neon. You cannot play Neon. You only can opt. Let me the Neon. Let me shoot the Neon.
아, 좀 오늘 협박의 과정이 있었냐 그랬는데 아, 진짜로 잼킨한테 가가지고 야, 너 오퍼밖에 못 쓰고 네온 그렇게 할 거면 나한테 내놔라 라고 얘기를 해가지고 너 그냥 웨일레이 하면서 오퍼 쓰고 나는 내가 네온을 해야겠다 라고 강하게 어필을 해서 이렇게 조합을 바꿔서 다시 네온을 되찾았다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그럼 마지막으로 DRX를 상대하게 됐거든요. 각오 들어보도록 할게요. Lastly, DRX will be your next opponent. Anything you want to say, or what is the mindset?
Nothing. I think the last time we didn't shoot that much, and our mental got a little bit broken against them. So I think this time, even like we now got our momentum back again. So I think it will be a tough match, like close match.
지난번에 DRX를 만났을 때는 사실 총도 별로 맞지 않았고 그때 멘탈 관리도 잘 못한 것 같아서 그런 점들을 특히 주의하면서 다음 경기 치르겠다고 얘기를 하면서 그래도 좀 힘든 경기 그리고 타이트한 경기가 되지 않을까라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 모니엣 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Thank you, 모니엣. And for everyone watching at home, stick around for the desk because Crazy Guy will have a lot to say. Bye-bye.
Yes, we do have Crazy Guy joining us at the desk, but we gotta look at these highlights on Corrode. When we saw those double duelists locked in, we knew it was gonna be monstrous from this team, and you can see the energy here, the fire from the squad.
Yeah, they're so hyped up. They rode that momentum straight through from the huge comeback that you saw in the map previous, and you had some fight back from Gen.G. You could see in the highlights here, game was very, very close, but RRQ came up clutch. Once again, you saw Kushi and Xfero, who actually had a little bit of a quieter first map, step up when was needed. You saw clutches all over the place from Crazy Guy, and it was a really well-rounded team performance from all of RRQ to get him across the line.
Man, this has been one of the most insane matches of Valorant I've been able to watch. What an absolute game here from RRQ, and it was no different on Corrode. What a pleasure to watch. Moving back to that double duelist that's so signature to their style, and they get the win against Gen.G, keep their playoff hopes and Paris hopes alive.
Absolutely, and we wanted to see a step up from every single member of the squad, and we got it. Kushi included, they just looked phenomenal, and I would say one of the best Corrodes we've seen this stage. And yes, we do have Crazy Guy with us. We had to talk to you. Okay, first of all, absolutely insane match. Thank you for that treat. How are you feeling?
I mean, it feels very good because we always get comeback from opponent.
Yeah.
But this time we managed to do it when we need it. So it feels very good.
I don't know if you remember last time there was a 12-3 comeback from Secret against you guys.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember.
We remember very clearly.
So I wanted to ask you on that map too, what was the mentality there? We saw Monyet say that Gem gets a, hey guys, other teams have done it before, but you look so steady throughout. Is that how you felt actually? Did you feel like, yeah, I got this? But you look very stable.
I think that one I still like how to say, try to boost my teammate energy.
Yeah.
But I still need to stay focused because if I lose focus just for one round, we might not done it. So I just try to put everything I have to think where should I go and what should we do.
Do you get more nervous, or like how do you feel as those rounds start collecting? You know, you start getting those rounds. You get 5 in a row, 6 in a row. Like how do you feel in that moment? Do you start getting more nervous or do you start getting more hyped up?
I think I get more hype because after we survived the pistol and the bonus, I think we had pretty good chance to come back, and all the round was so close, and then we managed to do it. So yeah, I feel more hype than nervous.
Ah, that's great.
Yeah, what are the mantras that you repeat? You're in a leadership position being the IGL as well as the coaching staff. Like after you lose the first map and you go down 10-2, for those that aren't aware, in freeze time the coaches can talk again. Sorry, before the second pistol in the halftime break, the coaches can talk again to the team. So what are the coaches as well as you saying to the team to be able to recover, saying to the team and repeating time and time again for you to be able to complete a comeback?
I think he spent a bit time to talk about the strat because that one we knew what we need to do, and most likely we talk about our momentum, the mentor, because I think to come back, shot is one thing, but you need to have a good mentor. You need to be brave to even 2-10, you still need to go and kill them, something like that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about your individual performance as well, because you only just started playing Omen as much in this team, at least in officials. I don't know about if you practiced it in other teams very much, and you played Breach as well, but even on the Breach, you guys were playing very contact heavy, and you were often like second entry or entry, like shooting a lot of people. So I was wondering, like, how are you feeling about your individual game at the moment, and how is it being like the IGL and getting a lot of kills in a series like this?
I don't know, like this game I still play the same way I play, because whenever I play with this team or any team, I don't scared to die because I know all my team are like sharper, even sharper than me. They are so young, so much younger than me. I'm 28 already, almost 29.
What about
so,
your clutches though? You clutch so many times.
Yeah,
You're pretty sharp, man. Come on.
I mean, I still in some situation, right? Even you are the IGL, you still need to shoot. You need to manage to get a kill. Even you have a good rate, you still need to manage to get a kill. But I like I said, I don't scared to die. If my team need me to go first, I will go. I don't care. So many times you guys see me drop the gun for like if I save the gun, I just drop it to Gen.G. I don't care. I don't care about the I don't care about KD. I just want to win. Like if you have 60 kills and you still lose, that one doesn't feel great.
That's awesome.
Doesn't feel great.
I wanted to ask real quick about the map veto. So you guys got to choose between Ascent and Corrode for the map 3. You went with Corrode. Gen.G have been flawless on Corrode all year. You guys hadn't won on Corrode before this. So how are you feeling about going into that map 3, knowing that this was a good map for Gen.G?
I think on Ascent, we tried so many different comps, double Senti, double Duelist, and it doesn't work. So I feel like if we go for Corrode, because if we play Corrode, we gonna play the new comp now. They don't have any info, and we most likely know what they're gonna play. So I think we have advantage. I just like quite a surprise they don't go for they went for Haven first, something like that.
How do you feel now that this match is over? Because looks like we are excited, you know, just watching it. I can't imagine how you feel. Obviously, in the comeback, there must be relief and excitement, but going through Corrode, what was the mentality going through into that? Was it just like, guys, like, remember to stay calm, or were you just riding that high and be like, let's freaking steamroll them?
I think after we came back the second map, I just told my team, like, even we just did a great comeback, we still need to stay calm. Like, we cannot overheat. We need to still respect the opponent and try to play the best. The game, like the third map, the Corrode, it was hard at the beginning because we won 350 and then we got 350 again. It was not a good start, but I think we still have a good momentum.
And I want to ask, speaking of momentum, we saw RRQ start stage 2 a little bit, you know, not as strong as we saw at the end of stage 1 there. What do you think this match is going to fix a lot of those problems, and now you guys are riding a good wave, or what do you think is the next step for your next match?
I think this one helps us a lot. Like, for some players, they need the confidence boost to get back the aim. Like on the Sunset today, like Kushi, he didn't have great time on defense because Munchkin lurk always annoying. So he didn't have chance to shoot much. So this one will help him and the whole team to get the confidence to play the next game.
Well, that's great. I'm very excited for you guys. I think you surprised a lot of us. I have to confess to you, we all thought Gen.G was going to win today.
Me too. especially after the 210. If I can't imagine if Gen.G don't get the second round for us. I don't know what will happen.
Okay, I feel a little bit better about that. RRQ, please.
Respect for saying that.
But it makes me so delighted. And how do you feel about the next match?
It's Theory Eyes again. I don't know how many Korean team we need to play to qualify.
It's gonna be a lot.
I don't know.
You know.
Now you see, right? It's Nongshim and T1 also.
Yeah.
And DRX. So it's like just another day.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Crazy Guy. Congratulations. We were so impressed with your performance today. I think you should be very proud of yourself and your team. So congrats, and get a good rest and good luck on your next match, because it's not over yet.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's crazy. So Crazy Guy, I'm so glad we got to talk to him about it at the desk today. Corrode, again, I think this was one of the best Corrodes I've seen.
Yeah, it was great. Honestly, I love that RRQ went back to that double Duelist. I think it really suits them well. They were able to work them out, find the weaknesses that Gen.G had there, and just look at Xfero. He is a big game player.
Legit.
Whenever RRQ really need him the most, that's when he appears.
Yeah, only 5 kills between the whole team though, and this is what we were saying. The narrative was Gen.G has the more consistent players. Not that Gen.G weren't consistent this game, because you can see their performance was obviously very well rounded, very similar as well, but RRQ, everyone stepped up. first map, it was only a trio. It was Monyet, Crazy Guy, Jemkin putting up numbers, and that was not enough to beat Gen.G. When Xfero steps up and Cushy steps up and everybody pulls their weight here for RRQ, it is more than enough to beat Gen.G. In fact, this was not a close map of Corrode.
Not at all. It was a total domination by RRQ. And what was really poignant was Crazy Guy saying, I don't even care about the kills. I just want, like, they can all kill. They can out-frag me for sure. And he's giving away his guns. He's setting them up on a breach, but he still frags the way he does. This is him giving away the frags, but he still does it.
I mean, even with that selfless leader mindset of I'm going to enable these young kids around me, he still puts up insane performances, people. He is our match MVP because he was going crazy. He was winning those clutches, and he called such an amazing game today.
It's such a funny full circle moment for anyone that knows their history as well, because Crazy Guy back in like this breakout tournament in CS ages ago had this movie made about him, Beast from the East, where he was just AWPing everyone. He was getting dropped guns by teammates who couldn't frag, and he was the only one who would do anything back then on a team that wasn't expected anything of against these European powerhouses. Now he's a leadership figure in a team where he is the selfless one, and he is now dropping guns for a star player.
That's incredible. I mean, what did he say? He's at the old age of 28 years old, ancient, but all that experience came into play here.
He hasn't got much time left.
One foot in the grave, you would say, at 28.
I'm 29. Nick, luckily for you, you're only like 22, 23 or something like that.
I'm turning 22 this year. You guys are so experienced. So I feel a bit like the youngins here at RRQ. So playoff bracket. Very exciting now here in the lower bracket. Of course, Talon and PaperX will be playing 2 days from now, so they still got a bit more time to prep. But tomorrow, all eyes on this. Yes, we still got 3 Korean teams in the play here. RRQ will be facing against DRX and Gen.G. There's still a timeline where they can make it through.
Well,
it's a pretty small one.
Yeah, we'll take a moment to mention Gen.G here. They need Talon to lose both of those games back to back and not go to champs. They need RRQ to lose. They need Nongshim to lose, and then they have a chance at going to champions. They are preying on the downfall of 3 different teams to have an opportunity here, and it is crazy to me that Gen.G seeded into the lower bracket here goes out against 1 game in the Stage 1 Pacific Grand Final rematch. I mean, a team this good should not be out like this. This is heartbreaking.
I mean, we spoke about this so much. We said Gen.G are the sharks of the lower bracket. We know they can do it. We've seen it from them before. And we were talking about how tough of a situation RRQ had got themselves in, falling down to have to play Gen.G, but they flipped that around. So there is a slim chance for Gen.G, but it gets harder and harder from now.
Especially after such a good Toronto. Like, I felt like in the group stage of Toronto, they looked like the scariest team at that tournament. So the idea that they might not be at champs again, or maybe an underperformance at champs last time around, a disappointing end to the year for the 2nd time in a row, that's just crazy.
I mean, Crazy Guy said himself, he's like, I always thought that we were going to lose today, which is insane to me that he said that.
That's so funny.
I'm putting him on my team next time. I don't care. I need the aura.
So real for it. But this is our build diff roster, and I think it's come really, really close here. Me and Pilsky, we had the same exact roster, and we were counting. It came down to, I think, Munchkin and Foxy9.
I don't know if I did the maths correctly, but I'm pretty sure that Foxy9 at the end of Corrode baited Caron for 1 kill and won because of it. Let me double check this here. I mean,
big time
okay,
one.
Elevators won.
Elevators
out in front.
I mean, Elevated beat us all.
68.2, so we 69.2. There you go. You're up by 1 point.
Yeah, but I mean, fair play to Elevated. He took a risk today in his build diff, and he did manage to beat us, going down beyond the flex. With Jinboong there, Jemkin clearly was the pick for Duelist, but I was the winner out of the stable ones that was here, so I will be getting stuff out.
You weren't even worried, right?
No, I wasn't stressing at all, by the way.
These coaches need to stop coming on the desk and making us look bad. It's kind of getting ridiculous at this point. Like, first Frost, now Elevated. Like, I'm worried for my job at this point.
I think so. It looks like, you know what? It means build diff is a real game because all the coaches are actually winning them. Anyway, you are still in the lead, Pilski. We've got 2 more chances to beat you, and
4 points behind you now.
Can I still beat you? Okay,
Yeah, you
there's
can.
still a world I can beat you.
You need to do 8 back-to-back, and I think I need to fall off.
Yeah. Okay.
brain
All
will
right,
not
Mika,
fall.
we need you to insert yourself somewhere to help sabotage a little bit. This is sort of like a Gen.G situation now.
Tomorrow, these games are insane. These games are insane. Nongshim T1 and a DRX RRQ in elimination here. I don't even know what to make of this. Like, the bangers never stop coming. I'm going to have a bloody migraine by the end of day 5. I'm going to need to just rest for 2 days back to back.
Oh, honestly, yeah, this is really exciting. It's non-stop action here in Pacific, so I'm really excited for tomorrow's games as well. And RRQ, you know, what a way to end it. Like they said, they didn't even expect to be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I hope RRQ can get some sleep tonight, because they have another big game tomorrow. You can't let that adrenaline affect you.
Exactly.
Thank God they're on the second game. Thank God they're on the second game.
I'm a little
honestly.
lion.
Their adrenaline, like my adrenaline is still rushing, and I'm not even on the
I won't
team.
sleep tonight.
Yeah, we're not going to sleep tonight. We're going to be up all day, and we're going to find you guys here at VCT Pacific tomorrow. Pilski, big time. I'm Victoria. It's been great hanging out. See you guys. We're going to have an all-nighter. See you tomorrow for another lower bracket run. Bye, guys.
Down the corner, Gen's just going to be run down. Haunt over the top, gets the reveal on knocking in. Takes so much damage, will be finished off. Persia's instantaneous to deal with Jinbong, and Dambi will go ahead and seal the deal with a 3-piece. Able to survive. The pinch now coming through here. As the market door gets broken open, and Meg just cannot turn back fast enough. But Sense is here to try to bail them out. 15 seconds remaining. He's out of the open. Nets gift to the plant. RB all the time in the world. And GN, he is not going to be ready for this at all. It's a Red Bull clutch from RB. And for Nongshim, they will stick around here in the Stage 2 playoffs. They send DFM home, denying them a hope. Pharaoh lurking just within this smoke here at Garage. Texture, however, snappy as all hell. He's able to find one, slides up past the relay bolt, as managing to outspray him on yet. Texture playing point, crazy guy, swooping in, and there he is. Can they do anything about this? Munchkin slowed up. He's able to only find one as Jemkin now. Brings it back with 2, now a 3rd. Push forward, ahead of it. Jemkin gets an ace to take us to map 3. Paranoia going to be sent to drive and sway them. Monyet, solid Paranoia, but solid right click as they continue to bleed them. Slide forward, and Monyet, 13-6. 3 different comps on Corrode, where they will look to earn the moniker of the Korean Slayers.
Let's fly.
Try to live like it's YOLO. I know there's more to life that you don't know. Everybody gonna smile for the photos, but you good enough even